Fun.
Welcome to the Show Your Mouth Lounge, episode number 281. Atty, how are you feeling?
Pretty bad. I finally got my normal cold medicine, and it's actually doing stuff. It's unlike the stuff that I was taking for the past 2 weeks. But, you know.
They finally got you off the...
Man.
They finally got you off the gazebo, as it is.
Yeah.
I was hoping somebody would recognize what I just said. Okay, anyways.
I don't know what gazebo is. I don't do drugs.
Well, it's definitely not got anything to do with medicine. Pink, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Excellent. And I'm feeling sleepy.
Okay, to be honest, I'm kind of in that same boat because I woke up at 4 a.m. and it's now 11 a.m.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
went to bed at like midnight, so that's not fun. I don't like it. I've made mistakes. Mistakes were very much made last night.
I think I woke up at 4:30 as well. So, you know, if the recording fucks itself, that's because the PC is generally on whenever I'm awake. And, yeah, long call.
Yeah?
I woke up 10 minutes ago, so...
Yeah, you slept for both of us.
I suppose so. I've had this new issue where I've got an alarm clock. So I've got a smart watch now. Well, it's linked up to my phone, so it's not really that smart, but...
It borrows the intelligence.
Yeah.
I've doubled up on alarm clocks because I've had a habit in the past of, in my sleep, the Google Home thing that I have by my bed, it'll go off because I tell it to. And then the way that I shut off the alarm is by telling it to stop. However, I have apparently started telling it to stop in my sleep. So I've doubled up, and now I've got the watch. And the watch, you need to actually press a very, very tiny button on the watch to get it to stop. Nonetheless, I'm getting to the point where I'm doing that in my sleep as well.
Yeah, people adapt. You also need to switch out your alarm noises if you can, on the regular more or less, because if you get too used to one, then even if you don't automatically trigger this thing of turning it off in your sleep, then you will just sleep through it anyway. Because eventually your unconscious is just like, well, that's just the alarm. I don't give a shit.
Yes. And the bigger issue is that in spite of the alarm and having woken up on time for the alarm several times, when it is nighttime and it's gotten to about midnight or 1 in the morning, which are around the times I should be going to sleep where I could still get 8 or 9 hours of sleep, my body is still saying, no, keep going. If you go to sleep now, you'll waste your time.
Yeah. I know that feeling.
The designated point where my body is saying, okay, now is the time to go to sleep, where you'll be wasting the minimum amount of time on sleep, is 4 in the morning. Which to a certain degree is my own choice down the years, where it's just I ended up staying too late playing games, and part of it is also Mike's fault.
Everything's Mike's fault. Come on now, we know that.
That is true. Nonetheless, I woke up, like 10 minutes ago. So,
But yeah, Big, what's coming out on your channel?
What is coming out on my channel? NXT Universe mode. Anything after that is unlikely.
All right. Well, as for my channel, let's see. I didn't record anything because, well, you can hear how I sound.
Right.
Yeah.
But I did get a lot of because I have my normal drugs, my usual drugs. No, but yeah, because I have my usual cold medicine, I have gotten into a shape where I can actually think after 2 weeks.
Nice.
So I started work on scripting the Assassin's Creed 4 review again. Funnily enough, earlier today, after I was done writing my share for review today, I got into I actually started convening with people because they were saying that Assassin's Creed 4 is good, and I got baited in the most stereotypically any way. I
Oh,
baited
boy.
myself into conversation. Uh, nothing.
Boat.
What?
I said boat.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm proud of the script so far. I mean, some of it would need a revision. Like there are sentences where I write it down and I read over it again and I go, man, that grammatical structure ain't there. It's just like grammatical suggestions. They're not rules.
I've
They're
never
just
been a success
suggestions.
with that.
But yeah, but on other parts, I like it because I get to do my favorite thing, which is just use archaic language, like it's normal. I legit wrote a fucking line that starts with forsooth, and I'm
Yeah.
glad. Because like that's one of the things that I enjoy about learning language. That's like I have a vocabulary. I want to use it. Like I didn't spend years learning random ass fucking words to just say fuck every 2 sentences, every 2 words.
The English language for you.
Yeah. And so because I have a vocabulary and because I know that there are some of these archaic words that I can put in, and then because of how I was raised, which I think we've discussed previously, that over here it's supposed to be signify that you're more well learned, that you can use synonyms a lot.
Yeah.
And so partially because of that, I am compelled to use these archaic words because if someone doesn't know what they mean, they might look it up, and who knows, they might even learn a new word.
Holy shit.
Unbelievable. Inconceivable.
Undeniable.
But yeah, the review is coming together, or the script is. I am halfway done with the raw footage that I have, because how I do it is I have my notes and I have the raw footage playing in the background, and then I just cross reference the two and then write out whatever I feel like, pretty much.
Yeah.
What comes next in the story, what comes next in my notes, whichever comes first or whichever seems more important, I hit, and then just continue it as I see fit. I feel like I'm being fair to the game so far. Like I feel like when you like there is definitely points in the review where you can see that I don't like the game, but that's fine because that's the that's the reason that I am writing this. So that I can be like, yeah.
I almost want you to like. I think I'm being very fair to the game, and it's just hard cuts to the review. This game is cancer. It killed my sister.
I mean the worst thing that I say, I forget the exact line, but it's something like I don't.
Developers should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah. No, I think
There is no excuse.
I think so far the worst thing that I actually say against Assassin's Creed 4 is just I don't think it's too uncouth of me to say that it started the zombification of the series, which there is an argument to be made there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so otherwise, like, it's not just and this is a thing that I strive for with the negative reviews, because when I used to watch people who mostly did negative reviews, there wouldn't actually be a review. It would just be this is shit. This is why I think it's shit. Nothing of objective value. And that's not what a critique is. A critique is yeah.
Shut up! Nobody asked you.
Ah,
Sorry, I'm having an argument with my alarm clock.
yeah. So yeah, like, that's not what a critique is. A critique is putting up the objective facts that you can present about the game, and then you flavor it with your opinion. You put out your opinion as, hey, this is how it made me feel because it's art, I guess. But because this is something we are talking about something that has actual mechanics to it, you need to also discuss the mechanics as they are. You can't say that the mechanics are bad just because they made you feel bad. You need to present them as, here's the mechanics. Here's why I think they made me feel bad. And so that's something that I try to do. I try to explain how things work, and then also talk about why I think how they work is good or bad.
Yeah.
Or if I don't feel in any particular way, I just honestly just go into an in-depth explanation of how the mechanics work, and then I just move on. Which, I mean, that's useful information. That's genuinely useful information for someone who doesn't know what the game is. So, but yeah, like I've been having fun writing this review, but it's also been taking me like 4 months. Like after this, I'm gonna have to switch over to making a review a month because I might be able to actually hit that, hopefully. Okay, a review a year. Take it or leave it.
I'm good.
But yeah. So that's it for my channel. It's stuff's getting worked on, but a lot of it hinges on me like getting better.
Yeah.
W.
Oh, give me a second to catch my breath. Okay. Yes, I do not have anything planned wise because there may or may not be more Total War news coming out very suddenly, very soon, because I was not expecting there to be any news this past week, which really caught me off guard because there's a particular morning that I had to wake up and we were about to go somewhere and I saw some news drop. So I had to be the asshole who went and told my family, can we delay the trip by like an hour so I can talk a bunch of bullshit for YouTube? But nonetheless, that's going on. So there may possibly be Total War talks this week. I will not be as busy this week, so ideally I'll be able to record more both for the group channel and for my own solo channel, as I did not get any Gladius recorded this week, as we were just running around everywhere and doing everything. So there should probably be Gladius. If there is not Gladius, it's because there is something else in the news I want to talk about. I will have to make the decision with Gladius whether I want to forge on ahead with the Eldar playthrough I started, which has been off to a pretty bad start, where I am visibly progressing much slower than the AI and really only still existing because the AI is too busy fighting each other and not messing with me.
Yeah.
Which is actually the same thing that happened last game with the Tau, except with the Tau, I wasn't doing that bad, so I was just given time to freely farm and grow and make a bunch of super mega death robots, and the AI wasn't stopping me because they're too busy fighting each other. So either which way, in terms of what to expect on my channel, yeah, that's pretty well it. And what's coming out on the group channel, Eddie?
Well, before we hit that, I wanted to note that I did change around the release schedule because I wanted to Strike While the Iron is hot on Street Fighter 6.
Yes.
So we did have Street Fighter 6 mode, us playing whatever I could salvage of it coming out as well as the clip. Now, one thing to note, I've watched a lot of Street Fighter 6 footage recently. I mean, yeah, people are releasing the videos like us. And
yes,
our video is legitimately the only one I've seen where people do a perfect parry. So that kind of makes me proud. It's a limited sample size, but still. Like
Yeah.
considering I watched like tournament level players and fucking Daigo, I figured someone would hit a perfect parry at some point because they it shouldn't be hard for them. But that's hard.
Oh, we're just that good.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, the best part of that clip is that it's not just a perfect parry; it's both of us getting a perfect parry back to back.
Yeah.
But yeah, so on the group channel on Monday, we have the final part of Splitgate.
I don't even remember recording that much of Splitgate.
We didn't. That's the
Okay.
part. We recorded 2 sessions of Splitgate. They were enough for 5 videos. It's just that the A week, B week release schedule is paying dividends for making shit last.
Apparently.
Then, Street Fighter 1 Sunrise is actually coming out this week, I promise.
Alright.
And so is us crowning our first IWGP Heavyweight Champion.
Oh.
Yeah.
Didn't we hang on, are we releasing that video after the one where we already fight over the IWGP a bit?
Yes, because I fucked up the schedule.
Okay, I was confused there because I watched that most recent Fire Pro video, and it starts with Crimson already being a god, and it's like, wait, what? Did I miss the previous video?
Yeah, no, the original scheduling plan was I was gonna release it, release the crowd the IWGP Heavyweight Championship match as a bonus video a week before we start fighting over the championship in the normal weekly videos, but something didn't add up. So we're here, I guess.
If we got here, then that's the important part.
Yeah. Then on Friday, Terraria,
Yeah.
and that's it.
All right then. So Pink,
Yeah.
do you know what to do next?
I do, but I don't. Because we all know what I did this week. Wrestling. And we know how long wrestling can take to talk about. So I won't touch on it right now. But outside of that event, I don't recall doing anything of note.
All right. Hey then.
All
What
right.
you want to talk about?
A lot of things. First things first,
Oh.
something that I keep forgetting a lot. Like this was genuinely like 2 weeks ago, but I keep forgetting. Maybe even 3. I played Doom Eternal.
Okay. So did you finish it, or did you do like I did? Get like 3 or 4 levels in and go, this game is cool. I'll come back and play it later, and then never come back.
Oh no, I went with option C. I played a couple of levels. I went, man, this game doesn't feel as fun as old Doom, and then I uninstalled.
Like I can see how it is really cool and really neat. And I do want to go back and try it again. But I don't know why giving me more options somehow led to less magic than Doom 2016. By all means, it doesn't make sense.
I mean, the thing for me, like I think my issue with Doom Eternal is something that I don't noticed while playing, and it's the same problem that I had with Doom 2016. The way that they modernized the Doom just doesn't work for me. I don't like the glory kills. I don't like how forced they are. I don't like it's the same. It's partially the same issue as the fatalities in the new Mortal Kombat, where it's just like, okay, gore's on screen, I guess. Can I play?
Okay, we should clarify then. if that is the case, you weren't a big fan of 2016 either. Because if you weren't a big fan of 2016, then it's highly unlikely you'd be a bigger fan of Eternal, which is doubling down on everything Eternal did.
That's the thing though. Like I was fine with 2016. Like I didn't love it as much as everyone else did, but I was like, well, maybe I'm just missing something. Which then I never went back and actually played through it again like I usually do because I couldn't be arsed. Like 2016 was just such a nothing game to me. It was filler. And then
I don't agree, but the reason you have come to this conclusion is a logical choice to make for your tastes. So,
like nothing screamed particularly interesting to me. A lot of things just felt like okay. Actually, I can point out once again. This is the same thing that I can bring up against Mortal Kombat, but like, the gore in older Dooms. See, like maybe it's because of the way that people did things. Maybe it's just because people are held back by the technology. But the gore in older video games has more charm because it's not realistic. I think. Like it's goofy. Seeing John Romero's head on a pike is goofy because it looks fucking funny. It's trying so hard to be real, but it's really not, and you can tell it's really not. And then hard cut to Doom 2016 or Doom Eternal, and you're ripping out the internal organs of a cacodemon. There's just bile spewing everywhere. It's very graphic, and I'm desensitized. Like it's doing nothing for me. Like I wasn't even one of those kids who used to like look at gore videos or whatever, but I'm still fucking desensitized to how edgy these games are trying to be. And then like the combat design overall, like the guns are fine, or the guns would be fine if it went for the glory kill mechanic, which just makes all of the guns feel bad because I'm not actually killing people with my guns, I'm killing people with my fists. I just need to shoot them with the gun first.
I mean, the majority of the demons aren't stunned for glory kills unless you're intentionally going for it. You're also allowed to still shoot them, and it's not always the smart choice to go for a glory kill.
I don't know. It seemed like you were disincentivized from doing anything but the glory kills because they at least from what I played, they seemed invincible. They gave you health or ammo. I don't know. It was health. They gave you health pickups, and whenever I tried to shotgun people, because it's fucking Doom. There were like maybe one in a 10 chance that they would actually die on the first shot from a point blank shotgun. Which, like, for depending on the demon's size, then that could be explained away because you're not gonna kill a Hell Knight. I think that's the name of the demon I'm thinking of. Whatever. Like, you're not gonna kill one of those guys with a shotgun shot, point blank even. But like, I'm talking about imps. I'm talking about soldiers. No, those guys should like one of those guys are literal foot soldiers, and the other half are just generic zombie.
Imps are just generally tougher in Doom than they are in the new Dooms than they were in the old. I mean, in part, the imps are way tougher than they used to be, just simply because they're now fast as hell, whereas the original imps more or less just stood around waiting for you to shoot them. But I mean, for one thing, I believe there's a difference in terms of what the enemies drop if you shoot them instead of glory kill them. I could be wrong about that, but I believe that is the case.
From what I could tell, the difference is that if you shoot them, they drop nothing, and if you glory kill them, they drop health.
I want to say that if you shoot them, there's a higher chance they'll drop ammo.
Maybe.
But on top of that, in the early game when you're fighting just a lot of zombies and a lot of imps, then I definitely do remember there's a lot of glory kills in the early game because zombies and imps, neither of them are really that big of threats. You might as well go in for the glory kill just for free health. But the later and later you get into the game, and the more the game becomes about speed and evading the enemy while you're fighting them, and you're running away from 3 pinkies while also shooting this guy, and there's 2 Keika demons floating around, and there's also a cyber demon in the middle of the map. The more it becomes like, well, probably not a cyber demon, but a Hell Knight in the center of the map. There we go. The more it becomes that you simply can't afford to go in for the glory kill because it's too dangerous to get close to the other demons to get in for the glory kill.
I don't know. I had the exact opposite experience. Whenever I try to play footsies with the bigger demons, they would get my health down. So what I would do is I would just lower a smaller one there, shoot them with the shotgun, so it hits both, and then just glory kill for the health and run away. Rinse until they're dead.
But that leaves you so close to the one that's a bigger threat.
But not close enough for it to kill me. Like that's the thing. Like if you know how much health you can afford to sacrifice to tank shots, then you can play around with where you're spacing.
You should invest more into lifesteal and maybe get Aegis as well.
I wish.
Lifesteal. Glory kills, Pink, are cinematic melee kills that give you health for every kill.
Uh-huh.
So it pretty well is lifesteal.
Yeah, really
and
what
the chainsaw, which is melee that you do for ammo steal.
Really, what I need to do is I need to need to build Brawler's Beatstick and Yoto's Wrath. maybe get some boots.
You know, another thing that's going to actually really change how much you actually get glory kills is what kind of gun you're using, especially on the big demons. Because the bigger the gun, generally speaking, the harder it is to control whether or not you end up getting a glory kill out. Because like the minigun or the rocket launcher, or God help you, the BFG, any given one of those do so much damage that odds are the health integers you're going to go straight from healthy to dead with most of the demons you shoot at, you know?
Yeah. I didn't get the BFG in Eternal, obviously. It didn't get far enough. But
I don't even know where you get it.
Me neither. But yeah, I did actually play around with the whole thing because the gimmick with Eternal is it's trying to make you use all of your repertoire. I'm not the biggest fan of games actively forcing you to do that, because you know what if I genuinely don't like using half of your movesets. But you know I did play around with it instead of being stubborn, and stuff seemed fine. Like, you know, it did lead to some funny things where like the tutorial is like, hey, I forget the name, whatever. Maybe it was a cyber demon. Let's just say it was a cyber demon. All right, cyber demons are weak to RPGs. I go, okay. I shoot the RPG at the cyber demon. All 6 of the shots. It's not really doing much. Okay, I switch over to the shotgun. I go with the shotgun. I just become the world's most annoying fly. It's dead. Alright, next cyber demon, because it spawned 2, by the way. I just used the fucking shotgun and evaded. And it honestly didn't take much longer. Both of them glory kills, by the way.
It sounds like it was not gathered with precise research.
What wasn't gathered with precise research?
This example. This research sample.
No, it wasn't. It was literally just me playing the game. But yeah, like, you know, it's one of those things where, like, 2016, I could see how people would enjoy it, but it wasn't for me. It really just didn't feel like what I want out of Doom. Eternal seemed like 2016, but lamer in like everything that's not the movement. if that makes sense. And I
Why'd
also
you
just
all shut up?
good question.
We don't have anything to say.
I've never played Doom though.
I also just like how Doom has become fucking Greek trilogy God of War with Eternal.
It has become what?
Greek trilogy God of War.
It sucks.
I mean,
Just
that's
a Doom guy
arguable.
at one point breaks down a door and just finds naked women waiting for sex.
No, I'm talking about the basic like level design and shit. Like there's a lot of things that are very similar between the two for me. Like the whole edgy aesthetic, you know, the big buff man doesn't need words, even though he's like even though everyone else shits the entire paragraphs. And the wall climbing and all that is just very like it has a very similar feel to me as uh like the classic trilogy of God of War.
Kratos isn't big of a fan of bunnies, though.
I mean, I'm sure he likes Playboy bunnies. Young Kratos.
Yeah, Greek trilogy Kratos would kill a rabbit for the extra red souls he'd get out of it.
Yeah. And then like you know while playing I was also just reminded of the whole shtick that people did of like you know Doom doesn't need a story. Never mind that the original Doom actually had like a pretty deep lore if you read the starting and ending cards.
I thought you were going to say instruction manual, and I would have popped.
That game genuinely couldn't have an instruction manual because it was freeware pig. So the starting and ending cards were the instruction manual.
Oh.
But yeah.
The original Doom games definitely had lore added somewhat afterwards. And I'm going to go ahead and say this, and I know this isn't the answer you want to hear. I know you're going to say, well, yeah, I don't care about that. The new Doom games do have lots of lore in the, pause encyclopedia menu.
Oh no, that's what I was gonna bring up. Is that like you know people when 2016 was released, people were parading around us like Doom doesn't need a story, even though 2016 has pretty like in your face story, and Eternal has even more so in your face story.
I think it's not so much that people are saying, look at how this game doesn't have a story, it's amazing. I think people are saying, it's funny how this game's story is built around the fact that the main character doesn't care what's going on in the story. Because Doom Guy doesn't give a shit.
Like 2016, that's definitely true. In Eternal, I don't know. People generally, honestly, when I see people discuss Eternal, people are just like, what if the general opinion of Eternal that I've seen is, what if it took 2016 but gave it a worse story? Which I don't know. I didn't play the game. I didn't play through it anyway.
Yeah, I did get far enough in the game to see that, like, the revelation that Doom Guy is actually a predestined angel slayer thing, something or other, and I was just going, why can't he just be soldier that was on Mars fight demon?
Yeah.
Why is he
Not
got to
even-
be the chosen one now? Why do
Like,
we have to do the same fucking thing that we do with every goddamn game where we have the cool everyman protagonist? Oh wait, retcon, he's the chosen one.
Like honestly, Doom guys.
Did the fucking medieval days fuck us up that bad where every time anyone does anything, we have to believe they were chosen to do it by God?
Maybe. But you know,
We're not using it to protect the royals anymore. Why are we doing it?
Like you know, if you ask me, Doom guys' reason to fight demons should honestly just be they hurt my buddy. That's it. That's all the reason Doom guy needs.
Yeah.
And that's how it
I
should
mean,
be.
at a
Like,
certain point, Doom Guy stops being a human being and starts just being a shell of killing.
yes. But Doom Guy should be anger personified.
Yes. Like, Doom Guy, more than many other video game main characters, is a character who fundamentally is just broken. And he's a way that's broken that is a lot of help for a lot of people because he's killing demons and demons need to go. But he is very much like, if he ran out of demons, Doom Guy seems like the kind of character that if he ran out of demons, he would just lay down and never do anything again, and nobody would be able to get him to get up again.
Yeah, like Doom Guy. Once the world runs out of demons, Doom Guy just starts panicking and just shoots himself or something.
I almost expect like it to make like a sound of a, you know how back in the old days, back in like the early 2000s, late 90s, you know, your computers that would be on CRT monitors, you know how you could always hear them shut down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would hear that and then Doom Guy would just fall over.
Yes.
And then the moment someone opens a new hell portal, you know, Doom Guy, they put him in a museum or something, and Doom Guy just senses the hell portal's going on, and they just hear the fans start running again.
Yeah. He plays the
Where's he going?
he plays the Windows 3.1 startup sound.
Oh, do we need to get in the Animal Crossing lore here? Do we throw in the like he'll wake up for Isabel? Is that what we need to throw in here?
I don't know. I think
Not
the
up on that lore entirely. I'm just vaguely aware of it.
the only thing I know the only thing I know about Animal Crossing is that Bladders is at his fucking limit, and that's all I need to know.
Anyways,
Yeah. Damn, let's see. There was another game that I downloaded, played for a bit, and then went no. Dragon Ball
which one?
Kakarot.
Kakarot. Okay.
I got it because I was like, hey, I need something to play while I listen to videos. Actual reason. So I downloaded Kakarot. There were some decisions made with this game. Like they're not even in development. I mean, well, technically in development, but you know, not like before the game released. I mean, post-release, there were some decisions in the development of this game because they patched in the option to make it so the dialogue auto advances, which is nice. You can turn it off. Like you can turn it off for the cutscenes that you're in, but you cannot set it to be always off whenever a cutscene starts. Which, you know, that's like it's like a step forward and half a step back. But aside from the small things, the game is kind of just the Dragon World mode from Budokai 3. Yeah. It's kind of just like, what if we took the Dragon World mode from Budokai 3 and then, you know, brushed up the graphics so they look real nice and pretty, and cut up the places, and also made the fighting mechanic not as good.
Sounds like a smart choice.
Yeah. So like, cause like the back on the PS2, Budokai 3 had a mode called Dragon World. This is context for the people who don't know, and also Pink.
Thank you.
But yeah, there was
For the
a
people who
so yeah, uh, there was this mode called Dragon World. It featured all of the Dragon Ball globe of Earth. So you could go anywhere on Earth, and you could see places from the show, and you could have fights and shit. It was cool. In this game, you can go all around the Earth, but in segmented parts, which feels worse. Because the parts are bigger. Like I have to say, the parts are bigger. They are more detailed. But it also kind of it feels bad that I have to, go to a map screen and then select the Kame house instead of just flying there through the ocean. And the combat mechanic, there's choices with with that as well. I had to go into the options before I even started the game up properly, and I went and I had to rebind the controls because they put attack over circle, because that makes sense. That's a standard. And the combat is seems very RPG heavy.
Oh no.
Is the best way I can put it, because the game is an open world RPG, because of course we are living in fucking God's year, insert year here.
You download this game. Why? For what reason?
Because I figured it might not be as bad as things made it sound like.
Like a game you would hate.
And I don't hate it. It's just it's not my speed.
Okay, let me change it. This doesn't sound exactly like a game you'd hate. This sounds exactly like the game exactly like the kind of game that you believe that you are very, very sick of in the industry and would like it to go away for a while in favor of some games that are a bit more your style.
Yeah. Although they could have gone more into that, like it could have been Dragon Souls and Dragon Souls Z. Wow.
I think if we watched Goku die to 3 hits, then all of Japan would rise up in fucking anger.
Yeah.
Toriyama's head would be found on a pike somewhere.
But I was comparing it to earlier Dragon Ball games, mostly like Budokai and Budokai Tenkaichi, which that's kind of comparing apples to oranges, but also that depends on what we're talking about. Because like obviously I'm not gonna compare the roster of playable characters
Yeah.
between Budokai Tenkaichi 3 and this game. But I can compare the way that they present the story bits, like what parts they adapt and what parts they omit and whatever. And I mean, Kakarot does a mostly fine job, but there are scenes and like small things that they don't leave in. And there's parts where they change the story to accommodate the game design, like how before saving Gohan from the top of the hill, Piccolo fought Red Ribbon robots for half an hour. Gohan will be fine.
Well, the Dragon Ball story does not work with an RPG format.
But they have made it work before, technically, allegedly. I don't know. I played those games. I didn't get far because both the copy that I had was buggy, and I don't believe it was translated to English. But there was a series of RPGs on the Game Boy or GBA for Dragon Ball.
Like, don't get me wrong, the major theme of Dragon Ball is the same major theme that is the major theme to virtually all shonen anime, which is get stronger, getting stronger is good, getting stronger is everything, leave your family to get stronger, ignore everything that is not getting stronger. Don't raise Gohan or Goten, just get stronger. Give the fucking horrible man-eating monster that killed several of your friends a Senzu bean so that you can get stronger. Genocide the world so you can get stronger.
Not even genocide the world. Genocide other worlds. Genocide
Let
other
the guy-
universes.
This douchebag from another planet who comes over and says they're the same species of you, who has genocided several planets worth of people and fucking ate them, you should hang out with him because hanging out with him makes you stronger.
Yeah.
Don't forgive your enemies because it's the right thing to do. Forgive them so that you can fight them again in the future and get stronger.
Hire a hitman to kill yourself so that you can get stronger.
And for an RPG, the main focus of an RPG, more often than not, is getting stronger, collecting XP. RPG players famously do all kinds of awful things in these games to collect experience. So that does make sense. Goku is an RPG character. He's like, well, I can save these people, but it won't get as much XP as if I let the monster eat them first and then kill the monster.
Yeah.
But Goku does not get in that many fights with smaller, individuals. Dragon Ball's generally about fights between big guys. Really, okay. The villains and grinding than the heroes do, because even though the heroes go and train in, the hyperbolic time chamber, that's not actually the kind of thing you do in an RPG. In an RPG, the training is going out and killing loads of small little dudes out in the desert.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Goku in a given part will only have one or two fights against like Cell or Frieza or whoever. You know who does the majority of small fighting and killing? The fucking bad guys wiping out Goku's friends before Goku gets to them every time. Vegeta and Nappa did more grinding than Goku did in the Saiyan arc when they killed all of Goku's friends. Boo did way more grinding than Goku did in the Boo arc by going around killing all of Goku's friends. Dragon Ball's dumb.
And you actually touched on the reason that I stopped playing the game, because they tried to be accurate to the source material, but also be an RPG. So, the stats matter. I couldn't beat Vegeta because he was 5 levels above me, and thus I deal next to no damage. Meanwhile, Vegeta looks at me with a smirk, and I take one health bar full of damage. But I also can't grind because
Goku instantly transitions into the Yamcha pose.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I tried to grind too, but the encounter rate is very small. There's one group of enemies that the game highlights on any map. They are harder enemies, specifically made so if you beat them, you get big experience and shit. I went, okay, I'll try to beat these guys because in the tutorial they weren't that hard. I go up to the guy, I punch him, 1 pixel of damage.
What's the problem?
There were 3 of those guys that I had to fight at the same time.
What's the problem?
Nothing. So yeah, Dragon Ball Kakarot is a game.
I'm not sure it is.
You're right, Pink. It's a way of living.
That's more like it.
But it really made me feel like Goku. Mainly dying multiple times and coming back.
Getting heart disease and being saved from it for some reason. I don't even remember what it was.
He has some heart disease and then Trunks comes back to give him the medicine, but he doesn't want to take it because he's like, the heart disease is powerful, I'll fight it.
Right. Sounds like Goku.
Yeah. Which like
Dragon Ball's the fucking worst.
which reminds me that there's this picture that I wanted to send to Pink for a while. That I'll get that I'll find while we're talking. But yeah. Like, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of Dragon Ball just because aesthetics, honestly, for the most part. Like I appreciate what it did for shonen as being the building blocks that 90% of shonen is built upon even today. I
The
also
building block.
I think that's
99%
reason to
shonen
despise it.
has imitated in every manner possible.
yes. At the same time, I'm just not the biggest fan of Kishimoto's fucking, or not Kishimoto. Fucking hell, how am I forgetting his name? Whatever, fucking.
Who the fuck is Kishimoto?
Probably the Naruto guy. Honestly, I don't know. Kishimoto wishes he was the guy who made Dragon Ball.
Wishes he had the money.
I mean, considering
I like money.
considering how much he turned Naruto into Dragon Ball by the late stages, I know I'm pretty sure he just really wants to be the guy who made Dragon Ball.
Eh.
But yeah, like I just don't Toriyama. I just don't really like Toriyama's like character design or his world design that much.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. This technically ties in here. I'll be surprised if Pink actually recognizes what this reference is, because it took me like two takes, but you know,
Where are you posting it?
voice text.
Okay. That is Akuma. Ah. That's a picture, all right.
I love this chapter of Danganronpa. Danganronpa. Anyway, yeah.
Chapter Z.
Honestly, this picture is kind of just anime summarized. Anyway, yeah. Then I beat Kaze and the Wild Masks. It is an indie platformer that came out like 2 years ago.
That explains why I've never heard of this before in my life.
I bought it because it looked like fun, and then I bought it again on PlayStation because it was on sale. And it was better on my PlayStation than my PC.
Cool.
So, I beat the game has 6 worlds. I beat the first world. So this game is kind of a combination of Donkey Kong Country, Crash Bandicoot, and the newer Rayman games. Like more so, like the biggest influence is Donkey Kong Country. There's bits of Crash here, and the overall tempo, I'd say, of the levels is similar to the new Rayman games. Now, because it is inspired by Crash and Donkey Kong, you need to collect shit throughout the levels, and you know the game keeps track of that. One of those things you can collect is the letters Kaze, or the letters to the word Kaze. If you collect all of those on a level, you unlock 1 gold doubloon, I guess. I don't know what it is. But one of those gold things unlocks a picture which actually tells you the backstory to the game. Now, this
That
is important.
sounds very indie.
Now, this is important because I couldn't find one of those letters, even on repeat playthroughs through a level. I went, I don't actually care. I looked it up, and one of the recommended searches, like you know how when you search something up, Google gives you the options to do like side searches on between like results. It's just like
Yeah.
other people also searched for this in a similar
Yeah.
topic. Yeah, one of the things
Yeah.
was, is Kaze and the Wild Masks difficult? And the answer was, Kaze and the Wild Masks was designed to be difficult even for experienced platformer players.
Sounds like an indie game.
I didn't know this was a challenge platformer. But that explains why I wasn't having fun.
Sure.
Like, you know, challenge platformers have their space. Like, there are people who enjoy them. I'm just not one of them. But I didn't think that this was one because there's, you know, there's tells to the when games are part of the subgenre, I guess, of challenge platforming. Because usually challenge platformers have a more zoomed out camera. You can see like all of a level if the levels are like square based or whatever. You know, if generally levels are a screen and you can see all of that level. And stuff like that. Kaze doesn't work that way. Kaze looks like a normal platformer. Like so the best way I can put it is Kaze and the Wild Masks is baby's first challenge platformer. Doubly so because they actually were nice enough and went, hey, normal difficulty with the one checkpoint per level might be too hard for some people. Here's easy mode, where instead you get 3. Like the big changes that easy mode and normal mode have between them is just you get one additional hit. So, which by the way, hits and initial hits are pickups. So you have one hit normally, and then you can pick up an item that gives you one more hit. So you get 2 hits overall before you die. On easy mode, this is changed so that if you get the pickup, you get 2 hits, so you get 3 hits before you die. Hey, soon.
Hey, what's up?
I'm
You
talking
doing
about
here?
I'm talking about an indie platformer.
What's up?
I'm talking about an indie platformer.
Oh, nice. Which one?
Kaze and the Wild Masks.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Kaze and the Wild Masks.
Kaze and the Wild Mask. Never heard of it.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Was it on Game Pass or something?
No way. I bought this game twice because it looked fun, and then like after all of these years, I find out that it's actually a challenge platformer. It looks nothing like the like challenge platformers usually do.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, it kind of does to me. It looks a lot like what's it? The genie one.
Shantae.
Shantae.
Yeah, Shantae. It looks a lot like that, except with a rabbit. I can see why you're into it.
Oh, god damn it.
Soon we've been over.
Immediately he comes in here with this.
Soon we've been over this. I don't like women.
Yeah, but it's a rabbit.
I still don't like women. Soon.
I see a picture of a guy rabbit too.
I know what you mean is in terms of you do not find women sexually appealing, but it cracks me up when you just say I don't like women because that just makes it sound like a very indignant announcement of soon you forget I'm horribly misogynist.
I'm blatantly misogynistic. Don't you remember?
That's why I can't.
Usually it's the people who hate women the most who would prefer to play as a woman or look at a woman, in my experience.
This will reflect poorly on my character when I go to hell.
Say, you heard him, Pink.
But yeah, so as I was saying about this game, I actually didn't enjoy it for the whole first world because I didn't know it was a challenge platformer. While looking something else up about the game, I found out that it's a challenge platformer, and then I turned the difficulty down, and the game became manageable.
Ah, gotcha.
But I still beat the whole first one normally, which is funny to me. But yeah, anyway.
So it's a lot like Cuphead then? Or would you say Cuphead is more difficult?
Cuphead, I found Cuphead more difficult myself, but that's partially because Cuphead takes on a lot of its cues from Mega Man, and I don't like Mega Man.
Gotcha. So what type of platformer is this one more like?
So this game is a mix of a lot of Donkey Kong Country, a bit of Crash Bandicoot,
Hmm.
and so like and the level tempo of the new Rayman games.
Ah,
So
so my least favorite platformers then.
ah,
Oh, you just named every single platformer I don't like.
like the enemy placement felt a lot like Crash to me. The
Hmm.
the overall level design and a lot of the game design just is really Donkey Kong Country, and then the the enemy placement is also reminiscent of the Rayman games because a lot of them are set up so it really flows into each other. So it's not just
Hmm.
here's an enemy that you need to avoid. It's if you jump on this enemy, you can get up to this higher platform, and then you can get this hidden thing, and then then you can jump back down. But we also put two enemies there, and if you don't do that, you die. If you don't do this jump
Hmm.
just right, you die because challenge platformer.
Right, right, of course.
Jumps in Mario where if you fuck up the jump, you die. It's not like
But yeah, but
it's not like the idea of dying on a jump was innovated by fucking Cuphead or Rez.
But yeah, of course, I'm not saying that fucking up a jump, meaning that you die is like something new to this game or exclusive to challenge platformers. But there's a difference between I put this moving enemy here that flies, and you have to jump on
Mhm.
it to continue and use it as a platform. And if you don't press run, then Mario can't make the jump because he just doesn't have enough like what's the word I'm looking for, velocity.
Like
Yeah.
I am almost certain.
That's definitely in the Mario games.
Yeah, that's definitely
That's
in Mario.
100% in Mario.
At least it's got to be in the very first Mario, which I'll
It's
go ahead and say
definitely
is the only Mario I've beaten. So limited experience, but there are definitely like in the levels where you're jumping from mushroom to mushroom and moving platform to moving platform. There is definitely a part where you have to jump on like a flying Goomba or a flying Koopa to get to the next platform.
yeah, and you definitely have to manage like your momentum
Running.
as well. Yeah.
Oh no,
Yep.
the momentum wasn't the thing that I
Like especially in like Bowser's castle levels, those tend to be the ones where you get a lot of that.
I don't remember there being a part where you have to use a Koopa Trooper whatever to advance unless you want to talk about like the secret areas, because then probably the the velocity management and stuff that I brought it up was like that is the sort of stuff that was in Mario.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say though, even in their more recent 3D world, not 3D world, what do they call the modern 2D platformers? I guess New Super Mario Brothers.
I think
Even in
so.
their more modern New Super Mario Brothers titles, I know that there's at least a level or two that do have the paratroopas or whatnot placed strategically to where you have to do the jump off of those Koopas in order to progress to the next platform. Because I definitely recall situations like that in the New Super Mario Brothers Wii title.
Yeah.
Or you could be a
Yeah.
coward and wear the what is it? The propeller beanie and just bypass all that.
Yeah.
Like a coward.
I mean, that's kind of the thing with Super Mario is there's a lot of situations where did you have this power up already? All right, congrats, you can just skip this puzzle. Do you not? All right, the game's gonna be way harder.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's been a thing since like Super Mario 3. I can't account for 2 because I did not play that one.
I will say.
Did anybody play 2?
I will say
Wasn't there like a whole issue with Super Mario Bros. 2 being like limited release or something because of
well,
how it was produced?
2, I've played both versions of 2, but it's also a thing of like, well, are we
Mhm.
talking about Doki Doki Panic or are we talking about the Lost Levels?
Yes. No matter which one you're talking about, I for me the answer is yes because I've not played either. I mean, Super Mario 2 has been readily available on digital platforms everywhere since the Wii was established.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true.
But
I just think that like the physical release, I had heard that it was like harder to get because of the. Wasn't there the whole thing where they were basically two different releases?
Yes.
One in Japan, one in America.
Yes.
Yeah.
On the original NES, I don't think they would have released the Lost Levels until years and years afterwards, near the end of the NES's lifetime.
right.
Right.
However, by now the Lost Levels are very accessible. Like they're the same situation the other Mario games have been. Like Pink said, where every old generation for Nintendo, they port it on somehow,
Yeah.
some way, whether it's through Virtual Console or through the Nintendo Online stuff.
Right. And even way back when, before digital releases were a thing, I want to say every Mario game that released on the SNES or NES got re-released, not on a console platform, mind you, but on the handheld platforms, the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance. I want to say every SNES title got ported over to that system, the handheld systems.
Yeah, I remember a lot of them were also like the older 2D platformers were also available like on Flash. At least that's how I played the original Mario.
That was not an official effort, though.
Yeah,
It wasn't an. I guess it wasn't
a
official, but I that's how I played the first Mario because
If
I
we
don't
wanna
own
talk about
Nintendo
porting
consoles.
efforts, if we want to talk about porting efforts, and if we want to include piracy in those porting efforts, then virtually every video game ever has been ported to PC. Yes.
Everything's readily available. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, by now they've even figured out the PS3, right? Because wasn't the PS3 a real problem to figure out for emulating?
I mean, you want to talk about the PS3?
Yeah, the PS3.
people
Mostly,
have-
it's still there's
people-
still a lot of problems with it with some games, but for the
Like-
most part, it's fixed.
People
for
have
I'm
figured
not
out the
main-
fucking
surprised
Switch,
that was
dude.
such an issue because the PS3 was garbage, yo.
I mean,
Well,
Boo!
shut through the heart and you're to blame. PS3 has no games.
The PS3 and Xbox 360 era were the best era of games, at least as far as I've been alive.
that you are pulling a Pink right now and just trying to get outrage.
What? It's accurate, I think.
I
No,
think there's
Because
some
like that's where
validity
we
to
got
that
most,
statement,
pretty much
'cause-
every main series that we can think of
yeah,
started
every,
on the PS3. Like Uncharted
every
started on
main series
PS3.
that continues
God of
to this
well,
day.
not God of War, but
Yeah,
Most of their worst fucking entries were on that console.
I mean the Uncharted series. You've got
The Uncharted
Dragon
series.
Age, a lot of Mass Effect. I mean, most of the
One
big
good thing.
series you can think of started on the PS3 360 era. Halo.
I'm not saying there
Well,
aren't good.
The Uncharted series.
Gears,
Hang
Gears
on,
of
motherfucker.
War.
Halo did not start on the 360.
Yeah, no, Halo
Halo
started
got
on the original Xbox.
But the best Halo games were on the 360 because nobody
There's an
owned the
argument to
original
be had
Xbox. Yeah.
There's an argument to be
I've-
had there. There's a
I've-
lot of people who prefer Halo 2.
The only Halo I played was Combat Evolved on the PC, which came out on the same time as the OG Xbox one, I think so.
Okay, but let's see what was on PS3. Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5, Uncharted, the Uncharted series, the Batman Arkham City, Arkham Asylum games, Little Big Planet, Red Dead Redemption, Last of Us, Portal 2, BioShock Infinite, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, which is the best Call of Duty, BioShock, Mass Effect, the series,
Big Planet got a lot
Metal
of love.
Gear-
back in the
Metal
day, but
Gear
boy,
Solid
oh
4.
boy, did that game suck?
if you want to include Skyrim and Oblivion, both of those were PS3 360.
We won't include those because they were.
Do we
glitchy
want to just sit
messes.
here naming games?
I'm just saying.
I am
think
more than
I'm
happy
just
to
trying
open up
to-
a Wikipedia article and
the
read it
best
verbatim.
Assassin's Creed games as well.
Literally all of them, dude.
The best Borderlands.
Assassin's
the
Creed
best
started
Borderlands game.
in fucking 2007.
I Dark Souls. I think that Dark Souls was PS3, right?
It's not common knowledge, but the Assassin's Creed series is very much like FIFA. It's been releasing on PS3 even to this day. What's
Yeah.
the latest title? Not Odyssey. The Ragnarok, Valhalla, whichever one it is, Viking one. That was released on PS3. You just didn't know about it because you're weird.
You didn't know about it because it was a Brazil exclusive.
It was a Brazil exclusive. Yes.
I'm just trying to prove my point that the PS3 360 era was the best era.
No, I very much disagree.
Okay,
'Cause
which
don't
one
get
would
me
you
wrong,
say?
there-
Which one would you say is?
I would have to go for probably the generation before.
PS2.
Now,
I mean, it had some good
I would
games,
say
and
the
it was a
generation
bit of a.
before, but exclusively talking about Nintendo.
I don't know. GameCube did have some good stuff, but I mean, the GameCube also missed out on a lot of good stuff that was coming out on PS2. The Xbox
That's true.
GameCube was to me the peak of Nintendo exclusivity with like 3 titles and that's it. But
Is that
everything else
right?
was whooping Nintendo's ass at that point and had been for probably quite a while.
I guess that our different opinion there is mostly just a matter of which games we prefer, because you definitely have games that are much more important to you on the PS2 era versus most of the games that I enjoy are PS3, 360, or games that came about from series that were big on the Xbox 360 and PS3. Versus you had like Devil May Cry, Bully, some Mortal Kombat games, I think.
Mortal
can't
Kombat
really-
games on PS2 stunk.
Okay, so I'm trying to think what else. Shadow of the Colossus, I guess.
Time Splitters.
Time Splitters. I don't actually know that one.
Let's see. Most of the good Guilty Gears, or at least the Guilty Gears I really like.
Yeah, don't play those.
Spider-Man 2, Freedom Fighters. I wasn't a big fan of it, but nonetheless, I mean, I've never really been able to get into it, but nonetheless, Hitman, what was it? Hitman Blood Money? Was that the good one?
I guess so.
Before the World Assassination trilogy.
And then, yeah, God of War 1 and 2 were both solid.
Not
Well, I
as
haven't
good
played
as
God
Devil
of War
May Cry,
1.
but still solid.
But God of War 2 was good. I think it's the best of the original trilogy.
Well, God of War 3 had the best gameplay out of the original, out of the Greek
Yeah,
trilogy.
that's true. But God of War 2 had the most interesting story and boss fights.
Boss fights, sure. Story, no. I'd say God of War 1 had the most fun story. God of War 2.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
God of War 2 was the one where, like, God of War 1 and 3 have at least some awareness that Kratos is a bad person. God of War 2 is the most power fantasy revenge porn-y of the games.
Mm-hmm.
What was I going to say? I think one thing that's particularly big for how I view the generational structure is, hang on, let me. The NES is the 3rd generation, SNES is 4th, GameCube is 5th, Xbox and PS3 is 6th, PS4 is 7th gen, and we are now on the 8th gen, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So, part of why I think the 6th gen, obviously the worst generations in gaming were the first 2.
Yeah, of course.
Is anybody going to really stick up that hard for the Atari or the Commodore? No.
I grew up on the Atari. I will have you know.
I like the brown box.
But the
I also
I'm a
owned
big fan of Tokyo.
I also owned one of the worst selling game consoles of all time. They only made 3 games for it. But anyway, go ahead.
Either which way, I think there's a couple, like, the 6th gen. I mean, for one thing, I think a big thing for the 6th gen with me is that the West caught up with the new tech a lot quicker and a lot better than Japan did.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of my favorite video game franchises are from Japan, and that was the 6th gen was the worst time to be a Capcom fan, and Capcom's pretty well the big publisher for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they definitely got back on their feet in the generation right after.
Oh yes, Capcom is very much
they're
now.
yeah, it was really just that one generation where they slumped. So yeah, I could definitely see that. But even then, I played on Wii, which I think is considered 6th gen, right? It's a little bit weird with
Yeah.
Nintendo,
Yeah,
but I think they're technically 6th gen.
Yeah.
And I managed to get some good Capcom games from the Wii because they had the Monster Hunter game still on the Wii, and that was basically the only good Capcom stuff that was coming out that gen.
Yeah, Monster Hunter, it doesn't matter what the rest of Capcom is up to. Monster Hunter is always Monster Hunter.
Yeah, exactly. It's always going to be what you want out of a Monster Hunter game if you want a Monster Hunter game, which not everyone does, but
I'm going to throw this in. Like, when I think 6th gen, I think like Unreal Engine 3. I think a lot of games around that time, they were trying to amp up the lighting and the graphics and push them to their limits, but the limits still weren't at the point where I could say a lot of the games on the PS. Okay, it's a very vain thing. It's a very shallow thing, but I think I think the lighting and a lot of that on the 6th gen, a lot of 6th gen games were very ugly.
they were admittedly.
7th gen, we had gotten to the point where the lighting could make anything look good. 5th gen, you baked in the lighting to make it look good.
Right.
6th gen, though, we had the ability to use dynamic lighting systems, but we weren't really making good use of them yet.
Well, a couple games did. Like Journey made good use of lighting effects. It was more like the colorful games that didn't look so ugly, but the main games that sold really well, like the Assassin's Creed games, God of War, the Elder Scrolls games, those are very, very ugly games.
Yeah.
I mean, AC1 has a good lighting engine. It still holds up on PC at least, and I don't remember what it looks like. But it's one of those things where like the lighting engine.
Assassin's Creed 1 was a good looking game, but 2 and Brotherhood are ugly.
Yeah, because
I say that as someone who loves Brotherhood. It's an ugly game.
Yeah,
pretty much all of them were very, very gritty looking. Like they had a filter of dirt over them. Oh, Okami though was PS3.
No,
it was PS2.
Yes, well, it was also on PS3.
Well, yeah, it was released for PS3.
But
yeah. Okay, you're right. It was PS2. You're right. Yeah.
That's not fair. If we want to justify it with ports, then
yeah, that's true. The Ratchet and Clank games looked good though. I mean, not that they weren't the best Ratchet and Clank games. Tools of Destruction was okay, but it's not like they looked ugly. But most of the games did. I get your point.
Yeah, it was the realistic aesthetic and trying to use the new lighting systems, I think, made a lot of those games ugly.
Yeah, and everyone kind of looked like they were covered in dirt.
It was a lot of that, or they would look like plastic toys.
Yes, yeah.
Or it was both at the same time.
It ended up, although the thing you have to factor in there is that most of the games that were coming out then were meant to be very gritty looking.
Yeah, I mean, it was the first generation where like the appeal was the resolution and the lighting, whereas before the graphical upgrade appeal of previous generations of the 5th and 4th generation was 3D.
Yeah. But I mean, PS3 still had a humongous leap over the PS2. PS4 just ended up refining what the PS3 did versus PS3 was or I'm just saying PS3 because I don't want to say all of the consoles, but
yeah,
I guess I could say 6th gen. Yeah, 6th gen. Yeah, there wasn't as much of a
leap. It just wasn't as like was not enough to support the ambitions of a lot of the game devs.
Right.
6th gen was probably also the worst for why is this 30 frames per second?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is this fighting game 30 frames per second? What? Oh, 6th gen was the worst for games that would come out. And there are games that I really like that are guilty of this, where it's like there's a particular level in the game that is inexplicably at 15 frames per second. Now, soon you're not going to know this one, because correct me if I'm wrong, you first played Dark Souls Remastered, right?
I did, yes. Yeah, I played it on the PS5.
Yes. So you never got to see what Blighttown looked like on the Xbox 360.
No, I did not.
Okay, because FromSoft, for whatever reason, with Blighttown, they were like, if the frame rate is above 15, that means we can put extra assets on the level. That means we can put more in.
Mm-hmm.
15 is a playable degree. That we've decided this. It's 15 is playable. It's not hideous at all. And that is a big part of why there are so many people who despise Blighttown, even though Blighttown actually is a pretty fun level once you get used to it. Because on Xbox, the frame rate on it is just so fucking bad.
The frame rate- the
I
frame rate is
understand
not
there was
bad, it's
also
cinematic.
the problem. There was also the problem with lighting in Blighttown, which definitely got improved in the remastered version.
Yes, it is very, very dark in Blighttown on Xbox 360.
I have
too much the snipers.
I have seen videos of it, so I do know how dark it was. On the remastered version, it's a much easier level to play through than it looks like it would be in the original version.
Yeah.
Just because you can actually see what's going on.
Dude, it is like borderline a fucking miracle that Elden Ring does not have any parts that are the anti-frame rate dimension. Because Dark Souls has that. Dark Souls 2, the original, I don't know. That was a different dev team. But Bloodborne is an entire game of that. An entire game of, they don't need 60 frames per second.
Right.
Here's for the McDonald's. All dancing. In unison. Firing their lasers.
Oh god.
Yeah, I think that my preference for the 6th gen is just because that was really the first generation that I opened up what games I was playing. Before that, I was fairly limited by very Christian, rigidly realistic parents. And so I didn't get to play a whole lot on the PS2 that wasn't like I couldn't play things like Bully, for example, or the GTA games or Mortal Kombat. But the PS3 was really the console where I was able to open up to other types of games.
It's also, I would say, that was the first generation where story started to be actually a focus, at least in the West.
That's also true. Yes.
The 6th gen was the first console generation where the common mentality amongst Western game developers was not that of John Carmack.
Mm-hmm.
Where John Carmack famously said in an interview once that he believes story in video games is like story in porn. You expect it to be there, but it shouldn't be anything worth caring about.
Right. Which weirdly, that's starting to become, from what I've heard in the industry, that's starting to come back in a lot of areas.
I think, well, inevitably trends come and go, and anytime there's a trend, it will always be over prioritized by somebody, and that will cause disgust and make you not want to support.
Yeah,
that
Last of Us.
Right, and Last of Us is probably one of the biggest examples, actually, that Pink correctly pointed out there, of Last of Us gameplay-wise, there really is nothing special about Last of Us. Last of Us is pretty well, gameplay-wise, aside from the survival horror elements, because 6th gen was, that's another thing, 6th gen was the worst gen for survival horror, and I'm a big survival horror guy. But nonetheless, Last of Us is very much a game that got praised on basis of good story, gameplay, nothing special, but 10 out of 10 good story.
The story isn't even special either.
No, it's not, but it felt mature and not like, I mean, let's be real here. GTA is another game that people will talk about the story, but GTA is not mature. It's for adults, but a lot of the story is poo-poo, booby, sex, drugs.
Yeah, like that's the distinction we need to make. GTA is rated for adults, but the demographic it's aiming for is still children.
Yes, that is very true. But I think that yes, there has definitely been pushback towards against the 6th gen's focus on story. And it's come from in a variety of ways. There are some game devs who just outright are ignoring story altogether, whereas there are some that are starting to say like, hey, they should do the FromSoft style of just have the story
Mhm.
be in the background that you can choose to go look at or ignore.
Right. The one that I was like most shocked by was apparently there was a report very recently that a lot of BioWare devs think that the focus on story is holding the company back. And so
Well,
they
that's because
really
the BioWare-
don't want to do story focused games anymore, despite that being their whole brand.
Well, the thing is that the BioWare devs who are working at BioWare right now are not the same ones that made Knights of the Old Republic, Dragon Age, or Mass Effect.
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of
The
that.
devs that are working at BioWare right now are the ones that made Anthem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is the thing is that they think that that story is bad, and so they're not doing story as much. And well, we've seen the result of that. It doesn't work so well when your whole brand is story.
Well, part of the problem is also inevitably that when EA was looking for people to hire onto BioWare, they were not looking for people to work the BioWare style. They were looking for people to convert the BioWare style to a focus on online gaming.
That's true.
That has been the
Which
primary focus of BioWare, is to shift it away from a single player story based studio to a multiplayer gameplay focused studio, which it does
and
not actually have the legacy built up on. And anyone that is left from the previous generation of BioWare, let's be honest here, are going to just be an albatross for the new philosophy, because let's be real here, BioWare back in the day was not known for its gameplay design. Most of gameplay wise, a lot of the old BioWare games were either games that had just kind of weak gameplay like Mass Effect 1, or games like Dragon Age, which had solid gameplay, but was built for, slow down, the ability to pause time and give orders and all kinds of shit, not rapid fire flying around Iron Man bullshit.
Mhm.
Either which way, I don't know if either A, I said everything that everybody wanted said there, so nobody contributed anything, or B, I just said something really stupid and no one knows whether or not they should be the one to say that I was the one who said something stupid.
You were stupid, Alex.
You were stupid.
As your
Damn
friend,
it!
I'll tell you that. I'll be honest with you. I'll be straight up.
Oh, I should have known I couldn't say that in front of known BioWare expert Pink Sparkle Puff.
I've played
Um,
so many of their games.
But yeah,
Like-
no, it is a problem that they definitely just don't have the legacy to attract an audience that wants to play their multiplayer games, and so their multiplayer focused games just aren't going to succeed.
Yeah.
The people who are going to buy a BioWare game are going to be the people who want to play an RPG with a story focus. That's what they've built their whole legacy around. And so the fact that they've been abandoning that crowd and trying to embrace a new crowd, it just obviously hasn't worked out for them. And I don't think that they have the talent to pull off a radical shift in the player base that they want either. I mean, their gameplay definitely has improved. I mean, the old BioWare games are not very good. They're not well known for their gameplay, and the more recent ones like Mass Effect Andromeda, Anthem, they do have much better gameplay. I don't think anyone can really deny that. I mean, I guess some people might think the balance of Anthem is messed up, but the actual combat is pretty fun. The flying is very fun. It's just
I was just about to say, could you imagine if they tried to implement flying in KOTOR? Could you imagine how janky that would be?
yeah, it wouldn't work. Well, I mean, I guess it might work. Just like DC Universe Online kind of has a similar combat style to KOTOR, and they implemented flying. But it's
Why? But
not.
instead of thinking about the gameplay implications, I was just thinking of like, you're flying through the air and Kreia is still down there on the ground judging you.
Fair enough, yeah.
Boy, KOTOR 2 doesn't really have the legacy that KOTOR 1 does, aside from Kreia being a bitch, does it?
No, not really. I mean, yeah, it doesn't. There's a lot of Obsidian fans out there, but Obsidian fans don't seem to have like one specific Obsidian game that they really promote. They just
New
like
Vegas.
Obsidian in general. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. They do have New Vegas. But
New Vegas is easily. I mean, from
That-
what I've seen of the other stuff, someone can correct me if I'm wrong here, but the dude who does a lot of that writing is somewhat obnoxious if he's not
oh,
reined in.
absolutely. He's obnoxious in everything that I've played from them. But I don't like the writing style that Obsidian, or I don't like the themes that Obsidian promotes so much. They don't really appeal to me. Where they very much so promote a gray morality versus good and evil. They do not like good and evil, and every single game that they've
If-
produced has emphasized the gray
if-
morality to an absurd extent, which works for Fallout New Vegas, but doesn't so much work in heroic fantasy RPGs, at least for
Hang
me.
on. We got to throw this in here. There's an argument for gray versus gray morality in New Vegas if we're talking NCR versus House. But if anyone walked away from seeing the Legion and thought they were morally gray, there's some questions that need to be asked.
Well, that's the thing. It's either there's no good. There's just morally gray and then pretty bad.
I don't know. I think that NCR
Because
and House,
I haven't really seen any that are like actually definitively good in any Obsidian game.
I mean, the real NCR in terms of just outright evil things. The only thing that's really evil that NCR did was what's the name of the place? Boulder Springs or whatever. Pink, you probably remember better than me.
It's Bitter Springs, I want to say.
Bitter Springs is really the only quote unquote really evil thing that the NCR does. And even then, you can understand how that turned ugly because a lot of times war does turn ugly. Other than that, the big problem with NCR is not them doing anything evil. It's just the kind of bureaucratic corruption that occurs in real life.
Right.
Like General Oliver deciding to sit and wait on the Hoover Dam instead of actually engaging in a proactive war with the Legion because it's more glorious to engage in the battle on Hoover Dam.
Mm-hmm.
And with House, the great thing about House is that he's unproven. Do you think this could actually work, putting power in the hands of an immortal computer man to build what is pretty well a little cordoned off libertarian paradise in the middle of the desert? I do think that there is definitely and I mean, New Vegas also just gives you the answer of if you don't like any of these factions, you can just be your own faction.
Yeah, that's true.
We all know the real answer is siding with the Brotherhood and then going with Chessman.
But I mean, I know in like the Pillars of Eternity games especially, there's no way you can be good.
Yeah.
Like you either are a fascist authoritarian or you're committing genocide. And there's not really any other option in those games, which I really didn't like.
Yeah, that what's his name? Who is it that writes those games? Like he has some good ideas, but he's also very obnoxious. And you can tell with New Vegas that his big dumb obnoxious idea is thankfully one that people had to stop. And it got limited to just the Lonesome Road DLC. Because have you heard about the antagonist of the Lonesome Road DLC?
I have not heard about the antagonist of the Lonesome Road DLC.
He is a notoriously
Pink, have you heard of the
I haven't played through the Lonesome Road DLC, so I don't know.
What about you, Addy? Have you played through the Lonesome Road DLC?
I have not played through it, but I'm pretty sure I've seen it. Is it the Birdman?
It's the dude in the gas mask that has the dreadlocks.
Yeah, that guy.
And everybody memes on him going east and west, west and east. So that guy is notoriously, and I believe the writer has just outright said this, that guy is entirely the mouthpiece for how that writer feels the Fallout universe should go. Mm-hmm. And every time that guy opens his mouth, it's west and east and west. We're repeating the same mistakes. We should nuke it all again and start over again. Because that writer thinks that Fallout pushing in the direction of war never changes, people are rebuilding, but they're still making the same mistakes they did before the nukes. He thinks that isn't the direction the series should go. He thinks that it should have never progressed past the Fallout 1 levels of development. That it should just be empty wastes and fighting super mutants.
Oh, Lovely.
So the entirety of Lonesome Road is about this guy going, we need to nuke the Mojave again. And the player either going yes or no, because that totally isn't an insane choice to make to nuke the Mojave again.
Is there any justification for it?
East and west. West and east.
East, west, and east. We're making the same mistakes. Restart again.
So it's literally just do it to nuke it. Just nuke the nuke.
Humanity should keep nuking itself until it builds a utopia. What?
Yeah, that's how that works.
This guy's a real big fan of the fucking Noah's flood. We need another one. What?
Well, if that's the guy that's writing all of their other games, then the problem is just that he thinks that humanity kind of naturally sucks, and
well, the issue.
So he's just one of those shit. What's the word called?
Well, people do suck.
Whatever Mike calls himself, misanthrope.
A misanthrope. Well,
yeah,
the
exactly.
There's a lot of things about people that do suck, but nuking us or flooding us again and starting over isn't going to change human nature.
Yeah, so the game has some real nice level design. It has parts where it's just like, hey, did you know platforms? Yeah, we don't either. Here, just jump over all of these moving enemies. That's the level. Also, lava. So regardless of how many hits you have left, if you fall into the lava, die, which makes sense, but still doesn't make me any less sad whenever I do it.
No.
But yeah, like by the way, like this isn't like I'm not when I'm saying this. Don't just imagine, like Koopa Troopas over the lava pit and you have to jump on them in a row to get to the other side. No, it's Koopa Troopas that can't die. And there's two of them. And you have to use them as moving platforms. And that's the sort of level design that is in the later game. Now, I don't actually have a lot to complain about with the level design, because it was challenging, but it wasn't too hard. It wasn't too annoying once I turned the game down to the easy difficulty, because then it meant more checkpoints. And then there's the final boss, where you have to fight 6 phases without checkpoints. And if you get hit once, you're dead. So
sounds uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Ow. Hello, cat.
And
speaking of uncomfortable,
2 of those phases are whatchamacallit. 2 of those phases are auto scrollers, by the way, and three of them are gimmicks. So it's like you beat the first phase. All right, here's a flying level. Okay, you get to the flying level. Okay, auto scroller sideways. Once that's done, okay, water level. All right, once that's done, you get the auto scroller that goes down. Then you beat the auto scroller that goes down. Here's an auto runner.
I hear that the kids these days.
Yeah, the auto runner segments were fine. They were fun. Like it was a fun addition, and I liked when it worked good. But at the same time,
I've always liked auto runners.
What the fuck?
What?
It's an auto runner.
Isn't that what Addy was saying? The segments where you like automatically go into a run, and you really only have to deal with jumping while your momentum is automatic. Like in the Rayman games.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's entire levels dedicated to that in the game, and one of the phases in the final boss is also just this. But it's an auto runner bullet hell, where you have to jump.
Cool.
But you have to jump exactly at this point or you die. I actually kind of enjoyed that because it was cool. It was, it was, hey, use this mechanic that you learned how to use throughout the game very specifically, which was fine. But, it was also the penultimate phase on a boss where if you die, then you have to do the entire boss over again. And by the fourth time I reached it, I didn't enjoy it as much just because I had to do the entire boss again. And then the last part like is one of those things where like it's user error. I will own up to saying that it's user error, but at the same time it was still kind of stinky. How
how do the lives work in the game? By the way, is it like Cuphead where you die, you get reset to the start of the level, even though you have multiple lives?
that depends on the level. There's no actual life system that I found.
Okay.
But
Gotcha.
how it works is that if you're playing on casual difficulty, there's casual and classic difficulties. Casual difficulty gives you 3 checkpoints to add a level. The classic difficulty gives you 1 at the middle. And
Gotcha.
that's pretty much the only difference that they make. It's that and you get 1 additional hit in on casual difficulty, and that's the differences between those two.
I see.
So yeah, the final bit was just kind of, whatever, ninja. There's a tiger mask that the character can get, and it's just like Ninja Gaiden, more or less. And the like the I beat the boss, but the exact thing of what I was supposed to do wasn't conveyed well enough for me to understand that the boss is beaten. And how you beat the boss is that you pick up crystals. There's a big pulsating crystal in the background that looks like it could be in the foreground. So I jump on it. I die. Even though the boss was in its dying animation, technically it was between its attack animation and its dying animation. I die.
That's the worst.
I redo the boss 10 more times before I actually beat it. So like, user error, but also I feel like they could have conveyed it a smidge better so I understood what was going on.
Right.
But yeah, and I enjoyed the game. I'm not gonna say it's like, really good or anything. It's a perfect 7 out of 10, like, alright game. It wasn't a waste of money.
Right. I mean, how much did it cost? Was it like $10?
10 or less, honestly.
Yeah, that's never a waste of money, in my opinion.
It can be for me, but that's because the $10 is my budget for games for like 3 months.
That's true. For me in America, that's like buying milk.
Yeah. Let's see. What else
at
did
least I should say in Boston. I'm sure Dubs over there in North Carolina isn't paying $10 for milk.
I'm just drinking
Not
it out of
over
the.
here either. Thankfully.
I'm just drinking it straight out of the milk or the one of the cow.
What was that, Dubs?
I said the numbers are certainly going up, though.
That is
yeah. It used to be only like $6 to buy milk. No,
like we've started regularly grocery shopping at Trader Joe's instead of Kroger because they're like all the prices have gone up at Kroger, but they haven't gone up at Trader Joe's. So now the luxury stuff is about the same price as the normal stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, me and my fiance have just started like abusing the fact that those meal kit things always have a promotion where you can get like 50% off for a week of meals, and you end up paying like $50 to get 5 meals. And we've just been abusing those promotions by hopping between them.
Yes, salute stale.
That's not abuse. That's just smart.
It is.
Yeah.
Because like it brings down my grocery budget from like 150 to just 50.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, keep going, Addy.
Yeah, I'm checking to see what other games I played because I remember playing other stuff, but I forget.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no worries. There's so many games out there nowadays that are so easy to access.
Oh yeah, I had a funny revelation this past week because my niece wanted to play games on the PlayStation, so I went into the PlayStation Plus catalog. And she points at Bubsy. She's like, I want to try that. My niece likes Bubsy, that ass. I don't know.
Bubsy. What is that?
Bubsy is an old like I don't know who owns the IP, but whatever. It was on the Sega consoles, if memory serves. It's a mascot platformer that's trying to ape off of Sonic. He's a fast
Mhm.
bobcat that can glide, and the level design sucks dick.
Gotcha.
Like
Well,
it's
when you're a kid, you don't realize how much things suck.
now here's the thing
Right? A whole
though.
generation grew up on Sonic.
Here's the thing though. After that, I showed her a platformer from my youth that we growing up we knew was shit.
Right.
But we still played it because I don't know. Have any of y'all, which I know is a no for Pink and Navya, but soon have you played the Jungle Book on the NES?
The Jungle Book. I know I played the Lion King platformer that's got that infamous level in it, but I don't
Yeah,
think I played the Jungle Book.
the Jungle Book has a lot of variants. It has a lot of versions. The one that people remember is the SNES one. I had the NES one. The NES one is legitimately like you know how I don't really speak in absolutes when it comes to quality like this. Like I don't
Mhm.
really call things the worst. I don't really call things the best because there's always a better and always a worst or always a worse. Legitimately, Jungle Book NES is probably one of the worst games I've ever played. That still functions.
Gotcha.
Like the best way I can like how, the thing is that I am forever tied to this shit because I have nostalgia for it because it's a game that
Mhm.
me and my sisters used to play where we would pass the controller between each of us when we die, and it was
Right.
and you know the Jungle Book movie was really good. We liked it a lot, so we wanted to play the Jungle Book game because well
That
we
was
own
not
it.
a good movie.
What's that, Pink?
I said it wasn't a good movie. I won't stand for Jungle Book praise. That movie was garbage.
Are we talking
Terrible.
about are you talking about the animated one?
Yes.
It's been a while since I've watched the full anime, but the live action adaptation is the best live action adaptation Disney has done so far. Not that there's a very good competition, but
I mean, look,
anyway.
If King Louis doesn't rip Mowgli's face off, then I don't care about the live action adaptation.
I mean, the King Louis does get pretty horrific in that movie. I mean, he's played by Christopher Walken. Wallace Walken, is that his name? Christopher
And
Walken.
Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken. He's played by Christopher Walken, so you know he's horrifying.
But he doesn't. But Christopher Walken doesn't sing jazz, which makes him inferior.
He does.
Okay, I stand corrected then.
He does stand. He does sing the jazz uh in the movie. He just ends up giving it like a very sinister twist. And King Louis is also a Gigantopithecus instead of an orangutan, so he's like 20 feet tall,
King Kong.
That's quite
basically,
large.
except an orange King Kong.
Yeah,
That is quite orange.
Christopher Walken. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. The Jungle Book is like I have not seen that game's ending.
Hmm.
I've been playing that game for most of my life. I have the farthest I've gotten is level 4. I can't tell you how many levels there are. I've researched this.
Yeah.
So you know, that's the side of a quality game, but even through research, I don't actually know what the fuck.
Ooh, boy.
But yeah, one of these years, I will subject y'all to just seeing it. I wish I could make you feel the pain that is the game, but outside of Parsec, I have yet to figure out a way to make it so we can actually play it together and press the controller around, because that would be the ideal.
Wait,
But
are there not like there's a Disney collection, a Disney NES
SNES,
collection,
that's
right?
the SNES version.
Ah, gotcha.
They
Because
diplomatically chose not to go with the one that sucked.
yeah. I mean, from what I remember, the SNES version wasn't that much better. It was just better enough that people remember it was okay instead of actually horrible.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then let's see. Did I play anything else? Not really, from what I can tell. That's it. I made the new FGA logo, which I've just seen, and that's pretty much it. Like a lot of my week,
Nice.
a lot of my week has been spent being either sick, or too sick to do anything, to feel like doing anything, or writing a script. So yeah,
Nice.
dude,
Uh-oh. What up?
your week.
Oh, my week. I've actually done a pretty decent amount. I mean,
No.
final.
You misheard him. You misheard him soon. He said you are weak.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, thanks for that, Addy. I guess I have to challenge you to a duel now.
Yeah, you have to 1v1 me
A duel
with
to
Rust.
a duel to the death. That's the only way that I can retain my pride and my
Yeah,
honor.
you have to do me a Chivalry
Engage
2.
in the fisticuffs.
You have to do me a Chivalry 2. The first one whose game crashes and save file corrupts loses. Which is a question 22 because it happens to both of us at the same time.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said that we have a duel in Chivalry 2 on PlayStation, and whoever's
Mhm.
game crashes and save file corrupts first loses. But that's a catch-22 because it happens at the same time.
I wonder if we could even find a game where we're both on an even playing field.
Good question.
Where we, because like Smite, I think I'm a little bit better, but in fighting games, you're a fucking god. So,
there might be some like gimmicked fighting game that I've never heard of that might level the playing field, but like, I don't know.
probably. Oh, we
the
could play
problem-
PlayStation All Stars Battle Royale. There you go. There's a level playing field. We just gotta get a PS3.
That wouldn't be a level playing field either because you actually played that game, and I don't play platform fighters at all.
But you've got fighting experience. It'll transfer over.
It doesn't transfer.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I guess we did play multiverses.
Did we though?
Did we though?
According
Anyway,
to Warner
yeah.
Brothers, no.
Oh yeah, I don't own multiverses anymore. That's right. Anyway, I said
It feels so lonely.
I have no idea what you said. You got like half of what you said cut out.
I said I'm the only one who does still have a copy of Multiverses.
Yeah, probably.
I'm not sure you're even allowed to play it though. Didn't they
I
turn
think
it off?
for the next month he still has it.
Yeah. I doubt many people are online playing it though.
There's apparently a few, but you're probably not going to have a good time playing against the people who are.
Those people are going to Evo, mind you.
Yeah.
You'll probably end up playing against like all 15 like top Evo players and nobody else.
All of them playing as Finn.
I stand by my Superman.
If only my Iron Giant was still good. Unfortunately, they nerfed him to no longer be good.
I told you every time you can't pick the Noob Stomper character in a game that is going to be that popular and that much intended for casual players to get in.
Yeah, that's true.
Like that was 100%. Like the first time I even saw Iron Giant gameplay, I was going, "Oh, okay, this is the Noob Eater."
Yeah. And weirdly enough, the Noob Eater almost always ends up being low tier in high quality play.
That's not weird at all.
Most games.
Because that's practically by design.
Yeah, true. Anyway, yeah.
I can't
so
think of any game I've played ever where the Noob Stomper wasn't crap in the top tier competitive play.
Yeah. Because, I mean, the one that I can immediately think of for a game that we put a lot of time into. But what's the name of the guy with the halberd and For Honor ping? I'm Addy.
Lawringer.
Law Bro. Great noob stomper. Shit for anything else.
yeah. I mean,
Yes,
I guess there was in PlayStation All Stars. Kratos wasn't like abysmal. In high tier play, he was more mid tier, but like against noobs, he completely squashed. You just had to play him completely different from one tier to the other.
Yeah. Like what we're talking about here, a noob stomper, I guess, is any character that's just fundamentally built on either A, exploiting mistakes that only a noob would make, or B, has a lot of what would be called by most fighting game fans knowledge checks. Whereas it is simply, are you aware that this character can do this? If you are aware that this character can do this, then you will never lose to it. If you're not aware, it will get you.
Yeah.
I was waiting for Pink to interject, and that's just fighting me in any fighting game.
There must be. Who's the most anti-noob character in Street Fighter, Addy?
Oh, well, which one? Because in Street Fighter 5, Abigail.
Yeah, Abigail's about mid-level. He's kind of in a similar territory as Kratos. He's not really strong. He's not super strong. Well, no, Abigail can be pretty high tier, I believe. He can be pretty high tier if he takes this weird special move where he can call in a tire.
Yeah, Abigail depends on your mix-up game if he falls off or not. But I guess more clear Loop Samper. There's two of them. Also a five exclusive Fung, who definitely falls off because his normals suck dick, and Sagat is forever the Loop Stomper. He started Street Fighter 1 doing that shit. He's not gonna stop now.
Well, Sagat, I don't even know if I would say he's a noob stomper, because the same things that make Sagat so good at taking on noobs, Sagat is still a fantastic character in virtually every Street Fighter game at the pro level.
That's true.
Like particularly Street Fighter, both Super Turbo and Vanilla Street Fighter 4, notoriously Sagat is like the only character to play. I mean, we weren't there for Vanilla Street Fighter 4, but from what I hear, it is honestly like no other character shows up to the dance at all.
Yeah.
It's just Sagat.
I'm trying to think of like more general noob stoppers, but I can't really think of any, because usually it's usually it's like one thing that a character does that's kind of stumpy, but otherwise not really.
Yeah.
But like, Guile has good fireball game. People hate that.
Yeah.
Guile has good fireball game in the high levels, which is why people still use Guile in the high levels. Like,
Oh, I'm gonna sneeze.
Don't sneeze!
that's
You'll
it.
doom us all!
Oh, there we go. Holy shit.
He did it. He
I guess
doomed us all.
I guess maybe Dalsim could be a noob stomper depending on the game, because regardless the big limbs, he keeps stuffing people, and then
Yeah.
he usually falls
he's
off.
He's a very good like zoning noob stomper.
Yeah.
What about Injustice? What about Injustice with Superman?
In Injustice 1, Superman was legitimately very, very good at the pro level. Notoriously, the first major tournament run for Injustice 1 was entirely dominated by Superman mains that were just jumping back and doing ground.
And he was also the noob stomper, right?
Yes, but the same technique that was used for noob stomping was also used in tournaments. So it wasn't really noob stomping, it was just strong.
It was just broken. Yeah, it was just broken. But like, I guess that technically fits the criteria a noob stomp character who was also good at the pro level.
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
But that was because the
But then you're
noob
saying
stomping
targeting-
quality was the problem was that the noob stomp ability had no counterplay to it.
Well,
So-
the gimmick was just do anything as Superman to get the health advantage, and then you could just spend the rest of the match playing keep away until the time limit gave you the win.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also Martian Manhunter.
Martian Manhunter isn't even really a noob stomper character. I mean, it takes a. Martian Manhunter is just the best at everything ever. He's
Yeah.
absurd.
Yeah.
Like, he is the most explicit example of here's the character that comes with a final patch. He will never be patched again. Oh no, it's a disaster.
Yeah.
And that's when NetherRealm figured out, okay, there should be one last patch after the last DLC.
Yeah.
And thank God they took up that pattern, because otherwise Alien would have ruined Mortal Kombat X.
Some say it still did.
He's definitely still annoying, but he's not as fucking tournament-destroyingly broken as he was when he first released, because he was bad when they released. Of just the most impossible to guess mix-ups, just instant full-screen mix-ups, fuck you, overhead from anywhere, low from anywhere, get fucked. And it's safe.
NetherRealm.
He has no reason to not either go for the crawl or for that big jumping tail sweep. Boy, NetherRealm is always interesting, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can.
Kind of interested to see the next Mortal Kombat though, if it's going to be a reboot like it sounds.
Oh, it's definitely gonna be a reboot. The question is how where we reboot to it. It seems
Right.
like we're gonna be rebooting before the first tournament to the Great Kung Lao's time. Who I keep both typoing his name and I nearly missaid his name was the Great Lung Kao, and
Great
This-
big cow.
Yeah, this
Now,
might
that's
be a
what-
bit controversial, but I feel like they should just get a completely new cast of characters this time.
that's what Ed Boon
Oh,
wants to
don't
do.
worry, Ed Boon agrees.
Oh, everyone agrees?
Ed
No,
As
Boon-
long as they keep
Agrees.
Devora, I'm fine with whatever they do, because
The-
honestly, I don't care. This is not my franchise.
the
You
guy.
kept roboting there, Dubs. What did you say? Everybody what?
The issue is not roboting. The issue is that I'm far away from the mic.
Ah, okay.
Ed Boon agrees. Notoriously, NetherRealm has
Gotcha.
been trying to purge their cast for years, and they can never get away with it because it's an iconic cast that people love.
Is it?
Okay,
though?
yeah.
But yeah,
Shut the fuck up.
I saw.
You've got
No,
like
I
4 or
mean-
5 of the same characters on that roster.
I mean, it is an iconic cast, but also like we've seen the same story play out so many times and with so many different variations.
And
They're
people
like-
want to see it again.
Ah,
the best compromise that I
I
read.
don't want it. I don't want it.
Well, also, more significantly than that, it's not just a story, it's also a fighting game. And while the story is all well and good, it sucks to see your favorite character that you enjoy playing get left out because in the story he's supposed to be dead.
Yeah.
And that both me and Addy have known that pain in Mortal Kombat. Addy's known it a lot more than me because they love killing off Addy's characters in particular.
Yeah, because I don't like any of the stinky humans. I like Baraka, I like Kano, and I like Ermac. All three of whom are jobbers.
Yes. Ermac inexplicably dies in between Mortal Kombat X and 11 because fuck you. Baraka at least is relevant and back, but they made sure to kill off Kano in 11 so that Addy can only have one character at a time. Or two, I guess. Yeah, two.
the two are on the roster, but one of them dies in that game. So
So
But-
Mortal Kombat 12, Ermac is back. We got Ermac and Baraka, but for some reason Baraka, they reach the end of the story and it's like, we've won. Finally, peace has been brought to the realms, and everybody jumps and cheers. And then just a rock falls out of nowhere on Baraka and kills him.
yeah,
And then Kano is in the back and he's like, hey, I'm back.
but yeah, there was a suggestion that I read, which I believe I brought up during the FGA but whatever, I'll say it again. I read some of us suggest as a compromise to still borrow on the roster, which is to say that to take parts of the roster, the existing the cast of Mortal Kombat, and just very obviously mash them into new characters. So instead of having, like, I don't know, Cabal and Kano, you get Cabal Kano, who does parts of both moves, but and is kind of acts like both of those characters, but is also his own separate character.
Yeah.
It would be neat to like mess with time to make it so that the characters are in very different situations than they were in before. But considering that evidently there was some pushback against Demon King Liu Kang, it may be that there's someone involved at Warner Brothers or someone involved in NetherRealm that is saying, no, these characters should be the same as they've always been.
Yeah, which sucks because also their decisions for some of these characters just don't make sense to me. Like, what makes Noob Saibot his owner? He had one.
I don't know, but it's kind of always been that.
That's the thing. Like, Noob Saibot has never been a zoner. Well, Noob Saibot has been a zoner since the reboot, but before that, Noob Saibot has been a guy with a teleport. That's his gimmick.
The idea of a zoning-based character who, rather than shooting you or throwing fireballs at you, but throws shadow clones of himself at you, is cool. But yes, there's a very tangible change. And there's specifically a very tangible thing of when you look at Noob, you assume Shadow Assassin, this is going to be a character who wants to get in close and personal. You do not assume this is a character who wants to keep everybody away from him and just sit on the other side of the screen.
Yeah, and then also with Ermac, this is more of an aesthetic thing, but I just don't like the Egyptian thing that they keep doing with him since the 3D games. But I also just have a thing of, like, you know, if you're gonna have the ninjas, then they should be the fucking ninjas. Like, Reptile should either be just a guy in a green ninja costume, or he should actually be a fucking reptile. He shouldn't be somewhere between the two because it always looks weird.
And the thing there is there's a lot of people who will get pissed about the ninjas and go, palette swaps, lazy NetherRealm, lazy NetherRealm.
But it's fine to have 95% of the cast be army people. That's okay. I love Ronda Rousey.
Lazy devs. Devs should be ashamed of themselves. I'm going back to playing Paradox.
Yeah. No, I'm going back to playing fucking like
God damn it, where's my 4-man Judgment Day entrance? I didn't pop soon with the Paradox comment. I'll pop somebody here.
I was gonna shout out some like very obscure like fucking Dojin fighting game, and then I remembered, oh yeah, I don't know any of them. I know, I guess, Akatsuki Blitzkrieg. That's the closest I get.
Is that a sex thing?
Akatsuki Blitzkrieg, probably.
Oh no, I know what that game is, but the words you used earlier.
Oh, the Dojin fighter. Is
that a sex thing?
Okay, well. But
the fact that you're having to stop and explain it implies that it's a sex thing.
So there's a subset of fighting games that are very, very trashy and very low quality, and that's why I pretty much don't keep paying them attention. I only know them as Dojin fighters. Dojins are hentai. So yes, it is a sex thing, I think. But I don't know, because it's really literally just a thing of, like, the people who like those sorts of games refer to them as Dojin fighters. I have no clue why. So it might be a sex thing, it might not.
Blitzkampf being a sex thing.
What about Akatsuki Blitzkampf being a sex thing? It could be both.
That is true. There are a lot of Nazi things that were sex things.
So yeah, anyway, Mortal Kombat 1.
Mortal Kombat 1.
Like, I kind of want
Mortal Kombat 1 number 3.
I know that's the thing. It would be Mortal Kombat 1 2. because Mortal Kombat 1 was the original one, and then there was also Mortal Kombat to the 2011, which is MK9.
Right, but this is going to be Mortal Kombat 1, 3.
Yeah.
And I'm reminded of that tweet. I don't think it was a drill tweet, it was somebody else, but I'm reminded of that tweet. Every generation is entitled to at least 3 movies called Spider-Man 2.
Every generation is required to have a Mortal Kombat. No subtitle, no number, Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
We also need a whole Battlefront 1, 2, and Battlefront 1, 2, and Battlefront 2, 2.
That one, we're probably going to get to that point pretty soon, too. Yeah. We just
Honestly,
got to wait a little bit for the bad publicity off Battlefront 2 to burn out.
honestly, I'm low-key waiting for Ubisoft to be like, oh shit, we're out of money. Quickly, do the reboot, and then they just release a trailer for a game called Assassin's Creed.
That would not shock me at all.
It wouldn't shock me either.
Me neither. That's why I'm waiting for it.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did Watchdog 1, 2.
I mean, Watch Dogs as a franchise it took no time for Watch Dogs to go from a promising IP to actually dead and zombie.
Was it ever a promising IP?
Before the first one
When
released.
before the first one.
The hype for the first one was real, yo.
Remember the rain?
Yeah.
I remember rain.
Yeah, he used to do real good roundhouse combos in Watch Dogs.
I don't know why they advertised there'd be a purple ninja in Watch Dogs, but then he wasn't there. That was bullshit.
Yeah, then the licensing rights fell through, I guess.
I was really excited for the Prince soundtrack.
Yeah.
Ah. I nearly got tea in my eye.
Oh, that's not good. How did that even happen?
I opened a can of it.
You should open things more carefully.
No.
Yeah. So you don't get tea in your eye.
The things should open themselves less stupidly.
But yeah, like I've reached a part of being a consumer where I don't care about the companies. I just kind of want people who will do them good to pick up the IPs I liked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know, people are freaking out about the merger that Microsoft wanted to do, and I'm just like, hey, I might get to play Overwatch without having to give Bobby Kotick my number.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have an end goal here. I don't care. I don't actually care about any of Blizzard's IPs or Activision. You know, it would be nice to be able to buy Sekiro without giving Activision money. But fuck it, if it goes on sale enough, I don't care anymore.
I mean, Bobby.
Bobby, that boy ain't right.
Bobby Kotick.
Cockdick?
Kotick.
Cockdick?
Kotick.
Yes.
All
Kotick.
I'm hearing is cockdick.
Kotick.
All I'm hearing is cockdick.
Okay, fine. You can call him Cockdick.
I'm allowed to
If
call
that
him
makes you,
cockdick?
if that makes you happy, you can
It
call him
does.
Cockdick. Okay, then call him Cockdick.
Yes.
But yeah, like sometimes I just wake up and I think about the industry and I go, man, I wish someone who didn't suck on the Assassin's Creed IP.
Honestly, that's how I feel about most IPs right now that aren't owned by PlayStation.
Yeah, even with PlayStation,
It's
it's like even with PlayStation, it's like, well, man, I wish someone who actually released games on the Sly IP, because like Sucker Punch is right there. They could make a good Sly game. They made Ghost of Tsushima. It was really good. Please, I know Ghost of Tsushima sold well. I want another Sly.
You know, after Sly 4 did what it did, I think it's probably better to be comfortable with Sly 3's ending.
Oh no, I'm not even talking about a sequel. Just make a remake. I'll be satisfied
I'd
with
love
that.
for them to at least port the fucking remastered collection to the PS4, so you don't have to stream it.
Yeah,
That but
that's
streaming
true.
is cost effective.
They finally brought up Legend of Dragoon to PS5. They ported it over.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which you should all play Legend of Dragoon so you can realize how much better it is than Final Fantasy.
Nah.
I've never played Final Fantasy, so that
Yeah.
I don't know what to say
that
here.
game I've never played.
Well, now you have to play Final Fantasy first so you can know
No, I
how
don't.
bad it is. Then you can play Legend of Dragoon so you can understand how much better it is.
I don't think I will.
I'll just play Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, gross.
These are compelling arguments. I'm compelled.
Big Thriller Marathon, all of Final Fantasy, starting with 15.
Now,
Starting with
if
15.
the lore is to be believed, the Final Fantasy series starts with 16, then it goes to 14, then you play 3 and 4, then you play the 7th one, then you go back to the original, then
No.
replay
Before you play the original Pig, you need to play Stranger of Paradise.
Oh no, there's more?
Yeah, that one wasn't even made by Square. It's a Souls-like.
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
My
yeah.
body was not ready.
Oh, yeah.
Your body was not ready for the chaos?
No.
But do you want to kill chaos?
I mean, maybe. Depends on what I eat for breakfast that day.
Cornflakes.
Yeah.
You know what? I was really disappointed in that game because I was like, hey, an action Final Fantasy made by people who aren't working at Square. Maybe this will be good. And then I booted it up and it was just Neo with a different skin.
Which Final Fantasy?
Stranger of Paradise.
Oh.
I wanted to play it for the meme because I figured the story would be funny, like bad enough in a funny way for me to get some enjoyment out of it. But then I booted the demo up and it was just Neo with a Final Fantasy skin.
You worked yourself into a shoot, brother.
Yeah. And Neo just stinks. Because fucking like Diablo loot in my action RPG. Yay.
I love it.
Diablo.
But wait a second. That's literally what an action RPG is. I mean, that's like dialogue
that's a
choices in an
looter.
RPG. No, that's like having well, I guess it depends on how you define action RPG. But like as far as I'm concerned, action RPGs are things. I mean, Diablo kind of epitomizes action RPG to me.
See, I wouldn't call Diablo an action RPG. I would call it a looter RPG because it's more about the loot than the action. I'm not really doing bad combinations.
That's just kind of what action RPG has come to mean, is just like usually an isometric game that has a big looting aspect. As far as my experience is, that's kind of what action RPG has come to be considered, versus things like Devil May Cry are considered more like combo or hack and slashes.
But then what do you call things like, for
As
example, the
RPG?
Because like Devil May Cry doesn't have any RPG mechanics.
That's why I was gonna say what would you call things like the new Final Fantasy then, or like the 7 remake?
You mean
Or
like
Dark
Final
Souls.
Fantasy 16?
Yeah, or Dark Souls.
I haven't Dark Souls? I would consider that an action RPG, I guess. Yeah. Why not?
But you don't get Diablo loot in Dark Souls.
You don't get Diablo loot, but you get loot.
But
What
the
is the
existence
difference between Diablo
Well-
loot and normal loot?
Normally, I guess you're right. Dark Souls would be considered more just an RPG, but not really, because I wouldn't consider it an RPG. But that's how most people would classify it, as just a plain RPG. I
If
would
there's
consider it more an action adventure game
if there's any
with
semblance of
role-playing
inventory
mechanics.
management, it's an RPG. I don't care. I'm laying down the law here. I'm putting my foot down.
I think that you need to be able to make actual choices in terms of affecting the story for it to be considered an RPG.
I
Oh,
think
for
you're
fuck's
wrong
sake.
and silly, and your nose is off by 3 centimeters.
At least 17 degrees off of your head whatchamacallit, head circles equator. Just very specific insults that aren't even true.
Well, you guys don't know what I look like, so.
What are you talking about? I see that old man in your avatar every day. I'm pretty sure that's you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. I look exactly like Mike Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad.
Right? It's like every time I see you, I'm like, hey, I wonder if Soon was that guy on Community. I'll have to ask him one of these days.
God, I hope that for the past couple months, you guys haven't thought I was Otis.
Sometimes I do just, like, picture you guys as whatever your avatars are instead of, like, what you actually look like. Except Pink has his actual face now. But for the longest
That's
time,
true.
I imagined him looking like Edge
Nah.
because of the,
Every now and again, I'll see
Christian
that
and
image
Edge.
of Edge and Christian on like promotional material, and it'll be like, "Hey, that's my avatar." It's kind of weird to look at now that I've used it for so long.
It me.
It's me, but it's
Yeah.
not.
I mean, that's exactly what I think every time I see that image, too, is just like, oh, hey, Pink. Wait a second, this ain't Pink. This is just a poster.
This ain't Pink. This is Stecker 2. Why is Pink advertising Stecker 2?
But most of you guys have, Discord is hard to see what the actual profile pictures are, so I just see a blob of colors for most. Like wild, I
Are
have
you
no idea.
imagining right now that you're talking to a Bretonian knight?
I can't even tell what's in your profile picture. It's too tiny.
I mean, you can press on
Okay.
general voice and it gives you a slightly bigger picture, but yeah. The only way to
Oh
get
yeah,
get
now
a bigger
I
picture
can
is
see the Bretonian Knight now.
the only other way that I know of to get a bigger picture is to press on people's pictures and then it gives you a like mini profile.
Yeah.
Do you think I am podcasting while I'm fighting orcs?
Yes.
You could be.
But I mean, I did think you looked. I did like picture you as like Heath Ledger for a while when you had that avatar.
Oh God. Yeah, I guess it does help. I was one of the longer running avatar keepers for a while there. The only one who had me beat was probably Mike.
Yeah, which Mike is a weird one because he does kind of look like Undertaker.
He kind of does.
So like he kind of looked like his avatar already.
No resemblance between me and Ledger or Otis for that matter. Whether or not my face looks like a conical knight's helmet, I refuse to comment.
Now that I've actually seen your face on your videos, though, I just think of you as looking like Angry Joe. So
See, that one
a fate worse than death.
exactly. Like I don't know what I did to you. Is this your payback for the racism thing earlier?
I've told you that before. That I think you look like. You also look like Legend of Total War. To be honest with you, you look a lot like him.
That's even worse. Look, on the upside, there's a certain degree of like if I like trip and fall over or accidentally hit my funny bone, I can at the very least look in the mirror and go, I can imagine that it feels better if I imagine I'm instead Legend of Total War being put through this.
Yeah, that's a good way to think about things. Just make the best out of what you've got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look like someone you hate, just picture every time you have misfortune that it's happening to them instead.
There you go.
But yeah, every time one of y'all say that you see us as the avatars, or that you see me as my avatar, I just go, yes, it's working.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, I was like, that's exactly what Addy wants. So
With each
there you
pressing
go.
day, with each pressing day, they forget that I'm not an anthropomorphic talking wolf. Yes.
And yeah, nowadays I just think that Rocky looks like James Cameron,
James Cameron, I know.
Anyway,
Oh Jesus. Pink, by the way, can you not pursue Rocky in other threads trying to piss him off?
yeah, don't do that.
We were able to get him to chill out somewhat yesterday. I was pleased with that.
Wait, what happened yesterday?
I don't remember.
Nothing. That's what's great.
You know, I liked how Rocky was Rocky asked how to leave a Discord server, and they specified not this one.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
And while writing the thing, I was just like, even if it's this one, I don't care, dude. not my problem.
I mean, like it's a responsible choice to make if you figure out that we're not actually the crowd you want to hang out with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are some of us that can make this choice, and some of us that can't. But hey, I think my
Wait.
yeah.
That made it sound like someone here is keeping you at gunpoint, and that's the only reason you put up with us.
There is someone.
Honestly,
Discord.
I should start leaving some of my Discords because I've joined so many. Because everybody is on Discord nowadays.
Yep.
I am literally
Kind of annoying.
in four Discords. I think about leaving one of them like every month, and that's
I am in
and then when I think about it,
I am in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 Discords.
nice.
And most of those are just for games, because that's the only way I can get news on games anymore. At least indie games.
Yeah. I mean, technically four Discords. I think about leaving one of them monthly, which is also usually the day that I actually post in there. So that negates actually leaving. One of them is this. I have one that's not used, and one that's literally just side Discord for this one, so that we can check stuff before it goes live.
The weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah. Like y'all don't know what I've set the bot up with. But you know.
It's scary.
Yes. But yeah, anyway. So I think we were on your week.
Yeah. So I've been playing quite a few games lately. I mean, I finally had some free time now that I'm done with college forever. Yeah, I decided to go into the PlayStation Plus catalog, play some games that I've been holding off on. Started up The Quarry, which I think got added to the PS Plus collection recently. Yeah, The Quarry is pretty good. I mean, if you played Until Dawn, it's finally a decent game that they've put out that's like Until Dawn after their pretty crappy
contractual
dark
stuff
anthology series, which there was one good game in the dark anthology series. It was the military one. I forget what it's called. That one was decent, but The Quarry is the first one that I feel is finally back up kind of to the quality of Until Dawn. I still prefer Until Dawn more. There are some issues with The Quarry where some of your choices that you make don't actually end up happening. For example, there's one moment where you're playing a character, and the other people in your friend group, this isn't a big spoiler, so I'll just say it. Yeah, the other people in your friend group are wanting to camp out for the night, and you can choose as this character to not go camping with them and to just lock yourself indoors. Unfortunately, you make that choice, and he just ends up going camping anyways, and there's never like a moment where they're like, "Oh, hey, you're gonna go camping with us anyways." He just ends up showing up at camp despite you making the choice that he was going to lock himself indoors instead. So,
Those games has a choice that's fake every single fucking time.
yeah. That was really annoying because like you clearly do make that choice and yet it just doesn't happen versus like usually they'll at least like have a moment where they'll be like, "Oh, you're going to do what you don't want to do anyways." In this case, it was just literally the choice never happened. It felt like, and it's never talked about again. So
It'll only happen in so much as it'll be an excuse for one of the other characters to nag you later on.
right.
Like, it never happened, but someone will still later on go, and then you went off by yourself, you douchebag. And then there's a little pop-up in the top left corner that says, you should feel bad about your choices.
Yeah, that never ended up happening at all in this game. It just literally like is never addressed or brought up again at all. It just straight up didn't happen.
That almost sounds like a fuck up from like a beta period. Do you remember when Walking Dead season 2 first released? That if you got the unupdated version, it was possible to kill Mike in the final episode.
Which one? Which game?
Do you remember in Walking Dead season 2 when they released it? If you had the unpatched version, it was possible in episode 5 to kill Mike.
I don't think so. I don't think I remember. No.
So in episode 5, of course, Mike and the redheaded chick Bonnie run off with the Russian kid with all of your food. They abruptly steal everything from you, and in the moment, it's a kick in the balls because none of those characters, well, the Russian character definitely, but Bonnie and Mike didn't seem like they were going to betray you. And of course, the Russian kid shoots Clementine. But there was a choice.
Right.
There was a choice that was available that they patched out. But if you have the original unpatched version, you can choose in the moment as Clementine to shoot Mike and kill him.
Right. I do remember that now. Yeah. I think that's what I ended up choosing. But yeah,
make in that moment, but they decided to take it away because because if you shoot Mike, then it makes more sense for the Russian kid to shoot you in return.
right.
What they wanted it to be clear the Russian kid was just attacking anyone who was associated with Kenny. It was supposed to be fucked up.
Yeah, I think in this case it was literally they thought that that was a potential like path that they wanted to go down, and then they just forgot to actually add it in.
Yeah.
That's how it played off to me, at least. I was thinking that it was just literally some writer had this idea of how to expand the story, and then because it was like at the start of the game, they just forgot and never actually went down that path.
Yeah.
Especially because it was like you had to choose like 4 dialogue options specifically in a row to get that option. And so it was pretty deep in there, so I can understand. But it was weird because it seems like the rational choice to make when you're playing a horror game. You don't want to go camping out at night in the forest that's obviously haunted, so
a choice only made by someone who is aware they are playing a horror game.
Yes, that's true. That is true, but the problem is that that's like going to be the rational choice that you make, you know?
It is, but it also leads to that goofy thing of like, I'm aware I'm playing a horror game, so it'll be a perfectly normal day, la-di-da-di-da, walking with my fucking friends, and you'll just be abruptly like, okay, where do I get a shotgun? Well, why, Tom, why would you want a shotgun? I need a shotgun for when they come. Who's coming?
The thing is, those moments do happen
to
in the game. You literally just are like, oh, hey, there's a gun lying here. Let's pick it up so that we can just have it despite the fact that there's literally no dangerous wild animals in this area. We just want to have a gun.
It shouldn't have been a choice they offered to begin with because it's stupid for the person to make that choice at all.
It's not even a choice. You just take the gun. There's
Oh!
not a choice to whether or not to take the gun. You just take it. And so
Just in case your character decides to have a pumped up kicks moment. I don't know.
they end up like just going and like playing a shoot off game, but there's literally no reason for them to have the gun. They literally just pick it up because it's cool to have a gun. And then it ends up being important to the plot because now, hey, we have a gun to fight off the monsters, which I won't spoil what the monsters are, even though it's pretty obvious once you start the game what the monsters are. But
Politicians.
yes, politicians.
Yeah.
There actually is a scary cop in the game that could be a villain. But I say could be because it's ultimately your choices that decide whether he's a villain or not, and that's told to you at the very beginning of the game. So it's not a spoiler.
Wait,
They straight up tell you, hey, this is going to be important whether you like end up being friends with law enforcement or not. So make sure to make the right choices to be friends with this guy, or don't be friends with this guy, in which case he's going to be a problem for you later on. And they tell that to you in like the tutorial message. So it's not a spoiler.
There's something I appreciate about really making sure to cover your bases there of, okay, some people right now are very distinctly anti-cop, and some people are very distinctly pro-cop. Let's just explicitly tell them from the start of the game they can choose whether the game itself is anti-cop or pro-cop. Fuck it.
But yeah, so the quarry, I haven't finished the game yet. I'm about halfway through. The writing does fall off the later in the game that you get, from what I've been seeing. It starts off much stronger than it ends up getting to be. I'm still going through, but the writing definitely has taken a very, very noticeable dip once it's clear that they had to write different narrative paths.
Yeah.
So I have noticed that being a problem. But otherwise, I still feel it's a lot stronger than the Dark Anthology games, which makes sense because those games were rushed out in like 4 or 5 months, I think they said.
To meet a certain contract they had signed, yeah.
Yeah, they were like forced to finish out those games in only a few months, and so it kind of makes sense that those games weren't very good.
Yeah.
But this one definitely is much stronger than those. I think I wouldn't say that it's worth it full price. You should definitely get it on sale. But otherwise, it's a pretty good game. And if you liked Until Dawn, you'll probably end up liking The Quarry. I think that
Yeah.
the characters, especially, are a lot better in The Quarry. Until Dawn's characters weren't that good. There was a few strong characters, but most of them,
Or like
honestly,
two.
there were like
One or two at most.
There were two good characters, or two decent characters. There was like the villain, and then there was Mike, I think. Was that his name?
Main dude, Mike,
Yeah.
who, yeah, he's easily the best. Mike in that
Mike-
game is pretty well the same kind of situation as, oh, help me here, the guy from Stranger Things, the boyfriend douchebag that actually turns out to be
Steve.
cool. Yeah,
Steve Harrington.
Yeah, Steve.
Mike has the same stuff as Steve, where the first, like, 20% of the game, you're like, oh, this guy is a douchebag, this guy's unbearable, I'm going to get this guy killed at the first possible time.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of the game is that guy getting put through the fucking ringer and actually turning into a hero. So it's actually really cool.
Yeah, so he was a very good character. Sam was okay, I guess.
The two nerds were all right.
I don't remember the two nerds.
My favorite character until now was
But, like,
Multiplier.
In the Quarry, the characters are very dumb, but they have a lot more personality to them that makes them a lot more interesting. Versus Until Dawn, there was only really like most of the characters were pretty bland, very archetypical. and there was only really Mike that had some interesting writing. I don't know about the strength of the actual like character arcs yet because I haven't finished the game, but just from like first impressions and everything, the characters have much more personality to them. And so it's definitely been more enjoyable on that front because I do feel more connected to the characters and I do want to avoid them dying versus in Until Dawn it didn't feel like it mattered as much if they died.
Until Dawn, there are absolutely some characters that you were like, man, it'd be really funny if this character died here.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Asian chick.
Oh,
I think I got her killed just because I was like, this is funny.
Yeah, because
Like,
it makes no sense for Mike to even consider shooting her in that moment, and yet you can choose to pull the trigger.
yeah,
She might have been bitten.
No, legitimately, she had been bit by a Wendigo, and Mike just makes up a theory in his head of like, oh, maybe that's how they make Wendigos is through bites. We gotta kill her, and she's like, wait, what? That makes no sense. And then you can choose to just shoot her in the fucking face.
Don't tell you disrespect my hypothesis.
Like that. It is just so. And the great thing is, if that character survives, she will then go on to the cops and tell them everything that happened and tell them why all of her friends that also survived should be arrested. So by all means, the better ending for everyone else is to shoot her in that moment. It's just such a complete not just sociopathic, but completely nonsensical choice. Of like, you'd might as well in that moment have made up the decision of, well, Emma, I know you're a Pisces, and Pisces, as we all know, are aliens in disguise, so I have to put you down. What?
Emma, we have to put you down because Pisces cause crises.
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah. So a lot of the characters in Until Dawn just didn't care about, but in
They were idiots.
yeah, they were, and they just didn't have a whole lot of personality. They were very bland. But in the Quarry, I mean, they're still idiots. They're very dumb, and you feel like really angry with the characters because of the decisions they're making. But ultimately, the characters have much more charm to them, and so you end up caring about them more, even though they're stupid people making bad decisions. Some of them are pretty unlikable, and yet you still want to keep them around just because they have so much personality that you want to see where their story goes. Versus in Until Dawn, I didn't really care where most of those characters' stories were going to go.
Yeah. A lot of the time, you really just want to keep characters alive in that game simply because there were so many situations where they would die so easily to such minor things. There was an achievement to keep everyone alive by the end.
Right, exactly.
Because there are some that are very perfectly innocuous, like, hey, do you like sandwich A or sandwich B? And if you choose sandwich A, a monster jumps out of the sandwich and just rips your head off in a single second.
Yeah, that to be fair, I think that moment there was like a trapdoor moment, right? Or something.
Yes,
Where
it's a trap door where you could hear on the other side of the trap door one of the other characters screaming for help. And up to that point, you have been given utterly no indication that the monster is capable of imitating human speech.
Yes.
And I don't think they ever acknowledge that it can do it ever again. It's just a one moment thing of, oh, the monster can do this. You have no way of knowing ahead of time. This is 100% just a trick.
Right.
So you want to know the really funny thing about that?
Yeah.
I happen to be playing that section with the TV muted. So when I got the option to go investigate the trapdoor, I didn't actually hear that the audio was going off of that character begging for help. So I just was like, why would I investigate that trapdoor? That's stupid. And I kept moving.
Yeah. I mean, I was familiar with Wendigo lore enough to know that they could. Well, actually, don't know if it's Wendigo, but like definitely skinwalkers. A lot of Native American myths. So I was already assuming that that was going to be the case, and so I ended up not doing it. But in the quarry, they have basically that moment again, except in this case, they're like very clearly foreshadowing. If you open this door, you are going to die. Like the character even says, should I make this choice or should I open this trapdoor and die a terrible, horrible death? Of course, I ended up opening the trapdoor, and she did die immediately in a horrible death.
Yeah.
Her
You know
last,
what? One
her last
animation
words
I
when
really
I told you
fond
so.
You know, there was one thing in animation in particular in Until Dawn they were really fond of. They were really fond of characters dying from getting their jaws ripped off. Do they still do that
Yes.
for some reason?
I don't know. There's not a lot of death. There's not a lot of possibilities where you can die early in the game. They end up. There's only a few times that you can get a character killed in like the middle chapter, chapter 4, and then they can't really die again until like chapter 8. And I'm on like chapter 5 or 6 right now. So there's not a lot of options for them to die until you get to the late game.
Yeah.
So I don't know yet, but that seems possible. Yeah. There's also a big problem with during the daytime, especially. For some reason, they decided to make it. They decided to use very, very, very strong motion blur that immediately kicks in the moment you even nudge your camera slightly. So you'll just just casually be like adjusting just a little bit, and suddenly your character has like 3 halos of himself around him because of the motion blur. And everything gets really, really fuzzy despite the fact that you're barely even moving the camera.
Power of the horror.
Yeah, it works well at nighttime, which most of the game is at nighttime, but during the few day sequences at the beginning of the game, it's pretty horrible. And it was like nauseating at first. So that's something to keep in mind if you end up playing the game. There's no way to turn off the motion blur either. They just didn't give the option. If you're on PC, I guess you can technically mod it out, but otherwise there's no option to turn it off, which sucks because I always turn off motion blur.
I mean, it's part of the cinematic vision. It's also why we have at least 5 kilos of film grain on screen at all times.
Yeah, I hate all of those cinematic things. At least if you notice them, then they're bad, and you should be able to turn them off. If you don't notice them, then they're fine. In this
Yes.
game, very noticeable.
What do you mean? The more film grain, the more horror. Aren't you scared of all technology?
I mean, I guess I'm fine with film grain in a horror game, but motion blur, no.
I'm not fine with film grain in a horror game either because well, it depends. It depends on how they're trying to portray it, because you know, if it's supposed to be like an old movie like the Until Dawn games, then that's easier to stomach than I remember the one that I complain a lot about.
That's why it works in these games, the film grain, because of the fact that it's supposed to be like B-movie type horror. So like it's intentionally trying to look like an 80s style like teen horror flick, you know?
Yeah, like that feels a bit more justifiable. But like when I think of more like way too much film grain in a horror game, I think of things like Outlast 2, where it's like it's an HD handicap. Your shit has no film grain. I don't care how bad the fucking night vision on it is, or whatever the night camera on it is. You're not using the night camera. You have a night vision plugin that you're using. It's not gonna see. It's not gonna have the same fucking problem with it.
Right.
And even if it would just make things look blocky instead of unending film grain. Which I know.
I didn't like the Outlast games at all.
Which I know, because guess what? I work as a cameraman. Like,
yeah. I guess that does make sense. But like, if they're trying to make it intentionally look like a B movie from the 80s, then the film grain is fine. But I do understand your point with more modern horror games where that's not the case. That it's not necessarily.
And it's not even just horror, because with horror, it's easier to justify it because found footage or whatever, you know.
Right.
The graphic technology, whatever. Why the fuck does Spider-Man have enough film grain to last 4 movies? It's fine
At
on the
least
PS4, I mean.
that game lets you turn it off though. I know because I turn it off.
Yeah, I know too, because
Most PlayStation exclusive games give you very, very expansive options on exactly how to customize what your game looks like. And I always end up turning off motion blur and film grain in those games.
yeah, me too. It's just the one that comes to mind immediately because usually, usually I don't notice film grain. That I guess Assassin's Creed doesn't let you turn off film grain. It can vary between the newer ones. I mean, it can vary
Yeah.
between it's okay to holy shit. How am I supposed to see everything is just ants?
Yeah. Yeah, I get your point. But I mean, it can be done well. It's just very rarely done well.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, because there's definitely usages for it. That's why it's there to begin with. But just most developers aren't capable of doing it correctly because they're not necessarily as versed in cinematography.
I mean, look, it's fine if we take the shitty model and then we apply a blur filter on it and add film grade. It makes it look like an old movie. That's how things work, right? We're art, right?
Yeah, but
This goofy stuff with visual filters, I have to assume you don't really need to blame video game developers. You need to blame Michael Bay for making it popular.
Yeah.
yeah, probably him and George Lucas after the 2000s.
Yeah.
Because, like, these things, a lot of these things, the actual effect itself isn't really to blame as much as the misuse and the overuse of the misuse of it. Because, like, film grain can be a completely valid artistic choice for many
Exactly.
reasons, but it's usually not. At least not when I come across it.
Yeah, I agree. It's more specifically in gaming that it's a problem. In films, you don't necessarily notice when they use visual effects like motion blur and film grain because they've refined that process so well, at least in more like high budget productions.
Yes.
But in gaming, they, like I said, I just don't think that developers in gaming are very well versed in cinematography because that's not really what they're hired for. If you're gonna be a really good cinematographer, you go into film. You don't go into video gaming.
But yeah, but at the same time, it's one of those things where, like, if you wanna emulate movies so much, then hire a fucking cinematographer.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. But they won't because cinematographers
Their
cost
budget.
money. Yep. Anyway, yeah, so I played the Quarry. I think it's pretty good and don't have much else to say other than what I've already said. I also got around to playing Horizon Zero. No, not Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon Forbidden West, which is Horizon Zero Dawn.
I'm gonna assume you had the opposite reaction to it that I did because I was like, I'm gonna give this game a try. I booted up, cutscene. I actually don't care, and then I uninstalled the game.
I did so my relationship with the Horizon series is complicated because I really like the gameplay. I really don't like the I like the world kind of. I like the robots part of the world, the robot animals, even if they don't make sense. It's just interesting. They're interesting enemies to fight, and they have a lot of interesting mechanics that you can work around with. And I like the gameplay. It's very fun gameplay, but the writing and the voice acting is not my thing. I don't like the writing of the Horizon series. It hasn't gotten better in Forbidden West. It's still pretty bad. Um, but the gameplay is still very solid. It's fun. It's not as if it's the best game I've played. It's probably among the worst of the PlayStation exclusives. All right, at least that brand of PlayStation exclusives, the
Yeah.
open world, third person, over the shoulder.
Yeah, like my thing with Horizon, and the reason I didn't like it as much as you do is that to me it just really not exemplifies, but it has the same aura of I just want to be the Witcher that the new Assassin's Creed games do, and like the not
Uh,
like nothing
I
seems.
I very much so disagree with that. I don't think it's trying to be The Witcher at all. Really. Well, I guess with Forbidden West they try to be more so because they do the old Gwent side diversion type thing where you have like a weird board game card game thing that's added into the game
Yeah,
just because they wanted to see if they could get enough interest in getting a spin-off game. But
yeah, like my thing is that
I
like
don't feel
it feels
like
like
mechanically it has anything to do with The Witcher. The Witcher has horrible gameplay. Even Witcher 3 has horrible gameplay. And Horizon is very solid with its gameplay. It
that's the
has
thing. Like to
very
me,
interesting
Horizon feels
way.
exactly the same to me as the new Assassin's Creed. It's
I
serviceable,
don't know
but
how
it's
you
very
can
mid.
say that. I don't know how you can say that they play similar. They don't at all. They're very very different games in terms of
They
how you fight the enemies. You're with Assassin's Creed, you're just beating against a flesh bag until they die, and you're dodging every now and then. But whereas in Horizon Zero Dawn, you're fighting against these giant boss enemies with weak points that you're trying to target with your ranged weapon, and you can break off pieces of their armor, and you can break off weaponry that they have, use their weaponry against them. You can set up traps to have them walk into causing explosions, or you can use tripwires to
I mean,
stun them so you can go up
parts of that
and
are
stab them with
true.
your spear. It's
Off every
completely
mechanic in the game.
it's completely
It's
I'm
not
just
completely different. You can set traps in the new Assassin's Creed too. It's very obtuse, and you have to fucking grind for it because the new Assassin's Creed suck. But technically the mechanic exists within the game. Yes.
it exists in a different way. As far as I mean, I haven't played what I which Assassin's Creed are you talking about? Because I don't remember it being in
And
Valhalla.
any of them after Origins.
Uh, I don't remember that being in Odyssey or Valhalla, but maybe I'm wrong and just didn't explore the trap gameplay. But regardless, I'm not sure that it works the same way because in Horizon you can place the traps mid combat. I mean, how did the trap system work in Assassin's Creed? It seems like to me like
It was an
the trap
ability.
system would be what?
The traps were abilities. So, one way the traps used to work. This is in Origins. Is that
Mm-hmm.
you could trap the dead bodies so that they would explode with poison when people approach them. So that was one of the ways.
Oh, I see. I see.
And then
Gotcha.
I believe RSC also had a like a delayed bomb that you could throw down or something like that. And I don't remember if that was mid combat or not, because
Mm-hmm.
quite frankly, the faster I got through RSC, the more fun I had with the game because I didn't have to play it. But
Right. Yeah, it seems more like based on what I'm seeing here that it's more preparatory. Like if you're playing the stealth mechanics, you can set the traps.
yeah,
Versus like it. Yeah, it's a little bit different in how the combat operates. But I guess I won't go into details anymore because Alex got pissed off about that. Anyway, uh, yeah, Horizon Forbidden West it's an okay game. It's pretty much just Horizon Zero Dawn again. I guess there's more expansive skill trees, but the skill tree kind of sucks because it's just a bunch of very minor bonuses that don't add very much to what you're doing. It's, kind of like plus 10% to this specific type of attack, and they're just not very interesting choices. There's a lot of skill options, and ultimately you can unlock them all just by playing the game. So
yeah.
pretty pretty pointless. Uh, not very interesting. That's the only addition that I can see so far, other than new enemy types. But I mean, if you liked Horizon Zero Dawn, you'll like Horizon Forbidden West. They're the same game. Doesn't really do very much different.
Yes, the Zelda method.
Yeah, exactly. Except with Zelda, they pretend that every new game that does the exact same thing as the old one is the best thing that has ever happened.
I love
So
Boss Baby.
what's that?
I love Boss Baby.
What does Boss Baby have to do with anything?
Oh, that you brought it up a while ago. The whole Boss Baby thing of like, you know, men who's seen Boss Baby, watch a second movie. I'm getting real Boss Baby vibes. And that's
Only ever seen Boss Baby.
what?
Man who has only ever seen Boss
Yeah.
Baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that's what a lot of praise for a lot of recently popular games feels like to me. That's not like FromSoft.
Yeah. That's
Like a
because
lot
that
of
actually
it feels,
brings me
yeah.
that actually brings me to my next game that I played, which is Immortals Phoenix Rising.
I
Terrible
also
title.
played that. I also played that last week. Holy shit!
I played that. I played that this week. I have played a bit of Breath of the Wilds with my roommate in college. Immortals Phoenix Rising is just Breath of the Wilds.
Okay, that's what I figured.
But I mean it's literally the exact same game. And so the fact that like it didn't get as much traction from people says a lot about Nintendo fans because it's literally the exact same game. There's not really any difference other than
I mean,
the fact that it's just got a mythological skin over it.
I mean, did Zelda have as much like story?
Pink is Pink here?
Barely.
Pink. Do you know if Breath of the
Big
Wild
Hit
has?
Zelda.
Pardon me? I heard Pink is with what?
Pink hates Zelda.
Pink hates Zelda.
But he's
Kind
the
of.
only one that has a Switch.
W has a Switch
Or
too.
Dubs has a Switch. Okay, Dubs. What's your opinion on Breath of the Wilds?
I've never played it. I don't buy very many. I don't really buy new Nintendo games because they stay at $60 forever.
Yeah, that's true.
And then go up in price with time.
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild is definitely one I want to try at some point.
Skip it.
But
You
Go
can
for-
just
go for the Tears of the Kingdom. It's the same game.
you can just go on the PlayStation Plus collection, download
don't think I
Immortals
will.
Phoenix Rising, and there you have Breath of the Wilds. And you don't have to buy Breath of the Wilds for $60.
I don't think I will. I don't think I'll take your word for it either.
It's the same game. It literally there's not a difference.
I will not take your word for it.
There's not a difference. There's no difference between the games. They are the exact same game.
Nintendo fans is just simply too entertaining for you guys. I don't trust your views on them.
It's definitely the same game. There's the same types of puzzles.
I'm not going to take your word for it.
That literally they have the exact same mechanics. They have the thing where you can grab objects to move them around with a floating like laser beam. Okay, that's rude. But anyway, I guess I'll just move on. I guess that's most of what I did this week. Oh, and also I played Crusader Kings 3, which got a new expansion pack. They added tournaments and grand tours. What's that?
It had Kings of Crusade.
No, the Crusades still have not been added, and the Kings are still boring.
I see.
Did they not already have tournaments and jousts in the game?
They did, but now they have like tournaments that aren't just like an event screen. There's
now
like a
the
whole
tournaments are tournamentier.
there's a whole like mechanic where you can like set up a big tournament, determine exactly what contests are going to be taking place. You can choose to spectate the tournament or participate in it. There's a lot more mechanics around tournaments now versus before. Actually, no, there wasn't tournaments before. That's Crusader Kings 2. Crusader Kings 3 did not really have tournaments. You could duel people, but you didn't get to go to any tournaments. And it's a fairly extensive change. They also added the ability to actually travel around your kingdom. So when you're going to those tournaments, you're not just teleporting over there. You actually have to move across the map and travel through the various provinces where you'll get events related to those provinces. You'll like maybe stumble upon your vassal in that province and have an event with them. So the travel system especially is a humongous change that's been something that I've been wanting out of the game because it just makes you feel more involved in the world rather than just
Good question.
teleporting to everything.
A stupid
What was
question.
that? Yeah.
Can you still not play as theocracies and merchant republics?
No, you can't. They are still gonna do that eventually with a
How long
DLC.
has Crusader Kings 3 been out?
It has been out for 2.5 years.
I thought that making theocracies and merchant republics playable was supposed to be the first priority.
Apparently the first priority was very surface level cosmetic DLCs, like Royal Court.
Well, I mean, that one just makes sense. That's just free money. But like, we've had several content DLCs that had nothing to do with theocracies or merchant republics, haven't we?
Right, yeah, exactly. They've all been very flavor oriented. There's not been this was the first one that added actual mechanics. Which is the travel mechanic. Otherwise, all of the other games have just been tossing in events to give flavor to the Vikings, give flavor to the Spanish, make you have to go through a bunch of very boring events that don't matter with characters that don't exist outside of those events with Royal Court, and then Friends and Foes, which added a mechanic where I guess your families get into big feuds and then you end up getting your entire family killed by another family because you have that DLC. That one, yeah, that one is a pretty terrible one because it just kind of ends your game and it doesn't really add anything other than just making your game worse, essentially.
I'm a big fan of those kinds of DLCs, aren't they?
Yeah. And the events don't make sense at all. They're very like corny, humorous. So it's not even like you're getting good events. It's just lol random events. Like there's an event where you steal your rival cat and then launch the cat out of a catapult because it's a cat and then
I
the cat
get it. Ah,
and then the cat dies, and then your rival gets angry. And
So their
Understand.
idea of walls in this game was just random animal cruelty.
because of a pun.
Didn't the weird joke stuff in CK2 let you start a dynasty of horses?
Yes, although that was like you had to go into specific rules to make it like that.
Okay.
Like it wasn't a part of the vanilla game. It was a meme that got added like 8 years into the game's life cycle where they decided it would be funny because they had a model of a horse and so they just added that in as a rule that you could decide to play a dynasty of horses.
I see.
Although in the vanilla game you could make your character insane and then appoint a horse as like one of your advisors, but that was because you were insane and not because there was like a horse that just was able to become a
Could you
noble
not marry
lord.
the horse after you appointed him as an advisor, though?
You could technically break the game through console commands, but you couldn't do that otherwise, no.
Okay.
Like, you could choose that event, spawn the horse, and then have your character marry that horse through console commands, but you otherwise couldn't marry the horse, no.
Okay.
Unless you got mods for it. But yeah, no. So yeah, Crusader Kings 3 has had a lot of trouble in its lifespan. It's been very slow to release DLCs, and the DLCs have not been very good until this most recent one, which so far has been received really well. I like it a lot as far as I've played with it. I don't know how I'll feel later on because I've liked Royal Court when it first came out, but as I got more time with it, it ended up becoming very clear how shallow it was. Versus, I think this one does have a lot more depth, and at the very least gives you a lot of things to do when you're not going to war, assuming you have money, which is a problem if you're playing a smaller Duke or Count. You don't really have money to engage with the mechanics because everything costs a lot of money. But if you're playing a king or an emperor, then the gameplay gets a lot more interesting when you're not going to war, which is something that's definitely been a problem for the game because the only thing to do in the game has been to go to war with other people. And so it
That's
has,
probably what most people want out of the game, anyways.
yeah. But it's definitely improved now as far as that goes, and there's definitely a lot more interesting roleplay mechanics. So, yeah, that's about what I've done for this week.
All right. Guess that leaves me then, doesn't it?
Yes.
Oh, did Pink
I
already go?
believe so.
Pink went before you came on.
Gotcha. All right, so yeah, your turn, Dubs.
Let's see. In terms of stuff that wasn't wrestling, let me hit that real quick. We did a lot of. My dad took this week off, so we did a lot of driving around, seeing things while he was out and had free time. And let's see. Let's start with the more depressing one. We have in Richmond, not too terribly far away, in Richmond, a Holocaust museum. And we took a tour through that. And yeah, it's the Holocaust. It's depressing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting choice
Yeah.
was that they intentionally set up the flooring as intentionally set it up as creaky wood panels and kind of shaky stone tiles that weren't really set in properly, so they'd tip a little bit when you walked on them, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just exhibits on the Holocaust, it was exhibits on, I mean, there wasn't as many exhibits on the stuff leading into the Holocaust, like the history of anti-Semitism, which I think was unfortunate. I think that could have been interesting, but they had an exhibit on freedom fighters. They had an exhibit on people who saved people from the Holocaust. Like, for instance, it was a big wall of a bunch of different people that saved people from the Holocaust and got them out. Which, of course, Oscar Schindler was up there. There was the Japanese diplomat dude as well. A few others. A very, very solemn place, as you can expect. But educational.
Yeah.
With that said, they also had a big exhibit set for the Nuremberg trials. And they went and got mannequins for everybody in the Nuremberg trials. And that was particularly strange to go in there and see a life-size setup of the Nuremberg courtroom, which obviously there was a cordon set up, so you couldn't just go in there and sock mannequin Hermann Göring in the face, as entertaining as that would have been. But it was a very nice place. They also had the entryway or exitway. I think you're supposed to go in and out the same way. At least I hope we did the right thing. Set up to be a synagogue, which I thought was pretty neat. And all along the walls were a bunch of gold plates of famous Jewish Americans. And I guess they add one every year. But I was a little bit miffed going out, though, because they had they had Joe Siegel and Simon Schuster, or I might have got their names wrong, sharing the same plate, right? Because they made Superman. But that kind of made me think, like, well, don't Stan Lee and Jack Kirby deserve plates too, then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, Stan Lee passed away very recently, but Kirby died in the 80s, didn't he?
94.
94. But they're adding more every year, and naturally, there was a lot of guys they had to run through. Like, for instance, I can't remember his name, but there was one dude who was a successful, like, pro boxer and baseball player who also was, like, he could speak 9 different languages, and during World War II, he left boxing and baseball to go become a spy. And like the place specifically said the only man in history to have been in both the Boxing Hall of Fame and the Espionage Hall of Fame.
I think
Yeah.
you're talking about Al Rosen.
No, it was actually a different guy. His name started with
Okay.
an E. His name was like Mo something. But either which way, that dude had a crazy life story.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Let's see, there was the Holocaust Museum. What else did we hit? The only 2 other places I could think did hit another used bookstore, and I picked up a whole bunch of old Warhammer books. Had a
Nice.
good value. It's quite nice, quite cool. We even went back yesterday to check again. There weren't any more, but I did see where there was an Age of Sigmar book that looked real nice. Then I picked it up, even though I don't know Age of Sigmar, but it's just a really nice book with a cool goblin on the front, and I think I'll read it and get at least some idea of what's going on in Age of Sigmar. There you go. And the last place we hit that was worth talking about was a world market, very humbly run, kind of small business sort of joint, family owned kind of deal, but very large sized for it to be so humbly run, and with a big selection. This is a place where you had a hard time walking through because there were just boxes of food from all over the world, all over the damn place. And we picked up a variety of cool foods. While I was in there, for one thing, I picked up a Turkish Coca-Cola. And how many of you guys, I'm going to assume not so much Addy, but soon, Pink, have you guys had Mexican Coke?
Yep.
No.
So Mexican Coke has started to be a deal that they're selling here in America as a gimmick because it still uses real sugar instead of the sugar like fake alternative that we put in our American Coke now. So I was
Right.
curious to try Turkish Coke. For one thing, much smaller bottle. It's a tiny little baby Coke bottle. I thought that was funny. I don't know if is that like a thing in Turkey that you get tiny baby sodas?
Maybe
Well,
people in
Not
Turkey
that
are
I'm
just
aware of.
But-
there was a gimmick a while back where you could get two sizes of cans over here, which obviously I'm not in Turkey anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was this thing where you could get the normal can size, and there was also like a small, I want to say like an inch tall can. And I don't know what the purpose of the inch tall can was, but they sold them.
Yeah.
I go to a Turkish import store pretty often because it's over by the Harvard campus, which is like a 30-minute walk away from me. And I haven't seen anything like the like what you're describing, the Turkish Coke bottle being really tiny. So, and I don't remember seeing those in Turkey either when I went to Turkey. So I'm not really familiar if that's a thing in Turkey specifically, or if that's just something that like one specific company is doing.
Well, my sister is the one who told me it was Turkish, so she may have just lied to me.
Ah,
He probably lied to you.
But nonetheless, whatever country the Coke was from, I thought it was interesting because American Coke is very salty. They put a lot of sodium in it.
They
it
do,
kinda
yeah.
feels on the tongue, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Mexican Coke, it's legit sugar, so it's very sweet.
Yeah. It's very syrupy almost. You can like it feels like you can taste the syrup a little bit more than American Coke.
Yeah. Whereas this Coke, wherever it was from, was very mild. It was very reserved, which I thought was a neat difference from the other Cokes, which are so in your face, such an assault on the tongue, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
So I thought that was neat. But more importantly, where I think Addy will be fascinated is they had a little candy aisle, and I decided to get real experimental. I picked up a package of. Okay, so on the front it is just all kanji, so I couldn't tell you what the fuck it says on the front. But on the back it says both Kubota rice cake and Mitarashi mochi. Are those the same thing, Addy?
No, the mochi.
No, those are
Mochi is the
different.
taste. Probably. It's probably a rice cake or mochi flavored rice cake.
Okay, that would make sense. Or the mochi is probably what's in the mochi flavoring is what's inside.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a rice cake, and I'd seen them in like Japanese video games, but I'd never tried any before myself. How many people here have tried a rice cake?
I have.
I don't even know what that is.
I have not. I have eaten mochi though. Or less mochi.
So-
I have eaten both.
Okay, soon. Have
Yeah.
you ever had a cowtail?
I have not. No.
It was a type of candy we at least had in Indiana. I don't know if it was outside of Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
But it was
We
very
definitely have those in Oregon. I know. I stocked them.
Okay, did you ever try a cowtail?
New.
So a cowtail is basically like kind of a pasty white taffy with a kind of sugar dust on the outside. And on the inside is kind of like I don't want to say a jelly. Well, I guess a jelly just about of some kind. It was kind of a brown sugary jelly. And these mochi rice cakes remind me exactly of cowtails to the degree that I almost wondered, hey, wait, were cowtails just some guy went to Japan and tried a rice cake and was like, we should bring this to the States, but pretend it's not Japanese?
Looking
Or
at
how good American, like cowtails.
That does seem pretty that does happen a lot. I mean, just think like just off the top of my head, pad thai isn't actually Thai.
No, it
Fun
isn't.
fact. Yeah, pad thai isn't Thai. What else is there?
Fortune cookies are not Chinese.
Turkish delight was made popular by the British.
curry
Correct
is
me if
also
I'm wrong
British.
here.
Ramen
me
is
if I'm wrong.
Chinese.
Fortune
What's that?
cookies are not only not Chinese, they're an imitation of like Japanese shrine biscuits or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. They're just a way for
Yeah.
it's like a weird thing where cultures decide to like try to create a staple of another culture's cuisine, and so they just make up their own.
Yeah.
Fucking Genghis
Staple.
Khan.
The funny one to me is that story that everybody brings up of what's the name of that giant Chinese basketball player?
Yao Ming, maybe?
Yeah, when Yao Ming was first coming to the States to play, I don't know if this story is true. It could be the kind of thing that just gets passed around on the internet casually as a lie that's fun to say. But nonetheless, the story that when Yao Ming first came to play here in the States, at the stadium to celebrate him coming in, they passed out fortune cookies.
Oh no.
And Yao Ming, when he got there, was like, wow, these Americans are weird. They just hand out these weird American cookies with paper in them.
Nice.
What a strange country.
That's
But,
funny.
but yeah, speaking of taking speaking of just Japanese cuisine and also taking other cultures cuisine and trying to pass it off as their own or the opposite. There's this Japanese dish just called Genghis Khan. It's a lamb dish. Has nothing to do with actual Mongolia. Jack
Yeah.
shit.
Yep.
Mongolia has got, like, I'm not sure. China and Mongolia have got to be the two countries that have the most just random bullshit made up about them.
Yeah.
And with Mongolia, it's because Mongolia was at one point an existential threat for just about every other country in the entire Eastern fucking hemisphere. But like, it's just funny, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, there's French fries, which are Belgian.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's just a classic thing. People outside of Belgium not knowing the difference between France and Belgium.
Mm-hmm.
Belgium.
Hell, I'm sure there's still a lot of Frenchmen who think that Belgium should be still part of France.
I mean, judging by Hungary, and like I keep bringing up history shit because I had to do a history paper for my sister, but well, actually, that's a lie. I had to do 3. But yeah, like there's
Power. So it's
Yeah.
worth it.
But yeah, like just judging by how Hungary is still butthurt over the Trianon like peace treaty, and that shit was to cap off the or whatever to stop the First World War, and people are still complaining that it was unfair, even though like we take the wrong side in
It
every
was.
fucking war.
To be fair, the World War I treaty is notorious for the fact that it was very unfair.
You think
So much so that
Cool.
the unfairness of the World War I treaty ended up resulting in World War II.
exactly?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty infamous treaty there. So I kind of agree with that.
The treaty that brought Hitler to power. Whoopsie doodles.
Yeah.
No, there were multiple treaties though. Like y'all are talking about
Oh,
the
okay.
Versailles treaties.
Yeah, Versailles.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Trianon peace treaty, which was Hungary exclusive, and then was also signed in Versailles. Because fuck you. But yeah, like the Trianon peace treaty was pretty much like just reading up on it. It was what you'd expect out of like a peace treaty that's being signed by a country that lost in a war. It was just like, hey, you can't have whatchamacallit, an army that's bigger than this. All right, pay us this amount of money because we lost money on you. Also, you were being an asshole, so we're just gonna take part of your land and give it to everyone else around you.
Well, that's the great thing about the post-World War I treaties is that they all boiled down to, okay, so you're dirt broke because you lost all your money on a war that you lost. We're going to take away all your land and nonetheless tell you to pay for the war.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the problem with those peace treaties, which is what ended up resulting in Hitler. That's the exact problem with the Treaty of Versailles, is exactly what you were talking about, Addy.
The threat of the Soviet Union was part of what made World War II's aftermath so great, because America and England didn't dick the losers of the war around because they were scared about the idea of Russia seducing them into joining them.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Germany was kind of completely dismantled essentially after World War II, and like, yeah, I wouldn't say that's true of Germany. Eastern Europe, though, ended up just ultimately going to the Soviet Union.
Right, but I'm talking about
as a
like the
result
Marshall
of the
Plan.
peace treaty.
I'm talking about like the Marshall Plan.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just find it funny how people are still butthurt over the land, even though the parts of the land that got given to the other countries was the most underdeveloped part of our land. That we wouldn't have been able to develop any fucking way because we had no money because we lost.
Yeah.
Yes, I always think of it as that should have been mine.
I don't know. I think a part of it is that like I don't feel like I have no sympathy for the country of Hungary because fuck this country.
Yeah. It's a shame what Hungary has turned into because of bad leadership. Because historically, you guys were one of the most formidable countries in all of Europe.
Yeah, like 900 years ago.
Well,
If not
more like 500 years ago, but actually sooner than that. Yeah, more like 400 years ago. Because you were like one of the bulwarks against the Ottoman Empire for a while.
Major parts
Yeah.
of this in World War One.
Like, yeah, I don't think that Hungary really started to fall after. Before then, you guys were considered a very powerful country in Europe.
I feel like we're about to hear a long pause, and then Ag just simply says, "Nah, fuck this country, fuck this place."
Pretty much.
And I still hope that Hungary will eventually recover, just like most of Eastern Europe. All of you
Yeah,
guys got fucked over by the Soviet Union.
I have no hope, but even if it recovers, it will be after I'm long dead. They can kiss my ass.
Yeah.
They can kiss my ass and suck
Well,
my
I
dick.
mean, a lot of the other Eastern European countries are recovering right now. Romania is recovering. Poland is recovering big time. They're becoming a major world power again.
It depends on policy choices, because you would be shocked how quickly a country can recover with the right policy choices.
Exactly. I mean, just look at Germany
Yeah,
Yeah, that was fucking lightning fast.
or Japan
yeah,
or Korea.
what
South
Hungary?
Korea versus North Korea. You
What
really
Hungary
just need
needs?
to get Orban out of there and any politicians
Yeah,
with Russian
we just need to kill literally every
influence.
politician in a 50-mile radius.
I wouldn't say that. You just need to get at least somewhat better politicians. They
There
can
are
still be
none.
corrupt. I mean, Poland and Romania have corrupt politicians, but they still promote policies that ultimately are beneficial for those countries.
There
Those
are
are currently the fastest growing economies in all of Europe.
judging by the last election, there are literally no politicians who aren't shit right now.
Politicians are shit everywhere. It really just depends on how much they are, what's the word, how responsible the people, I guess, expect them to be.
Yeah. I wouldn't even say that. I just think that there's certain policies that politicians will promote that are going to be beneficial. It's just a matter of finding which shit politician is going to promote the right ideas.
That's the thing. Like that, there are no more politicians who promote policies. In our folly of trying to become America, the last election was Orban is the best. He should be king, or Orban sucks. I should be king, and then that was the election. Policies? What are those?
Well, in that case, you just need to start a revolution and kill all of the politicians.
That's what I said.
Oh, the problem here, it sounds like, is the people getting caught in a cult of personality.
Yeah. Which it's very easy to do with the rise of the internet.
Yes, which has very definitely been a problem here in the fucking States.
Everywhere in the world, basically.
Yeah, pretty well. Trump had a cult of personality. He still does. Bernie Sanders has a cult of personality. You remember who's that
yet
fucking
Biden,
guy?
and yet Biden was the one who got elected.
Well, Biden got elected because he wasn't Trump, and
Looks soon he was Biden his time.
He was Biden his time.
Biden is like the turtle versus the hare almost.
Kind of, yeah.
He's just kind of like moseying along, and then Trump just kind of just ends up falling asleep, or in this case, ends up doing a bunch of very immoral stuff. Like, what's that?
I said he falls asleep in bed with several porn stars.
Yeah, yeah. Which, it's crazy that he's still running when he's been found.
My god.
Yeah.
This is going to be the most disastrous fucking election in history.
Oh boy.
He just got, well, this is going to be even worse than last time, because he just got civilly convicted. I don't know what the exact terminology there is, but like he was found responsible for raping that one girl, that one woman in a civil suit. This is
a fucking joke, because we've had both of them. Like, there's a lot of people who are at least fooled into the idea of like, oh, well, Biden will undo the worst parts of Trump's presidency. No, he didn't. Like, for everybody to want, like, oh, well, Biden, no kids in cages. Nope, they're still in cages. Biden didn't do shit to stop that.
It was always kind of funny to me about, like, comparing Obama to Donald Trump. Obama declared more wars. Obama ended up deporting more people. Obama ended up commanding drone strikes on children, notoriously so.
But soon,
Trump was better for the economy. He's just a disgusting human being.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Soon,
He's a
Trump.
disgusting human being who is pushing us very close to racism, more or less being something that's viewed as acceptable and chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
And-
spooky part about Trump.
And
Like,
now we've got DeSantis, who is even, I would say, even worse than Trump as far as what he's promoting.
oh God.
I mean, the real difference between Obama and Trump is that Trump didn't fight Gorilla Grodd while he was growing up in college.
That's true.
Mm.
That's what truly made Obama the greatest president. That he beat
But
Gorilla
yeah,
Grodd.
this next election
Absolutely.
is going to be a disaster all the way through, from the primaries all the way to the actual election.
This may have the lowest voter turnout ever.
Yeah, there's no good options. Even when you consider the primaries, there's just literally nothing good to choose from.
The highest voter turnout is always amongst the elderly, but the 2024 election in particular, only the elderly are going to vote.
Yeah. Pretty well.
It's going to be absurd.
All right, Dwayne Johnson.
I would vote for Dwayne Johnson as well. I don't
No.
care.
Don't
Anything is better than what we have.
don't vote for don't
It
vote
can't
for
be worse.
don't vote for Dwayne Johnson. Vote for Black Adam.
You literally can't get worse than what we have in office right now. I would vote for Dwayne Johnson.
You know, I was embarrassed 6 years ago voting for a guy who didn't know what the capital of Syria was.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty comfortable with doing that again if he's running again. I don't even know who the Libertarian Party's pushing. I'm just going to vote for whoever has a protest fucking vote. I don't care.
Vote for fucking Queen Elizabeth's corpse. Don't even resurrect her. Just have the corpse, like, prop the corpse up.
I'm just gonna vote for Vermin Supreme every election until we finally get decent options.
Vote for the Emperor.
Long I was sick of Vermin Supreme showing up, I would actually fucking take him at this point.
I have a friend who's actually met Vermin Supreme a few times actually.
I have to imagine he's actually a very boring guy in real life.
On the contrary, they said he's not. Apparently, he's usually in the front lines of a lot of protests. Like, he's usually the one who's getting into it with cops and stuff. If you can imagine that.
Vermin Supreme manner?
Yeah, of course he is. He's always dressed in his Vermin Supreme manner.
He's always Vermin Supreme. Never not Vermin Supreme.
But yeah, no, like, he actually is a pretty interesting dude from what I've heard about him.
Cool. I don't know anything about Vermin Supreme other than he's whatever.
He's just a satirist.
I guess that much.
Yeah.
I didn't figure he was going there serious. If you'd have told me he was dead serious, then that would change everything.
But
I just don't want us to get to the point the British are at where, like, all of their candidates are like fucking Darth Popcorn or whatever.
yeah, if we get to the point where our presidents are just resigning after like 2 months, then we've got a real problem.
Well, these two, I'd like for them to resign after 2 months.
Well, yeah, that's fair. But then we have to end up with like Kamala Harris or who even is Trump's vice president pick?
Well, I'm willing to bet it's not going to be Pence again.
Yeah, those two hate each other.
Are you telling me that you don't want her to be
Maybe
your
it'll
president
be
because
Ted
she's
Cruz.
an inhuman?
What's that?
Are you telling me that you don't want her to be the president because she's an inhuman?
Yeah.
I think she's somehow more disliked than Trump or Biden. Somehow.
Because she holds a strong belief in either direction that will piss off either party.
Mm-hmm.
The right wing is bound to hate her because she's a big identity politics kind of person, and the left wing hates her because she's distinctly pro cop and pro prison.
Yep. And there's also the part about how she only got to her political office because she slept with the mayor, who was married.
I've not heard that. That's a new one to me.
Yeah, no, she had an affair with the mayor of San Francisco, and that's how she got her political career started. Was he gave her a high up office in San Francisco, and from there she built her entire political career.
So I'm going to guess that particular mayor of San Francisco is not Harvey Milk.
That was Harvey Milk, I think.
That was Harvey Milk was gay.
Maybe it was.
Yeah, you're
Let me
getting
think.
mixed up with someone
I
else.
am,
I
okay.
think Harvey Milk is a joke.
Okay. Let's see. Kamala Harris, mayor affair. Willie Brown.
Well, God, details, man. That's too much.
Willie Brown was the
I know
was the
that's
one
what
she had.
she saw, but I don't need to hear about it.
And he was also like 60 years old, and she was like 20 something.
Oh, good God.
Yeah. So, yeah, Kamala Harris is kind of interesting.
I don't see. I don't see any problems here.
A politician's
Girl
politician.
boss.
What's that?
I said I don't see any problems here. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss.
Yeah. Good Lord.
Yeah, she's very much so a politician's politician and not a people's politician. Although, are there any people's politicians anymore?
No.
There never were. Just some were better at lying about it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Technically, I know too. No.
At the local level, perhaps. Guys, I think we're going to have to call on Jesse Ventura.
Oh, no.
Or Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, Arnold Schwarzenegger can't run.
No, he's foreign.
No.
I do like what Arnold has to say, but he's too foreign for the politics.
Can we at least elect Max Headroom?
Yeah. What, so he can go up there and show his ass? Actually, you know what? I'm not too certain that either of the ones running right now wouldn't do that either.
Joe Biden would like fall over and like his pants would fall down while he fell over.
Yeah, Trump would do it intentionally. Biden would
do it intentionally. Biden would just do it because he's old and
he
doesn't know how to button up his pants properly.
Biden would do it. All you have to say is, "Hey, there's a little girl in the audience." Where?
Yeah, so it seems like politics all around the world kind of sucks right now.
Yes.
Except for Turkey. Turkey might end up coming out of things okay and get rid of Erdogan.
Yeah. Addy, I've got an idea. You know, let's settle the long-running Hungary-Turkey feud. We'll have Erdogan and Orban in a ring. Don't tell them that it's an exploding ring match.
It's a barbed wire rope landmine match. It's a barbed wire cage landmine match. Orban does the fucking does the moonsault of the cage like Hayabusa.
The match ends and the announcer says, "The peoples of Hungary and Turkey win."
We forgot the pyrotechnics, so we replaced the pyrotechnics with actual explosives.
Yeah,
I feel like you could assassinate either of those people, and there would be no revolting over it.
Erdogan, I don't know, because you get such fascistic cult of personality types.
No, I was going somewhere with that because the only people who support them are too elderly to hit the streets.
That's true. Well, to be fair, with fascists, there's a 50-50 split. Half of them are old people who are scared of what the young people are doing. The other half are late teenage and young men who are virgins and scared they're never going to get laid. So they think fascism will get them laid. Like, when you look into, like, radical Islam in the Middle East, the overwhelming majority of radical Muslims and terrorists in the Middle East, and the overwhelming majority of criminals just worldwide, including gangsters here in the US, are young men who are scared of being fucking loser virgins.
Yeah.
And some older guy has convinced them that he can make them cool and make them badasses by joining his group.
And he usually builds that brand off of hiring prostitutes to pretend to be his girlfriends.
Yes.
Yes, the Al-Mualim method.
And it'll be what we're fighting against those guys who are keeping you from getting laid.
Mm-hmm.
See, it says here in this book that every person is entitled to this much sex.
Yep.
And I love how you keep going with this bit, and I'm just like, yep, that's the old man on the mountain.
Yeah.
You could also do that with. That's also true of Russia and Putin. Most of the young people do not support the dictators, but they're not turning out for the elections. The old people are. I think that our generation just is too disillusioned with everything and too pessimistic about the future.
There's a lot of that, though. It's kind of always been a trend throughout human history that old people are the most politically vocal and motivated. I mean,
which is bizarre because the old people they don't have as much time to make for the differences of their policies to actually make a difference on their life. They've already lived out their lives.
That's the thing. Soon they don't want to live in the changes they make. They just want to make a change.
I've been reading a lot of Thomas Sowell's Basic Economics, right? And I've not been talking about it a whole lot, but he does talk a lot about how old people dominate politics so much, and old people generally vote in favor of old people at the expense of the younger generation who has to live with it.
Well, that's the thing that I feel like that's just been exacerbated to an extreme degree more recently.
Well, he talked at one point about how social, he was talking about, how am I forgetting the name of it? How much the money you pay to the government that then gets paid to the old people?
Welfare?
Social Security.
Social Security, yeah. He talks about Social Security and how it's pretty well an invincible policy because who are the biggest voters? The people who benefit from Social Security, old people. But Social Security only really worked when the older generation was the greatest generation and the younger generation was the baby boomers, because the baby boomers outnumbered the greatest generation wildly. So the amount of money the baby boomers were making could afford to pay for Social Security for the greatest generation. But birth rates keep going down. The baby boomers are still pretty well the big generation. And Generation X and the millennials can't really afford to pay for the baby boomers the same way the baby boomers could afford to pay for the greatest generation.
Yep.
But the policy sticks around because no baby boomer wants to vote to lose their own fucking money.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that policy is going to die eventually because eventually there won't be any Social Security.
Yeah, eventually the baby boomers will die, so that's when we'll see the change.
So, it's not an invincible policy, it's just an invincible policy right now. Well,
even when Social Security worked, and now when it doesn't work, the government takes a lot of money from Social Security to pay for other programs, and then they just lie about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much goofy shit.
Yeah.
That's another one. I was just reading from that book of how things are advantaged in favor of the old folks. This is particularly an issue at the local government level, is bonds, right?
What are bonds?
You buy bonds from the government, and then they can spend that money for a little bit, and then they owe you in the future more money than you paid on the bond. They owe you back the bond you paid with interest in tax dollars, which is fundamentally a thing of, in the moment, the government wants to push some program, but they don't want to raise taxes because taxes are always bad for elections. So they push a bond instead. which in the moment seems great because people are like, yeah, I'd like to invest in the government and get money back later. The issue is always with these long-term bonds that then 20 years later, suddenly a bunch of tax dollars that they're supposed to be spent on the current generation instead get spent paying off the bonds that were promised 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But at the local politics level, it's so great for local politicians because in 20 years, when that bond has to be paid off, they're not going to be in office anymore.
Yeah.
That's
Now
true
it's
of
the
that's
next
true of
guy's
every
problem.
politician. They don't have to worry about the consequences of their actions.
Yeah. Like if the bond had to be paid off next year, then the politician would be worried about the consequences of their actions because it'd fuck with the next election.
Mm-hmm. I strongly support the putting term limits and age limits on politicians.
I strongly support eating politicians and the rich.
I know Ted really, really, really doesn't like that policy, but I think it makes sense if you're at an age where your literal mental faculties are starting to deteriorate, which it happens to literally everyone. Once you hit around 35, your brain starts to deteriorate. If you've gotten too
You're
old,
closer to
you just
that than any of us. Good luck, pal.
good
No.
luck.
No, it's fine. I'm way ahead of you.
But yeah, no, like that should you should eventually be disqualified from going and holding office if you're getting to like your late 70s, 80s, 90s definitely. I mean, have you seen
To be fair,
have
I
you
get
s-
Ted's point there where things like that get screwed up a lot, especially when the government sets a limit of like, you must retire at 85 years, but then that law is still in place 100 years later when the, life expectancy has gone up massively and people are still perfectly reasonable and intelligent in their 90s or 100s, right?
the problem is that the life expectancy hasn't gone up in like hundreds and hundreds of years.
And also the problem
Like
is less with the
if you live past your like 30s, you're pretty much guaranteed to live to your 80s, just about. Well, except actually no, sorry. If you live to like your 60s, you're going to live to your 80s, basically, for most people.
Yeah.
Usually, there's statistical evidence that shows there's a huge surge of people who die in their like mid 50s, and then it drops down until you get into like the 80s, which
That's
is
the point
interesting.
you get to. The 50s is the point you get to where a bunch of men who spent the entirety of their life eating hamburgers and big piles of beef every day for every meal very suddenly die in their mid 50s a lot for some reason.
Yeah. No, that's literally exactly the reason behind the surge in 50s is because the unhealthy people die out because they're not healthy enough to live through old age, whereas the healthy people, if they're healthy enough to live through their 50s, they're probably healthy enough to live through their 80s.
Yeah.
So anyway, where were we going with this conversation? I've lost myself in my tangents.
Okay. So I was talking about the world market. That led to talking about rice cakes, which somehow talking about Hungarian politics, which got
And
us
then we
here.
got on Thomas Sowell, which led us to Social Security, which led us to old people not holding office.
I probably should call him Sowell, not Sowell. I feel a little bit bad every time because it sounds like I'm calling him a pig.
I mean, I don't know how to accurately pronounce people's names either. I just pronounce it however sounds best to me. I don't care what you identify your pronunciations as. I will pronounce them the way that I want to.
I mean, he was on
Hashtag
PBS
America.
back in like the 90s. I could probably just look that up to find out how to pronounce his name.
You could probably just hop on Ben Shapiro's show right now and he'll mention Thomas Sowell at some point.
Oh God, don't tell me that.
It'll take you like 3 minutes before Thomas Sowell's name gets brought up.
Don't tell me that.
The 3 minutes is entirely consisting of Ben Shapiro rapping a Cardi B song, of course.
yes.
Tell me that.
I mean,
I've
look,
already had to explain to Addie, like, no, it's not any weird, crazy right wing thing. I just think he's got interesting ideas. No, wait. I didn't mean to say interesting ideas. I mean, he's got fascinating theories about economics. Whoa!
I mean,
he's black. He's black.
he is very much so a right wing person, but yes,
He is, but it's not like it's not a racist thing. All joking aside, it isn't a racist thing. It mostly boils down to believing that capitalism is the better economic system, but he doesn't really talk about social issues at all.
well,
Which,
yeah,
I mean,
he's very much so known for being physically conservative. Not he.
You mean fiscally?
Physically.
You said physically. I was like, wait, what's that mean?
Oh no, I just pronounced physically.
It's all that often.
I guess I just pronounced physically weird, but anyway, yeah, he's very much.
I'm fiscally conservative.
I am physically fiscally.
I'm scared of where this is leading.
Fiscally conservative. I am as well. For now, we'll see how that ends up with our coming economic situation. But for now, I guess I am.
Yeah.
Basically, I think corporations should die. The large ones, anyway. The smaller ones are fine.
I think we're getting to the point where we need a new economic system altogether.
I think we should nuke the Mojave.
Well,
Yes.
Start over until we get a utopia.
We already have. I don't think there's much left that we haven't nuked of the Mojave.
The East and the West. The East and the West.
West and the East.
Look at a map of the Mojave and you're looking at a map of nuclear craters.
The wolf and the bull. That's what he always said. The wolf and the bull, I think.
You know, I look at the moon and I see the perfect civilization.
The bear, 'cause that's what's on the NCR flag.
And the bull is on the Legion flag, right? And the wolf is on the NCR? Or was it the
Bull,
other way around?
bear.
Bear on the NCR.
Bear and the bull. There you go. Bear and the bull.
It's a three-headed bear, isn't it?
Two heads.
Two-headed bear.
Right. It's the bear and the bull, which of course he's talking about the flags of the NCR and the Legion, and not talking about the stock market, which may confuse some people. The thing I love about hearing
it's a bear market or something. I don't understand what these terms mean.
Yes,
bear market bad, bull market, bear market down, bull market up. It's not even fair to say bear market bad, bull market good, because it's good for some people, bad for others.
I want bull market. When I put money in, I go bull.
When your money is in, you want bull. When your money is out, you want bear.
Okay, money is out. I want bear, right?
Yes.
Bear
market, you buy, bull you sell.
Bear market economically, the bear market is when a bunch of fat gay men sell stocks.
And wait, bear market is when a bunch of fat gay men sell stocks. Bull market is when a bunch of fat gay women sell stocks.
Sure.
That does work out oddly well, because that is a term you hear. You hear bear gay and you hear bull lesbian.
Yeah.
Weird. Nothing. I want to see a gay stock market, like a specific, like at least half of the stock like investors are in drag, right?
I'm pretty sure most of Wall Street is bi.
I was
not out of like a.
When you're on that much cocaine, you're not looking where you're putting it.
Exactly. You're not bi because you're interested in everyone. You're bi because you just don't know what you're fucking.
All stock marketers are interested in the variety of investments they can make.
They're all what's the term? Polysexual? Is that the correct one? Pansexual.
I'm holding out. I'm gonna need to decide properly where I invest my penis.
But they are they pan because they're finding fucking anything, or are they pan because they wanna fuck bread?
Yeah. Oh boy.
Or are they pan because they want to fuck a satyr?
That
Good question.
Greeks were pretty big on that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we got the Diablo. The devil. I guess I should start hitting the rest of what I did this week. Right. So yeah, that was all well and cool. I didn't really play any video games worth talking about. I continue to
Fire Pro.
For Fire Pro, I have now completely gone through and checked the rosters for WWE, TNA, New Japan, and the various indies, and I'm going through and checking AEW now. I'm going through and setting up the movesets. I'm replacing some of the uglier animations. And more importantly, I am making sure that there aren't any goofy situations like Addy ran into with Vince when we played that one time and the pin button wasn't working.
Oh, yeah.
I'm making sure that won't happen again. So, and I'm also making sure the dives are all set up properly, so on and so forth. It's been a long and arduous process, but in the end, I suppose it will be worth it. And that was pretty well it for what I've done with video games. So the only thing I did left worth talking about this week was we watched, which Pink, you also watched this too, right? Backlash?
Yes, indeed.
In Puerto Rico. And so, right, well, I guess let me pull up the card because otherwise I'm not going to remember it. But we both know what the first match was because how could you forget it?
Yep. It was a barn burner.
Like, it was an inexplicable barn burner.
What are you talking about? I knew Io Shirai had it from the get-go.
But there was so little build-up or setup of an actual feud.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty well just, oh, yo, you won the number one contendership match, go wrestle. And I've been talking about this for a while, that I think that the issue that Triple H has with booking women's wrestling is that he doesn't make heat between them. When he books women, which of course, naturally, this could be Pritchard or somebody else booking on Hunter's behalf, because, Vince never did everything. And presumably neither does Hunter, unless Hunter's lost his fucking mind and is on a variety of performance-enhancing drugs.
You never know.
But the women's feuds have all been cold. They have all been, I want your belt, I will fight you for your belt. Okay, pay-per-view. Which is a big nothing most of the time. It can be cool to see two babyfaces do that sometimes, but for the most part, it's a big nothing. And that was the buildup this match got, so I wasn't expecting anything out of it. But no, they went out there and they burned the fucking house down. This was such an abrupt, out of nowhere great showing for Io Shirai, who has so far pretty well just been stuck as Bayley's sidekick for the whole year she's been on the main roster. Was she routinely putting out these kinds of classics on NXT, Pink?
I thought she was great in NXT. She didn't have a lot of talent down there to work with her at the time, but I always thought she was good. She was coming up at a time where Asuka was still pretty dominant on the main roster, and Kairi Sane had just wrapped up a championship reign of her own. But between the three of those, I always thought Asuka was overhyped. I thought Kairi I was all right with, but I despise her elbow drop because people swear that it's the greatest things in sliced bread, and I didn't like it. But I always thought Io Shirai was a real star of the three, and she, to me, never got the opportunity in NXT to showcase that because she came up in the tumultuous period of COVID era. So, the NXT roster was lacking, the show production was lacking, then she went away, and then she got called back up at SummerSlam, and then she was put in the lackey position, and she kind of just faded into the background until Backlash, where she came out to her home crowd in Puerto Rico, as we all know.
That's the thing that was utterly confounding about the match more than anything else, was Io Shirai went in completely cold And the moment she came out there, the fans were like jumping the fucking barrier.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was just out of complete nowhere. Like, oh my God, we love Io Shirai. When's the last match we've even seen her? It was inexplicable. And in kind, they loved Yo so much that Bianca could just happen to, shrug her shoulders and the fans would like shriek at her.
Yep.
Want her to drop dead. It was so bizarre. That was one of the strangest matches I've ever seen, just in terms of how cold it was, and yet it was so hot.
Yep. It was inexplicable in the hype.
Like, it's been a while since we've seen a match that so distinctly was, okay, well, for one thing, okay, anyone who doesn't respect either of these girls coming in has to come out respecting them, right?
Right.
Because I liked Io, but I've not seen anything impressive from her. I walked out of this match like, holy shit, Io Shirai is great.
Right.
But, like, specifically a thing of someone who was cold up to that point, and it just instantly, like, oh, she needs to be kept around the top of the card, whatever's going on for the women.
Right.
Like, this has made it clear Damage Control cannot stick together. Io Shirai cannot just be Bayley's sidekick anymore.
Right.
Right.
Which feels a bit weird to be saying that while at the same time Sami Zayn was just lighting everybody up at the beginning of this year, and yet Triple H has made the decision to go back to him just being Kevin Owens' sidekick. Which is it's one of Hunter's worst decisions he's made since taking over as Booker.
Yeah.
I love Kev. I have been a Steen mark since he was on the Indies. But the Kevin that we are seeing now is not the Kevin that we were seeing 10 years ago.
Yeah.
He's slowed down and he's starting to rely even more on spots, and he was always kind of a spot guy.
Yeah.
So the decision to put Sammy, who is now entering the prime of his career, back on the coattails of his buddy who is kind of coming to a close almost, it feels, I think is a very not smart decision. I mean, I understand they'd never won the tag belts before together, and it would have been really weird in the history books for Sammy and Kevin to have never won the WWE tag belts together. I get that. But they need to take the belts off of them and split them as soon as possible.
Yes.
Kev needs to start taking up the Edge and Finn Balor spot of going out there with the younger up-and-coming guys and making them look good. Sammy, they can keep near the main event because Sammy can really get people behind him, and the people love him. And he can talk.
Yep.
And I will never get over how surreal this is. That we are sitting here in present day and being like, okay, we need to put Kevin Steen and Bayley on the sidelines and let El Generico and Io Shirai shine. What am I saying? What a strange... Oh, it's so strange. If Dominic Mysterio was thrown in there, then it would be maximum surrealness. But have you got anything in particular to say about the match, Pink?
I love this match. I do want to bring up that one, the major botch throughout the entire night where Bianca Belair drops Io Shirai on her head.
It was a botch, but it was one of those botches that actually added to the match.
True.
Because it was fucking
I don't get why she went for the one-handed military press, because it's not that impressive, and it kind of breaks the kayfabe, if I can use an insider term, when you can blatantly see Io Shirai balancing herself on Bianca Belair until she's not balanced anymore and falls on her face. I didn't like that spot. I was not a fan.
To be entirely fair, speaking of people letting the military press be done to them, I remember there was a match down in All Japan. I think it was Kawada versus Dr. Death. You know, that great shoot badass. Good work, JR. It was Kawada versus Dr. Death. Dr. Death has Kawada up above his head in a military press. And Kawada, to get out of it, just full down hammer blow socks Dr. Death in the face. Like, almost looked like it was enough to break his nose. So Dr. Death naturally just drops Kawada wherever, and Kawada just face plants on the mat and goes like, "Oh, motherfucker, that was a bad idea." Like, that's one move where I can accept some degree of, once you're up there in the air, the person would just accept of, like, okay, I'm just going to let this happen to me, because better for him to drop me than for me to fall, you know?
Right.
Right.
That's fair. All right. Outside of that, Io Sky should have won the match.
Yeah, that.
I am done with Bianca Belair. I'm done with the reign. I'm over it. She's so 2022. It's 2023. Time to move on.
I'm still a huge Bianca Belair mark, but yeah, it did kind of feel like it was almost like that magical moment of Bianca should have called it in the ring, of telling Io, moonsault, I'm not going to kick out.
Yeah. Like, Bianca went a full year, WrestleMania to WrestleMania, as champion. And I feel like the magic is gone now. She was already getting booed in Puerto Rico because, that's where Io Shirai was born, honorary Latino, or Puerto Rican, what have you. And up to this point, every night past WrestleMania, I've not been feeling the fire from Bianca Belair. I even saw her skit with Asuka last night. I was like, this sucks. This is not good. I don't get it.
Dude, what the fuck?
She got Harvey dented.
That was the most running in place, we don't know what to do with Bianca shit I've seen in a while.
Mm-hmm. It's like
just explicitly, we don't know what to do with Bianca. I don't know, restart the Bianca Asuka feud that wasn't any good anyways.
I hear Eric Bischoff is booking Backlash this week.
Yeah.
Shayna Baszler against Asuka. What do you mean it's cooling down? I don't care.
Well, yeah. Belair had a run. It was a good run. I think we need to put her on the back burner for a little while and let her get her heat back, because at this point it is very much the running in place. We've seen everything from her already. We're gonna have her run through the entire roster again. I'd prefer not to see that. Let's get some new fresh meat in here.
Yeah.
As much as I am a huge mark for Bianca, and if this was my universe mode, I would just keep the belt on her and she just continues to annihilate people. The truth is that she is already in the space of people turning on her and viewing her as Booker's favorite. And that is never where you want any wrestler to ever be, because that is a long, painful death.
Yeah. She's in the John Cena 2007 spot, but she doesn't have the star power to climb out unscathed.
Yes. She's been working so hard, and the issue with Bianca is that she's almost such a hard worker that it's almost like you could expect someone to tell her to go home and her to go, no.
Yeah.
But it kind of feels like this might be a situation where it's have her drop the belt to another heel, almost like maybe have her get brutalized by Asuka here, right? Have Asuka go full psycho, not just the mist. Have Asuka missed her like 8 times. Even when she's on the ground, she just keeps missing her. Have Asuka just brutalize her, murder her. Asuka gives up on wrestling altogether. She just resorts to bullshit. And then have Bianca go on break for a few months so people can get to where they'll miss her. And in the meantime, Io Shirai goes up against Asuka, right?
Right.
Because that way they can. They've already teased Asuka versus Io Shirai a few times, and every time it actually does get people really hyped. For some reason, I'm not entirely certain, because I wouldn't think there's that many people who are fans of their fucking Japanese Joshi days, but I guess people are just like, hey, it's the 2 Japanese girls.
Right?
They have a cool look. I mean, there's not a lot of people with cool looks in the WWE nowadays.
Asuka's clown look is the only thing that's carrying her right now, because otherwise she's putting in some of the most mediocre work of her career.
Exactly. Like, most of the people that I'm interested in just on an outsider level are people who have cool looks, and there's only like a handful of them. There's the 2 Asian chicks with their Mortal Kombat outfits. There's Shotzi, who I understand you guys don't like, but she has a cool look.
She's got a great
And
look. She's just terrible in the ring.
yeah, yeah. And then as far as women goes, that's about it.
What was I gonna say? Backlash may have been the signal. It's time to switch tracks to Yoshirai,
Yeah.
which feels strange to say, especially because how are we supposed to have a babyface champion who can't cut promos? But they've made Asuka work down the years with the fact she can't cut
That's a
promos.
good point.
Though, with that said, in spite of the fact that she can't cut a promo, Yoshirai nonetheless had one of the best promo lines in years that one time with Asuka. Which soon, did you see that the Asuka Yoshirai promo?
No, I have not. I don't think I've seen very much of WWE since the Royal Rumble.
They had a spot when they were booking for a little bit the feud of babyface team of Bianca Belair, Asuka, and Alexa versus heel team of Bayley, Dakota, and Yo. And at one point, after Bayley and Bianca and Alexa and Dakota all cut their promos on each other, and they all speak perfect English, so so on and so forth. Then it gets to Asuka and Yo, both of whom very clearly do not speak English.
Right.
So they just start shouting and screaming at each other in Japanese. Still on the mics. Like, they were still on the mics. So the crowd is sitting there listening, and you have to assume 99% of them don't speak Japanese. And eventually, Asuka just starts screaming at Yoshirai, "Baka, baka, baka, baka," over and over and over again. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, Addy, but that's just Japanese for idiot, right?
Yeah, that's just stupid.
And after doing that for a little bit, Yoshirai kind of just looks aside to the camera for a little bit, and she kind of goes, eh. Then she just turns back to Asuka and says, "Bitch." And Asuka sells it for a little bit of like, "Oh, you motherfucker," and then chops her, of course. And that was pretty great. Now, I forget, Pink, did she chop her standard or she discus chop her?
It was standard.
Okay, because I was thinking for a second, did Yoshirai have to watch Asuka do a spin before she bitch slapped her? To be fair, I'm not sure I would know what to do if someone started spinning in my direction.
Yeah?
Well, at that point, you just run. You do not deal. You do not deal with the person who's attacking you with spin maneuvers.
They're using the golden ratio.
What if he picks up speed?
Those people are clearly crazy, and they probably have a knife hidden under their shirt. They'll probably pull a knife out of their shoulder and stab you with it.
They have
That's just where they store them.
They have a knife hidden in their hat. Just razor blades duct taped onto their hat.
Getting into a brawl with an assassin?
An assassin or a homeless person?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yeah.
But seriously, that's I mean, yeah, that's definitely a concern when you live in the city, is just, does this person who's yelling that they want to kill everyone on the tee, do they have a knife or not?
Yeah.
Most of the time, they do not.
Well, at least there's that.
Yeah. But it's okay, the police won't do anything to protect you.
No.
Yeah. Look, they only do the patrol to make sure they're not doing drugs.
There was this one time where this guy on the T stop was like, he was like a 300, maybe 400-pound dude, very, very, very large man, and he was yelling about how he was a gangster and he was going to kill all the white people on the T. And the police came down, they chatted with him for a bit, and they were like, "Okay, just get on the T, man." I was like, "Excuse me? You're going to put him in..."
White people?
He did not kill all the white people.
Well then. That means he's a bitch.
He just yelled about it the whole time.
He's not a gangster.
He's not a gangster, you're right.
Oh,
I did not...
A poser.
I did not tell him he was not a gangster, though. I didn't want to break it to him.
That shit is happening to you on like public transportation. No, this shit, the similar shit was happening around my house for years.
Oh yeah, no, like my literally, if I step outside my apartment, I'm probably going to see a heroin needle.
Uh,
I have to like make sure that my dog doesn't go into the bushes because she might get poked by a heroin needle. Yeah, and there's people who
There might
just
still be a little bit in there.
what's that?
I said, are you picking them up? There might still be a little bit in there.
I I have not been picking them up. No, I prefer to avoid the old STDs, or well, I guess in this case blood TDs, BTDs.
Hard.
yes, we gotta learn to avoid the BT dubs.
The BT dubs.
I love BT dubs. I love Rob Van Dam.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that rain is getting heavy up there. All right, second match on the card: Rollins versus Omos. I don't care what Ted says. This match was awesome.
Omos is great. He's the foundation of SmackDown in my GM.
I've
Except
seen
he's
him.
not on my show anymore.
I've seen Omos in I think one match in actual WWE, and he was very boring in that match.
I think Omos has been a lot better since he took his break for like a year.
I think actually no, I saw him in the Royal Rumble. I think that's the only time I've actually seen him, and he was.
Big guys in the Royal Rumble have a certain role. They get in, they clear out a few people, they get out.
That's true. But he seemed very stiff. I don't know if that's an accurate representation of his ring ability.
Body language.
Otherwise,
right? Not in terms of
like stiff in terms of his like moves.
Do you mean in terms of like the way he moved, or because a lot of people will in wrestling use the word stiff to mean that he was legitimately hitting people?
No, I mean stiff in his like movement.
Okay, there we go. Because I was about to say no.
Yeah, no. I'm using stiff as in like you would have with like where like how you would use it normally, and not like the wrestling slang lingo.
Not the fucking carnies. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I meant I didn't notice him actually hitting anyone, but no, he seems like stiff, like Andre the Giant is stiff.
He's definitely better at moving now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Pink, you can correct me here because you've definitely seen a lot more Omos than I have, and you saw Omos a lot earlier than I had because I only came into watching wrestling again in really early 2022, late 2021, about then, and Omos was on Raw, so I didn't see him at all until really Money in the Bank 2022, that tag match, him and MVP versus Bobby Lashley.
Yeah, you remember that feud? And that carried on to WrestleMania. That's stupid.
Omos seemed to take a big break after that match and come back a lot better. It seemed to me.
He was definitely off television for quite a while. I don't remember when he got taken out, or I don't recall the timeline. But he's definitely improved since then. The MVP and Bobby Lashley feud.
Yeah.
He's not great. Obviously, he's 8 feet tall. He's a big lumbering oaf. He's not going to be great in the ring. But what they have him do in the ring, I think, is great.
Yes. He isn't, unless he goes on some massive training trip, he is not going to be in the talks of, 1970s Andre the Giant, 1990s Big Show of like, oh my God, the athleticism on this giant. No. But giants are rare. They aren't exactly born every fucking day.
Right. You just can't teach it.
You can't teach it. And he is good. He is not great, but he is good by now. And even at his worst, he was still better than Great Khali or Giant Gonzalez.
Oh, absolutely. He's a serviceable big man.
Frankly, I don't think we're really likely to ever see 70s Andre or 90s Big Show ever again, just simply because at this point, why would you go into wrestling if you have that kind of size and talent and athleticism? Why would you ever go into wrestling instead of, another sport or
Like
act?
basketball.
Yeah.
Just go into basketball or football, especially football, actually.
Big Show
Like-
did go into basketball, but he got hurt.
Uh,
Andre, if they had basketball in 1960s France, he probably would have gone into basketball.
or yeah, I mean, they would have done both would have done really well as in football.
Yeah.
You use a lot of like movement in football. You need to be big so you can tackle the other person.
It's been demonstrated time and time again. The problem with pro wrestling is the existence of other sports. They need to go away.
Exactly. We need to just get rid of all of them. Everyone needs to become a circus actor in our wrestling show.
Right? Join the wrestling entertainment business. It's the only good business out here. All those other fake sports, they're stupid. Who really wants to pay to see any of that? Nobody. We just do it out of, culture or something. I don't understand it. It needs
look,
to stop.
If this,
We need
I
to
do it
stop
to-
this.
if
I
this
only
leads
do
to
it
the,
to watch people actually beat each other up.
If-
Boxing, yay.
if this leads to the abolishment of soccer, I'm all for it.
What's
But
that?
if this,
Boy, have I got the wrestling for you soon.
raw.
The thing about soccer is that it's already as fake as wrestling. You just have people taking
Bumps. Taking
Bumps.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. People selling hits that they didn't take.
I mean,
That's all
the
soccer
difference,
is.
the difference between the WWE and FIFA is honestly just that the FIFA has like 7 Vince McMahons. I'm pretty sure. Like,
I don't
they-
know why anyone would watch soccer when you could watch rugby.
I don't know why,
Or why
anyone would watch any of those sports.
Or why anyone would watch football when you can watch rugby.
Why
everyone
would
should just-
anybody watch any of these sports when we have wrestling entertainment?
Dude,
why would
It
anyone
makes
watch?
no sense.
People
Why-
like balls.
Hank,
People
Mike
want
isn't here. You don't
people-
have to say entertainment. You're not getting anyone salty.
People want to hold balls and carry them.
I mean, you can hold balls in wrestling. The teardrop suplex.
Hi.
Why,
The
why,
grapefruit clutch.
Again and again and again and again.
why would anyone want to watch football or soccer or rugby when you can watch curling?
Curling?
That's my go-to lame sport that everyone hates.
That's everyone's go-to lame sport, Addy.
Some original material,
never-
man.
I
Yeah,
never
exactly.
heard
Get
of
some original material.
All right, fuck y'all. Check chess boxing.
Chess
Just
boxing.
chess boxing sounds amazing.
An actual thing. There are attorneys.
Wait, are you allowed to punch the guy every time you take a pawn?
No, it's a round of chess that's then caught up by a round of boxing, and if you get a knockdown or checkmate, you win.
The trouble is that you're mildly concussed after.
Yeah,
After
that's
the box-
the idea.
You just
harder.
use different like weight categories to represent the different pieces. Like you got the the cruiserweights playing the role of the pawns. You got I don't know what other roles.
Oh no, it's not
Obviously,
like that.
the
It's-
heavyweights are the queens.
No, it's chess players, and between like that they are timed, and
Don
between each
King
time.
in this metaphor soon?
What's that?
Is the king Don King?
Yes. Exactly.
What you gotta do is you gotta
You just
stop
gotta-
the enemy team's Mike Tyson from getting payback on your team's Don King.
But yeah, like the actual chess boxing, the way it works is that the chess players are timed. They have to make chess moves, and then once they do the chess moves and they run out of time and there's no checkmate, they have to get up and have a round of boxing.
Is that now how chess goes for most people?
It depends on the pub. But Yeah, if memory serves,
I think we need to swap sports announcers between WWE and golf. We should have golf announcers do WWE and WWE
Yes.
announcers do golf.
Which, by the way, I believe John Morrison beat up a YouTuber in chess boxing recently.
What'd you say, Dubs?
I said Cole and McAfee as a team could make curling exciting. McAfee'd have a hard time figuring out what part he should get up and dance to, though.
Put Tez and Excalibur
Yeah.
on golf.
Excalibur would lose his mind because he doesn't know the name of all the golf moves.
Yeah. There's a really good shot. So someone tells him in his ear, and there was a guy named Tiger who used to be a golfer. So he just goes, "Oh yeah, the Tiger suplex."
I was thinking of like Jim Ross doing golf commentary.
I feel like Jim Ross might actually be good at it.
Maybe. I don't know. I think he's a little bit too high energy for golf.
Jim Ross slow it down, though.
That depends on which era of JR.
I don't recall JR being particularly high energy until he went to the WWF.
Yeah, he was very understated in WCW.
But he should do WWE style commentary for golf.
This is a fact.
That's the only way to make golf even slightly interesting. Just to have some guy spazzing out every time someone hits the ball.
Well, the part that makes golf interesting is sitting in the golf cart, eating Slim Jims, and chatting with the other people who aren't currently swinging.
But then, like, what do you do when you're watching golf on TV?
You don't.
People do. Unfortunately, old people really like watching golf on TV.
Because it makes them feel like they could chat with Donald Trump about it.
I don't think Donald Trump actually knows how to play golf.
I don't think so either.
They just drive him out to the golf course, he hits some balls around, then they call it a day.
Yeah, I literally think that he just gets some photographer to take a picture of him hitting a ball, and then he packs up his bags and leaves.
Yeah, because it's a classy sport. He wants to be known as the golfing president.
You know what's really
despite the fact that he never learned how to golf.
Golf is such a rich person sport. If someone says they play golf, they're very clearly like rich.
You know, you got to terraform all those miles and miles and miles of, grass.
Mm-hmm. Poor people don't play golf.
Poor people pay taxes to pay for the golf courses, and that's
poor people play sports that are actually entertaining.
Right?
Okay, let me say this. You guys know what's really stupid about Trump and golf?
What's really stupid about Trump and golf?
He wrote a book on how to play golf and all of his golf tips, which of course was ghostwritten by somebody else, but nonetheless, there is a book on how Trump plays golf because apparently he's that fucking good. And we own it because before he was elected president, my dad thought Trump was a smart guy.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Does he also own Art of the Deal?
We also definitely owned Art of the Deal, yes.
Oh boy.
And we also owned he co-wrote a book with a dude over in Japan, and the book was titled Why We Want You to Be Rich or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe we've gotten rid of all of those books.
Good. I own the autobiography where Ben Carter, that's his name, right? Carter. I know his last name is Carter. But yeah, he writes about how he like stabbed a kid when he was 12.
Jesus.
Sometimes you just gotta stab the little kids.
Which that did not happen, so I don't know why he wrote about him committing a crime when he was younger, but that apparently did not happen. So
he wanted to give his character an edge.
Exactly. Yeah. He wanted to say that he came from the ghettos and he had a hard life growing up.
Isn't that Eddie Guerrero's theme song? At the end of the week, he gets to keep your dinero.
This is a fact, yo.
Oh boy, yeah. Rollins versus Omos, fun match. Rollins, very creative finish. The idea that Omos is one of the legendary few to kick out of the curb stomp. How many other people have kicked out of the curb stomp?
Like
A lot.
4?
I have to imagine Brock's kicked out of it at some point because Brock is Brock.
Probably Brock, definitely Cody at least once or twice.
Has he had a match with Roman Reigns?
Several?
Then he's probably curb stomped Roman Reigns at some point.
Yeah, that's true.
And Roman Reigns doesn't get pinned, apparently, anymore.
At the
It's not
same
in
time,
his
correct me if
contract.
I'm wrong, Roman has lost every match that him and Seth have had, right, Pink? Though Roman
Not
did-
every match.
by disqualification.
The major statistic in the Rollins Roman feud is that Roman has lost every championship match between the two. Up until Royal Rumble of last year, where I believe Roman lost by disqualification.
Streak still continues. Seth still has
Yes.
beaten Roman in every single championship contest.
Yes.
But yes, Roman is probably one of them who has kicked out of the stomp. But either which way, so after Omos kicks out of the stomp, Seth goes up to the top turnbuckle and does a stomp from the top turnbuckle to Omos. I thought that
And it was awesome.
yes, it
I
was.
want it in the game right now. And I won't be happy when the next DLC pack drops on May 17th of 2023 and they don't give it to me. And then I'm going to walk over to GameStop and demand a refund. And they're not going to know what I'm talking about because I didn't order the copy of the game from them. I ordered it digitally. So they'll be really confused and I'll be really upset.
You will shriek at them until the manager arrives.
But not the manager of GameStop, the manager of 2K.
Yeah. Bring him here. I know you know him.
I know you have these connections.
Yeah, Seth's in particular been a problem for the 2K devs just because he did that. And then, like, the next night on Raw, he does a, like, curb stomp to the face on poor Finn.
Yeah.
Which is also not in the games.
This is ridiculous. I won't stand for it. It's a good thing I'm sitting down right now. Otherwise, I'd have to find a chair and take a seat.
Stupid idea. Rollins versus Bray Wyatt. Bray Wyatt does the upside down crab walk, and Rollins curb stomps him during that.
I would pay good money to see that.
does
only
this
that between the
does-
two of them.
Does this lead to Bray Wyatt retiring from the ring?
One can hope. If he hasn't already, anyway.
That guy has got it figured out. Just put in the minimum amount of work. Just keep promising a mystery with a solution at the end. And
Bray
don't, like,
Wyatt-
I don't want to talk about Bray Wyatt. What is the next match on the card?
oh, okay. In that case, yes, the next match on the card is the three-way Lashley, Bronson Reed, Theory. This match was also awesome.
This match
Yeah.
for no good reason, because Bronson Reed actually looked like the monster they could be. And I was upset because I wanted to dislike Bronson Reed so hard, because for the past several years, Bronson Reed has disappointed me so hard. But then he showed up to work tonight, and he actually did good. And I was like, what the heck? I was prepared and ready to sling my insults. But no,
Yeah,
he was not
yeah.
worthy of the insults, because he was good. And it made me
yeah,
upset.
same. I agree.
Lashley still sucks, though. Please stop booking Austin Theory against him.
Boo, I disagree.
Hire Austin Theory, he does nothing.
You already did, I think.
But not enough.
Fire him again. Somebody hire this clown so you can fire him.
What the fuck? Theory, Theory, of course, showing off that he was a workhorse in the match. But, like, Bronson, I felt, and was also a very strong showing here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just a very solid, like, it wasn't like the masterpiece that Bianca and Yo was, Nor was it like the crazy showcase that Omos and Rollins was. This one was a bit more like what you'd kind of expect a triple threat to be, very spotty. But it was good.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, it was a good match. I liked it.
Soon, are you gonna say that for every fucking match?
I have to be able to say something. I didn't watch the show.
Dude, you haven't been on here very long.
I'm building a bit off of this. I've got to do my bit.
Soon I are doing inverse bits, whereas I shut up and just like put in something memey once every like 5 matches. You put in something every match.
Fucking motherfucker. Yeah. Right. I actually don't recall a terrific amount from this match, other than, correct me if I'm wrong, was there not a spot where Bronson did like a slingshot off the apron on top of Booby Lashley's head?
A slingshot?
Like kind of a Vader bomb off the apron.
Oh yeah.
Like that shit looked brutal.
Absolutely. I don't know if that was a botch or what. Because not a spot I think I've ever seen Bronson Reed do before or since. And not something I would imagine the boys in the back being like, hey, I'm gonna be standing outside of the ring, you're gonna Vader bomb me from the apron, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
How are you taking that bump? Land on my head. It's fine. My neck is strong. It can take the weight, the girth, all 300 plus pounds of Bronson Reed. It'll be fine. You're like, what?
To be fair, Booby does look like he's got a strong neck.
That is a fact.
Oh boy.
I didn't know he had a neck.
Well, see, it's become so strong that the rest of his body is actually neck, but it's so powerful it doesn't look like neck anymore.
Gotcha.
We didn't know what his real name is, Booby Nexley.
Yeah. And I thought it was a nice touch for Theory. Theory gets the chicken shit win by stealing the pin off of somebody else's finish. I thought that was nice.
Yeah.
Next on the card, Zelina Vega versus Rhea Ripley. You know,
Zelina Vega was awesome.
This is a lot better than I expected from Zelina.
Exactly.
Yeah. And to me, this was a standard match you would see on Raw that was made a lot better by the Puerto Rican crowd.
Yes.
No surprise there.
Standard match on Raw is better than most for Zelina, though.
Yes. This was one of Zelina Vega's best showcases since her debut in TNA back in 2007 or whatever.
Yeah.
And will probably be the biggest highlight of her entire career, because I don't think it can get better than that. If it does, I'll be shocked.
Unless she has a secret fire, she'll light up in her ass at some point.
You never know. We've seen stranger things.
Which, yeah, I mean, after Dominic, I don't think we ever get to say again.
I'm not. Yeah, but Dominic, who I back in 2020, I would have bet good money on him becoming a topic of a YouTube wrestling channel of a Where Are They Now. Now he's a megastar, and it makes no sense.
Yep. Shit just happened.
It's almost like people want characters. Wow, Chips.
Yeah.
He's figured it out.
I forget if this was Ted that was mentioned this or someone else, but the thing to appreciate here was they recognized, okay, we can't really work a big high-speed, high-spots match because, look, Shirai and Bianca got us in for that one.
Right.
Let's work more of kind of a slow match building on Zelina being the hometown girl, so the hope will be behind her, right?
Right.
So solid standard match. Solid stuff.
And let's be honest, Puerto Rico knew that Zelina Vega was not going to win this match. But they kept the pops going for her anyway. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah. And then Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest.
Boo.
This match ruled.
Oh,
That-
yay!
As pure showcase, just go out there and put on a show kinds of matches go. Yeah, that was pretty great.
I don't care how you look at it. This match was badass, and it was 10 stars from me.
Like, as hardcore bullshit goes, there's nothing crazy impressive. There was no crazy feats of athleticism. But in terms of, for one thing, Damien working heel and making the fans root and be sympathetic to Bad Bunny going out there actually looking like a star, despite the fact that he's tiny little noodle man. And then the entire ending sequence of everyone from Puerto Rico except Carlos Colon and Invader Number 1 showing up to help, you know?
Carlos Colon was too busy stabbing people in the back.
Probably.
Yeah. The thing I really loved about that big, just absolute mess at the end there was Finn just explicitly leaving Dominic behind at the mercies of the LWO and Carlito. Like, I love Finn even, like, having the, like, gesture of wiping sweat off his brow, like, whew, well, sucks for you, Dominic, but I ain't putting up with this shit.
Yeah.
Savio, I mean, credit is due for Savio actually throwing out, like, a kind of, I guess, super kick, but I think we were all kind of seeing Savio go out there and going, Savio, you are not throwing a Caribbean kick tonight. Sorry, bud.
Speaking of Carlito, I thought I saw someone suggest the idea of having the bloodline against the Colognes feud, and like, okay, so the build up, so the build up is just all of the other family getting stabbed, I guess.
Well, I thought you were going to start with, like, Roman's dad. Was it Alpha or Sika that was Roman's dad?
I don't remember, and I don't want to get it wrong, and I've got a 50-50 chance of getting it wrong, and those are not good odds.
But, yeah, either which way, no. Nonetheless, let's proceed from that match, because that match, I think, like, the point has gotten across. It was the match. Let's send out Bad Bunny to have some goofs around with the other Puerto Rican guys. Okay. And also the LWO, who are apparently honorary Puerto Ricans for the night.
Right.
The next match on the card, KO and Sammy and Riddle versus Usos and Solo.
This match sucked, and I'm sorry for Solo. He deserves better.
Yeah,
exactly.
They need to get the belts off of KO and Sammy as soon as possible and break them up, and they need to get around to breaking the Usos up. Because these have just been spot fest matches, and none of the men involved have the speed to make them particularly impressive or exciting spot fest matches.
Yeah.
The only fun part of this match was the repeated teasing of Solo maybe turning on the Usos.
Yeah.
Which is apparently a storyline they're going to be stretching out for another month or so. So nothing really of note happens. And the fight...
Yeah.
All right, wait, there was one more match. Right, Cody and Brock.
This match went 8 minutes. And I slept through 5 of them.
Sable called Brock up before the show and told him about whatever deer she's cooking. So he's... Shit, Cody killed me. We gotta go. I got my priorities straight. Yeah, this was just
also, by the way, while saying that Brock is stuttering, according to Brock.
Yeah. So, I like they set it up as Cody just rushes Brock out of the gate. Immediately just dives in with a chair and with stairs, with a table. He's going to hit him with all the furniture. And then Brock, being Brock, no-sells most of it. And then there's the spot where Cody pulls the ring pad off the turnbuckle and throws Brock into it.
And there he's bleeding everywhere.
And everywhere was not an exaggeration in this case. We hit a solid, 0.8 on the Muda scale there. Brock bled, and then he bled, and then he bled some more, and then he bled again, and then he kept bleeding.
There was no stopping that man.
And so somewhere in the universe, Ric Flair smiled.
No, knowing Flair, somewhere in the universe, Flair looked on and went, "Damn it, it should be me."
Yeah, true.
And then Flair's going to go on a podcast and say that Brock Lesnar ripped off his gimmick by bleeding in a big match.
By bleeding at all. That's his gimmick.
And Flair's also going to say while he's on there that he hates Arn Anderson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one still gets me because you can hear Arn Anderson like on his podcast being told about that and going, "What the fuck, Flair? What the fuck, Rick?" Or well, that's a little too high energy for Arn. It's like, "What the fuck, Rick?"
You just don't get it. Arn owes Flair $5 from back in '75 that he spent on coke.
Yeah, at the strip club.
Yeah.
Which he took Muda to. So you're welcome, Muda. After he suplexed that Jumbo Saruta, and let me tell you, that Jumbo Saruta, he was a tough guy. Anyways. So, yeah, Lesnar bleeds all over the ring. He gets a red mask very early on. It was very rapid bleeding. He gets blood all over Cody. Cody had Brock's blood all up in his armpits, all over his chest, in his hair.
Most of Brock's blood was probably on Cody by the end of the match.
Yeah. And by the end of the match, Brock gets Cody in the Kimura, and Cody goes for the loving hump pin counter.
Yeah.
And gets a sneaky pin and wins. But the match very clearly had the thing of like, okay, this match was not disappointing. It was not disappointing. We saw exactly what we expected, but still clearly set up to, okay, we're going to get Cody versus Brock number 2 at the next pay-per-view.
Oh, yeah.
Which could be fun. And then SmackDown.
Yeah.
So SmackDown. Well, let me. Pink, did you have anything else in particular to say about anything on Backlash?
Oh no, I think we covered everything we had to say. It was a very, very good show. I loved it from start to finish. There were definitely some low points, but I thought it was a very good show.
Yes.
And Puerto Rico is awesome. Let's go there again sometime.
Yes. Front-loaded pay-per-view, but the back wasn't that bad either.
Yeah.
Triple H in shambles.
Yeah. At his own booking.
Yeah.
Triple H sends a firmly worded email to himself.
Yeah. You know, Hunter. No, Hunter, what were you thinking?
Yeah.
Your matches in the mid-card shouldn't outshine the opener and the main event.
All right. So, SmackDown, we are proceeding with the tournament to crown the new big gold WCW champion. And on Raw, I didn't watch Raw because I don't have USA, but Rollins was the winner on the Raw side. We are pretending to have a SmackDown side, even though that would lead to all 3 world belts being on SmackDown, which would make no sense.
Right.
But nonetheless, we start out the night with AJ, Ray, Edge, and I think everybody was really excited going into this match because it was like, holy shit, AJ Styles, Edge, and Rey Mysterio, and Ray being not quite classic Ray, but still modern Ray is better than the Ray from 10 years ago. This match has got to be fucking great. And the match sucked.
Yeah.
It stunk up the place. These 3 were not in the right rhythm together at all. AJ and Ray both came into the match obviously gassed because they were working the dark match before. And Edge, for some reason, was gassed even though he hadn't been wrestling at all. They were working in slow motion. It was sloppy. It was one of the worst showings I've seen from any of those 3 men ever. It was bizarre.
I mean, they're all getting old.
They are, but Edge and Ray have both aged very well, and Ray, because Ray stopped doing steroids, he's gotten better with age in the last 10 years because he isn't on the gas anymore.
Edge was guest because his Durango broke down and he had to walk to the arena.
Motherfucker! What is this thing with the Red Groovy? Every time Edge comes up now, it's the Red Groovy. What is it with you and the Red Groovy?
This needs to stop, Patty.
Isn't Edge currently filming it for a TV show?
I think he always is. But nonetheless, you can't get Addy out of this. Addy, why?
Why, Addy?
But it's funny that
Why have you done this, Addy? Why have you done this?
That they gave him that team.
But why though?
Why?
It's such a mismatch in every form.
What are you talking about? That theme is awesome. How dare you?
Oh, I think I might have eaten too many rice cakes. I'm feeling a little sick to my stomach.
Oh, they'll do that to you. Although they're supposed to be technically easy on your stomach because, yeah.
Well, I haven't eaten any actual solid food because I woke up 10 minutes before the podcast.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. You should probably go get some breakfast.
Yeah,
or I guess dinner now.
I would like dinner too.
Nonetheless, yeah, that match stunk, and AJ won, which was not my prediction. I was expecting Edge, honestly.
I wanted to be Edge.
Because Edge versus Rollins would be the thing is, though, Edge versus Rollins would be a good match. AJ versus Rollins would be a good match. So it's kind of win-win, right?
That's true.
Ray, yeah, probably not as impressive, but I would still expect Ray versus Rollins to be good, you know? Though ideally they wouldn't bring up the stupid gouge out your eye angle again.
I would hope not.
I mean, Ray against Rollins could be fun just to see Rollins do a fucking curb stomp to Ray while he's trying to do a 619 as a counter.
Both men would die.
Yes, probably. It would be a cool spot though.
Isn't it? It would happen, and you'd be sitting there like one Shield member down, 2 to go.
No.
You don't even need to do anything for Moxley. He'll just kill himself at some point.
If I wanted that, then I would just want Ray to do the 619 normally.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, you need to be taking a lesson from the experts here, Addy. You gotta drop the fire. You gotta drop the lighting rig on him.
That hasn't worked for you yet.
That you know of.
Look, I will not be satisfied with your results until I hear about Jerry Lawler.
Either which way. So, yeah. And then, let's see, what else was there? They had Bailey and Io Shirai and Dakota Kai backstage segment. And Bailey said, you know what? At Backlash, that was my fault. That was my fault for misjudging you and thinking you could win that night. So, yeah, they're breaking them up. Thank God. And they went on to have the match with Dakota and Bailey against Liv and Raquel. And pretty well the same thing that happened where Bailey accidentally screwed Yo at Backlash happened in reverse. Yo accidentally screwed Bailey and Dakota in the same way. Just replace Bianca's hair with a title belt. Which, at this point, I wouldn't be shocked if Bianca did do that. She might have a bit more of a difficult time doing that whole whip it around during the entrance bit, though.
Probably.
And let's see. Other than that, what was notable besides the tournament match last night? Let's see. Oh God, right. Yeah, that Bianca Asuka segment. So we've already talked about the implications of it, but let me get it in real quick for Addy and Soon. They announced there's going to be the celebration that Bianca is now the longest running women's champion of the modern era. Which, of course, of the modern era is just a phrase that means not counting Fabulous Moolah. which, as I said on the text channel of the Discord at the time, we're all comfortable pretending that Moolah was never existed, right? Can we just strike her from the record?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because we
With
need to
relative
do that.
ease.
Nonetheless, Bianca goes out there, and the ring's all set up with balloons and a red carpet and shit. Bianca gets in the ring, stands up on the turnbuckle, shows off her belt, doesn't even say a word before Asuka's music hits. Asuka walks into the ring, missed her. Okay, the segment's over. The segment lasted. It took them 10 minutes to set the ring up for it. The segment lasted 2 minutes, and nobody said anything. And Bianca oversold the Mist as bad as anyone has oversold anything ever. Or, well, correction, she didn't do a backflip off the Mist like The Rock would have, though that would have been great. But Bianca's reaction was to hit the ground and start waving her arms in every direction, bouncing up and down, screaming at the top of her lungs. And it's like, Bianca, Liv took the exact same fucking Mist earlier this year, and her reaction was not to scream. Her reaction was just to go, oh my eyes. You do realize this makes you look a little bit ridiculous, right?
It's a wee bit.
Well, that's just because Liv Morgan sucks and she undersold.
How dare.
Bianca properly sold.
There's got to be a little bit of in between. No, admittedly, in Liv's case, to be entirely fair to Liv, at this point, the gimmick they're running her with is that she's badass woman supreme, despite her tremendous lack of size.
We need Ronda back so she can sell the Mist by flipping on her neck.
Like,
We need Shawn Michaels to come in and sell the Mist. Just completely like throw himself outside of the ring and into the crowd. And then just start wandering around with the Mist on his face like he's in a daze.
It depends on what Shawn's opinion is of the person who misted him.
Well, what's his opinion on Asuka? Do we know?
We don't.
Ah, damn. We'll assume that he hates her.
This is modern Shawn, not old Shawn. We're going to need a time machine if you want old Shawn soon.
Gotta get Edge and Christian on the case then.
Yeah, there you go. They got it.
They'll get the time machine running.
And I am struggling to recall what else there was on last night's show. Oh, Roman came out and cut a promo saying, all right, Usos, you guys fucked up. You dedicated that match to me. Why did you dedicate that match to me? I'm not a tag team wrestler. The fuck do I even have to do with tag team wrestling? Why did you dedicate that match to me and then go out and embarrass yourselves? Did you dedicate that match to me to embarrass me by proxy? Did you choose deliberately to dedicate that match to me and then go out there and suck ass? I don't know. I'm very disappointed in all of you. You suck. Fuck both of you.
Roman asks these questions, revealing that he's actually never seen an Usos match before this last one.
Believe that. Like in kayfabe, like I'm sure Roman as a real human being was actually sticking around in Gorilla. But Roman, the character, is absolutely the type to go home as soon as the segment is done.
But like, you know, even the times when the Usos were in the match and they got to Roman watching, faked.
Yeah, they've got a fake Roman paper mache head over his real head to cover up that he's sleeping.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, Roman cusses them out. And it's actually, for once, Jimmy's the one who gets a little bit mad at Roman. And then Jay steps in to say, hey, he didn't mean that. Which I appreciate that they at least have Jimmy will at least step up when Jay's the one insulted. And conversely, Jay will calm down when Jimmy's the one in danger. Right?
Right.
Because it shows how Jay gives a shit about his brother. That his brother is the only thing he won't be a hothead about. He'll recognize he needs to calm down and not be Mr. Starts 8 million fights.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, have we ever got Jey Uso versus Butch?
No. And that's a travesty.
There needs to be some spot with the Usos before they split as a tag team where it's simultaneously Ridge holding Butch back while Butch is flailing and about to jump out of his arms, while on the opposite side of the ring, the same is happening with Jimmy holding back Jay. Meanwhile, Solo's in the background looking just as dead-faced as ever, thinking, Solo hungry.
You know,
Solo eat tiny Englishman.
I was gonna ask if
Oh no, tiny Englishman, too much for me. Tiny Englishman eat Solo's fingers. Somebody help Solo.
I was gonna ask if by splitting them up, they could just keep the Usos off TV. But then I remember that the tag team division would then just be the New Day.
Not even New Day. New Day's dead.
Not really the case anymore, no. There's a lot of tag teams other than New Day and Usos.
All right, then just keep both of those off TV. Fuck it. Kofi
Jay on, because at least Jay can do something other than super kicks sometimes.
Kofi can come back once a year for his mandatory Royal Rumble spot, and that's it.
That he blows for the 7th year in a row.
Yeah. Can we send Naomi out there dressed as Kofi?
But it's not even New Day Kofi. It's fucking Jamaican Kofi.
The Kofi that had the feud with Randy. We've gone back in time to retrieve him when we went back to get Shawn.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, so Roman does all that, and then Roman says, all right, nonetheless, we were able to get another tag team championship match set up. Paul Heyman called in every favor he's got. He called in every debt he's got, and boy, does he have a lot. So Paul, tell him, and Paul gets on the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, signed up for a tag team championship match at Night of Champions. Your future tag team champions. And everybody's waiting with anticipation, and the Usos are like, finally, okay, we're going to get another shot, our third shot at the belts here. And Paul says, Solo Sikoa and Roman Reigns. And I didn't even pay attention to what they were saying in the ring after that, because I was laughing my ass off at the idea of Roman holding 4 belts. And the great thing is, Roman doesn't bring the belts out to the ring when he wins. Paul does.
Well, Paul is gonna start looking like that one picture of Triple H.
Conversely, I'm imagining Paul just trying to carry them all in his arms, and he's dropping them and going, oh shit, trying to, like, chasing after a belt that's rolling away.
I mean, that could actually see that happening and being like kayfabe reason for him to have a problem with Roman.
Alternatively, like I suggested last night, Paul has to get a wheelbarrow for all the belts. And Roman is playing the usual epic entrance theme, and he's making the pose, so are Solo and the Usos. Paul is just like huffing and puffing, pushing the wheelbarrow along behind them. I swear to God, what's the most belts that a guy has had to carry at any one time in WWE?
Good question.
Because I can't think of any case where there would have had to have been a guy carrying 3 belts, right?
I feel like maybe Triple H or Stone Cold in their 2-man power trip era, but I don't know.
Wait, Ultimo. There's that picture of Ultimo Dragon. Was that WWE?
That was not WWE.
Okay. Because that picture of Ultimo Dragon is crazy.
I want to say the closest we've come is The Miz, who held the Money in the Bank briefcase, the United States Championship, and the Tag Team Championships with Big Show, which would put him at on a technicality kind of 3, but kind of not.
Was that not when Miz was tag champs with like Cena or somebody weird?
His championship reign with Cena was only like a week or so. It would have been with Big Show.
Oh, Big Show.
Because after Big Show left Jericho, who went back to SmackDown, they had a very brief, like 3-month stint as Show Miz, where they won the titles for no good reason, and then abruptly broke up 3 months later.
Right, because back then the tag belts were explicitly just Vince has no idea what he wants to do with you, but he wants to do something with you at some point. So
Right.
here's the belt.
Yep.
There was apparently Lance Storm held 3 belts at one time.
Oh,
Would
in
have been in
WCW, yes,
WCW.
yes. In WCW, Lance held pretty well every belt except the World Championship.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, I got it confused.
And I
Let me
remember
see.
I follow Lance Storm on Twitter. There was somebody that tweeted at him, "You know, Lance, you were always underappreciated. WCW never gave you what they should have." And Lance replied to the tweet with, "They literally put all the fucking belts on me. What else did you want them to do?"
Yeah.
Did he
I've
not
seen him
also
reply
put
to
a
those
Canadian flag on all
messages
those
with
belts?
just straight up pictures of him as Intercontinental Champion, World Tag Team Champion, WWE Champion, WCW Champion, etc.
Except for the WWE belt, he did win most pretty well every mid-card belt the WWE had too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Lance isn't one of those guys that's talked about as one of the big ones, but Lance is probably one of the most decorated wrestlers in wrestling history altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Mhm.
picked up belts for all 3 of the big companies in the late 90s.
Yeah.
And he had a stint in Japan.
Multiple.
That's funny to think about. I mean, I've said before, I want the belts off KO and Sammy. And putting the tag belt, for one thing, getting a belt on Solo this early would be nice. But now it has to happen for the meme. Now that the potential has been presented, and especially, there's actually one thing I forgot to mention, is Roman says at one point, "All right, Solo, you dealt with Kevin and then Roman kind of stops, like he's almost getting a little bit of a PTSD flashback. And the crowd, of course, starts chanting, Sammy Uso, Sammy Uso, Sammy Uso. And Roman kind of looks around the arena still like, oh, fuck. And he stops himself. And he's like, wait, put your face back on, mask on, mask on. And he suddenly resumes his usual Roman smile of, I'm so great. And I was sitting there thinking like, motherfucker, are they going to do Roman versus Sammy #2? Because I'm in for that.
Yeah.
If they can reignite the Roman Sammy feud by having Roman take the tag belts off him and possibly kill Kevin.
Roman
Possibly
versus
kill Kevin.
Roman versus Sammy 2 for all of the belts.
Yeah. The referee, when Sammy wins the match, the referee just throws all the belts at Sammy, and poor Sammy gets crushed.
Yeah. Sammy does the Steve Austin with animation, but instead of beers, it's belts.
Yeah. What, does he also crack open the belts and drink the insides?
Yes.
Those are leather. Sammy's vegan.
It's fine. No, he's...
So apparently it may have been RVD who technically won the European Championship while he held the Intercontinental Championship and the Hardcore Championship, but he ended up unifying the Intercontinental Championship and the European Championship. So kind of, but not really.
Makes sense.
He won 3 titles at one time, but he did not hold 3 titles at one time.
Yeah.
If memory serves, that still was a photo shoot of him with the 3 titles, though, for some reason.
There probably was, because he would have had to hold the belt after he won it.
Yeah, he didn't right there in the ring just like take the European belt and send it to the Aether.
Yeah, he didn't just like grab both titles and just slam them together and then make the Intercontinental Championship more like shiny or something. It wasn't like, yeah.
RVD just like absorbed it into his chest.
No, what's really happened is that
forever.
He just swallows the European Championship.
No, what's really happened is that right then, as he won the championship, RVD sold the championship for Reed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
more accurate. That's probably what happened.
We didn't record it because it didn't look good in the history books. Right. And the only other thing of note that happened was they had the other three-way, which was Theory, Lashley, yet a fucking again. Theory, Lashley, and Shamus. And I was sitting there like, yeah, Theory or Lashley versus Rollins would be Theory or Sheamus versus Rollins would be awesome. And then Lashley won.
And he was bleeding all over the place.
Yeah. And he got busted open in the weirdest place. You don't often see people get busted open on the top of their head.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And the thing that's bizarre is the blood, he bled specifically in the exact same pattern as Bull Nakano's face paint.
That wasn't blood.
Yeah. That or Bull had to bust herself open before every match, and she bleeds blue.
I mean, I just like to imagine that wasn't blood, that was just Bull Nakano starting to seep out of Lashley.
She's just erupting from her shell.
Yeah.
Good lord. Okay. So, yeah, despite Lashley's presence, that actually was the better of the 2 3-ways. Spotty, but
Okay.
quite a bit better.
Okay,
Which, I
but
mean, to be fair, Theory and Sheamus are both great workhorses, so they can work around Lashley no matter what.
Yeah.
have y'all heard the rumor going around in the whatchamacallit, the backstage area, that if you snort too much cocaine, you turn into Bull Nakano?
Yeah. It's a 50-50 shot. You either turn into Bull Nakano or the Iron Sheik.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Either which way, and then naturally they had the match that was AJ versus Lashley. I honestly can't remember anything about this match except that AJ won. Do you remember anything from it, Pink?
No, I didn't see any highlights of this match on Twitter. I didn't even know it happened.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I don't remember it being anything particularly special other than they went back and had Lashley, glue the wound shut. And it took almost no time. My mom saw this. I didn't see this. She said that there was a point where Lashley very clearly was bending over and telling AJ to do something. And then immediately after, AJ DDTs Lashley right on top of his head and busts him right back open.
Huh.
So there is a decent possibility Lashley told him, pop me back open, brother. Open me up, brother. I need it. We need the blood for the match, brother. We got to get over, brother. AJ, brother. And AJ's like, Lashley, what's happening, Pat? I'm being possessed by the Hogan, brother.
The spirit of WCW is possessing me.
We need an exorcist, brother. Nonetheless,
that should be a horror movie. People
would be a horror movie.
Yeah, people get cursed to be possessed by Hogan.
It brings a new definition to I found my Hogan deep inside.
Yeah. Bring a new definition to it hurts inside.
God. So, yeah, there you go. Wrestling. Gentlemen, do you feel particularly wrestled?
I feel very sportsman
perhaps.
entertained.
I have been entertained.
But have you been sportsed soon?
There are no sports in wrestling.
Yes, and there are no wrestling in sports.
There is no wrestling. There is no sports. There is only entertainment.
We have been premium live evented.
I'm worried that Pink might be getting possessed by the ghost. We've talked about Vince doing the soul transfer on Poor Theory. He may have missed by some margin and hit Pink instead.
Yeah.
With the amount of sports entertainment emanating from this man today. Pink, what do you call a hospital?
That's a local medical facility, I'm pretty sure.
What do you say when you see an impressive move?
What a maneuver!
And when it's a really crazy spot, just how believable is it?
It's unbelievable.
Big quick, what is that Mexican food?
I don't know this one. I'm out of Vince McMahon trivia.
Vince called burritos steak wrap, I think.
Yeah.
Steak wrap.
So Vince attended
That sounds pretty high class to me.
They made like a Taco Tuesday kind of party event at WWE headquarters about 10 years ago. And Vince went there and somebody asked Vince, "Hey Vince, you want a burrito?" And Vince said he didn't know what a burrito was. And his assistant came up and told him, "Vince, I give you a burrito for breakfast every morning of every day for the last like 7 years." And Vince pretty well goes, "Oh shit, pal. Well, yeah, I want a burrito." What a fucking alien.
He's bizarre.
Hang on. It now occurs to me. I mean, we can pretty well